The guy couldn't believe it and blurted out a question about reincarnation, and the girl snapped back that his death was painfully pitiful. They told him his new life would be decided by a machine, and he instantly hated the idea. The hero grabbed the goddess by the heart and demanded to know how he died since he couldn't remember a thing. She just shrugged and told him that's what happens. The girl snapped that they had to start now, and the guy nodded like, yeah, let's go. A golden super rare ball just dropped out of nowhere, and it's setting the whole place on fire. It breaks down those toxins piece by dangerous piece. This skill tore through toxins like they were nothing, wiped out bacteria and viruses on command. So the hero declared it absolutely brutal, the kind of power that felt terrifying to even name. The goddess promised him his next life would drop him into a full-on fantasy world, packed with status screens, real magic, and monsters lurking around every corner. She told him to live every second like it mattered, and he froze, saying it hit way too sudden. The boy lay there gripping his breath, convinced this had to be a dream. 5 years already, and then boom, his head started pounding with a brutal headache, and it definitely wasn't going to feel good. He can break down toxins on demand, and that power lets him crush any virus or bacteria in his path. He finally put it to the test for mold, and when he checked, the bacteria were wiped out clean. But the second he uses it, a brutal headache slams into him. Like the power bites back, so yeah, this side effect turns the whole thing into a nightmare, and he instantly realizes he was wrong to call the skill useless. He slammed the decision down, he was done using it, and that was it. The main character suddenly snapped back to it. He'd completely forgotten that training with his father. They told him he'd gotten way better at controlling the ball, and the boy shot back a quick thanks, while Logan, his father, stood as the legendary commander of the continent's biggest kingdom. The family she was born into runs the whole area around the port near the capital, and that power shapes her life in a huge way. He swore he'd been born into the Count's family just because his rare talent earned it, and right then, a woman marched up to his father. She said the training prep was done, and the man praised the boy, calling him a real-life knight. The father whipped around to his son, promised he'd tackle the rest of the training, and told him to keep repeating the ball drills over and over. Grant was his dad's second wife's kid, so they were only half-blood brothers, and Grant was a year younger, while his younger brother proved he had serious skill. Even though he's the older brother, he's got this totally useless talent. He can decompose toxins. His little brother has a gift so rare that only a handful of people in the whole history of the kingdom ever had it, and it's called Holy Knight. His father wasn't a bad guy at all, Grint just makes him look like the less promising one in the comparison. But honestly, it crushed him, turning his hopes into pure disappointment. One knight bragged that his armor was pure metal, and now he swore he couldn't dent it, because if he could, his father would spot it in a heartbeat. The boy couldn't make sense of the armor at all. Then he crashed down and it hurt like hell. The knight just shrugged and said he'd warned him it was impossible. He refused to quit, even when the talent gap screamed in his face. He couldn't wait, so he planned a surprise for his father and mother. So the main character has to push even harder than everyone else. The man spun toward the boy and said dinner would be here in a blink. Then his eyes snapped to the mountain of books and he couldn't believe it. The boy winced, apologized, and admitted he'd been swallowed up by studying. The man praised him, saying it was truly admirable. Because the boy didn't just train every single day, he also hit the books with passion, and every butler in the estate is convinced he'll become a scholar without breaking a sweat. And honestly, even becoming a general doesn't sound out of reach anymore. The protagonist shot Dvoretsky a heartfelt thank you, then promised, "My mom will be free any day now." The boy's whole chest filled with relief the moment his mother showed up. They offered for him to leave right now, and he snapped back that he'd go immediately. He slammed a fist on the door, and right after, someone shouted, "Come in." The woman broke into a warm smile and greeted him. Since the boy remembered his past life, she felt more like his older sister than a mom. She told him he reeked of books, and she watched him grind at his studies every single day. The woman told him he was a good boy, and the moment those words hit, embarrassment flooded him. He said he heard she was finally done working, but since she'd been buried in the job, she still had a mountain of things waiting, tucking away her documents, lost in the question of what to do next. The guy finally clocked it. Her father wasn't linked to her work at all. Handling a mountain of documents wasn't for the weak, something you'd expect from a girl who worked for a giant trading company, and yeah, she was stunning. The woman blurted out that she remembered she had something for him, and she told him, "You've been waiting for ages," while admitting she'd just now finally shown up. He clutched a status card in both hands, like it held the key to everything. He thanked her and she lit up, saying she was just happy he liked it, but the guy scratched his head and admitted he couldn't figure out if his status was bad, or if it was. She told him she'd heard kids his age only had 10 stamina points. At first, he figured his status wasn't that terrible. Then the guy turned and asked her what the gift of learning really meant. She shot back that it was a skill that eased his fatigue and helped him push through and endure even more. The woman swore it proved her son was doing everything he could to become a better person, and she knew it better than anyone. She told him her grandmother sent her off on another errand, then she grabbed his attention. Want to walk with me? We haven't done that in forever. But when he heard that, he couldn't believe the errand at all. She shot back that she wanted them to grab some tea from the merchant, the same tea they always drink. He demanded to know if the servants were the ones doing it, and the boy just couldn't wrap his head around why his mom would have to. His mother shrugged, saying Grandma must have thought it was good taste. The boy started blaming himself, convinced he wasn't strong enough to be the eldest. So in his mind, it was his fault his mom had to suffer through it all. She leaned in and asked him to join her, then called him a total knockout for the night. He promised her, I'll go with you. A merchant stepped forward to meet them, and the woman said she'd come looking for tea. Then she asked him to show her a bunch of different varieties. The boy spotted a glowing magic stone and the merchant snapped, You're right, want it. The boy admitted, I'm a little interested. Magic stones usually hide inside monsters, where their magic hardens into crystal. Then those crystals get used everywhere, from powering magic rituals to crafting accessories. These top-tier stones can gulp down magic for ages, then it wrecks the body from the inside, but this cheap core, it's the same magic-powered material people use to forge tools. Nothing will happen to him, even with bare hands. The guy lets out a quick thank you. Then the woman leans in and asks if she can ask a question, and the man nods, answering yes. The hero sniffed the stone and swore it smelled sweet as honey. He took a sip and instantly figured it out. It had to taste like candy. In that world, this little kid was only 5, and he'd never even so much as heard of licking magic stones. No clue, not a whisper. He decided to sneak in and try it just once, when nobody was watching. The woman grilled him on what happened, but the guy just shut down and said nothing. Then he demanded to know if he could buy the stone, and the other man shot back, asking whether he actually liked it. He promised he'd hand it over as a gift, and for all her patronage, she smiled and said she'd treat him to 3 kinds of tea. She urged the boy to get outside and take a walk. The yellow magic stone drained of color, turning completely lifeless and colorless. Out of nowhere, power surged through the protagonist. And when the knight stepped in and asked if he decided to try denting the armor again, he smirked and said the guy could twist his wrist. He was smiling because they didn't fling him back again, then his wooden sword snapped in half. The knight's jaw dropped when the hero sliced clean through the iron armor with nothing but a wooden sword. The boy begged his mom, please don't be angry, but she snapped back that she just couldn't accept it. His mother had every reason to explode with rage. Grint is destined to become the next head of the house, and the whole place is about to change with him. He'll also announce Grent's engagement to the Marquis's daughter, but he's dead against it, because Grent is only 4 years old and it's way too soon to make that kind of announcement. The woman choked out that she was sorry his father cared more about that other guy than him, and he shot back, don't stress, everything's fine. Honestly, that remark really rubbed him the wrong way. But the real punch hits harder, seeing his mother so sad and alone breaks his heart. To earn his father's respect, he has to push even harder. Yet he still can't wrap his head around what happened that day because everybody keeps saying the armor just wore out. But the second he licked the stone, the girl grinned and said, we made it. The estate was absolutely breathtaking, pure luxury, built to make your jaw drop. And yeah, this isn't just some mansion, it's the only archduke's estate in the whole kingdom. The man swung around to the woman and promised they'd go meet Grintz's fiancée and her family first, then told her they could just wait in the lobby. She swore they'd do it and snapped for the boy to follow her, while his father's second wife spun toward him and warned that the Marquis was already sick of waiting. His mom leaned in and demanded to know if her son even had the right to show up at the meeting, and exactly what that right meant. They got word the list was messed up. Every family could bring only 1 child, and the Reinhardt crew was already there, with Mr. Grint standing by. The woman insisted it wasn't their fault and begged them to let the boy inside. Then they shot her down and said they couldn't. He was sure it had to be Camilla's doing. She pulled that stunt just so he'd stay out of her way. It wasn't just a disaster for everyone else. Our butler hero barely cared about that meeting at all. The boy spotted the garden and blurted, it's gorgeous. Then he leaned in and said, it'd be amazing if we could walk through it. The man flashed a grateful nod, accepted the offer, and promised he'd run straight back and tell the gentleman. The woman leaned in and asked the boy, are you mad about all this? He said the garden was unreal, flowers everywhere, glowing like they were made to mirror her. The boy grinned and said he'd be way happier if they stopped to admire those beautiful flowers together. She told him that if they were home, she'd cling to him even tighter, and he fired back that her hug was already so strong it left him breathless. The butler told the boy that the archduke had okayed their visit to the garden, so the boy thanked him, and the man added that he'd already ordered someone to trail along with them. A girl stepped out beaming and told them she was so happy to finally meet them. She leaned in and told him her name, Klein, and then dropped the bombshell. She's the granddaughter of Count August, the head of the August house. He shot back with his name and asked right away why the archduke's granddaughter was even there. She told him at home in August, "I'm sorry, yeah, I messed up." Klein told them, "I'll be your escort today," and she looked them in the eye, begging for a great time. The woman said she could tell her son was relieved the lady agreed to come with them, and she admitted she felt happy hearing that, plus she was genuinely thankful she'd managed to talk with them and make it work. He stared at the glowing flowers, snapped, "That's breathtaking," and couldn't take his eyes off the beauty. From far away, the garden looked stunning, but once you stepped inside, it was mind-blowing. The girl swore that at this hour it was downright enchanting. The guests started whispering like a storm, saying the second son would be the next head of the house, the skilled one, the one tied to the holy night, and honestly it felt like a godsend because their current son was a disaster with zero manners. Seems like in the near future, this kingdom is finally about to boom. With an heir like this, the mighty General Logan's legacy is in safe hands. The girl warned him not to fall for the rumors, and she said that among all the nobles, he was the closest thing to a true gentleman. The guy flat out said the girl was drop-dead gorgeous. Then he leaned in and said, "That rose is breathtaking." She shot back that they weren't just any roses. They were red and blue, the kind that can bloom whenever they want, but they're brutal to grow, demanding a razor-thin balance of water, light, and soil. Rose thorns ooze deadly poison. People swear that just one drop can drop 1,000 lives. The poison burns like pure fire, blinding unbearable pain and heat. So people call it fiery blue roses, and the guy even said the name isn't just a nickname, it carries a deeper meaning. The woman smiled and said these flowers could make the perfect decoration, and then the guy leaned in and asked, "So people use them indoors too?" The girl claimed those flowers, poison could crystallize too, and if you dragged that poison onto them, they'd turn into living masterpieces. People will call them star crystals, because they're said to mirror the starry sky itself. And yep, everyone agrees they're the absolute best decoration in the entire world. The girl snapped that they were brutally expensive. Only two existed in their whole kingdom, and getting rid of the poison wasn't just hard, the method itself cost a fortune. The woman guessed it would wipe out half their territory's yearly taxes. And the guy, he stared, shocked by the sheer number. The protagonist stared at his own skill, desperate to make it work with zero side effects. The boy leaned in and asked the lady if she wanted to see that decoration, and she lit up and told him it was her dream. The boy nodded like he got it, then gently reached out and touched the flower. It was like the toxin was soda in his veins, cooling, refreshing, and sweetly satisfying as it broke down inside him, and he couldn't believe it. No nasty kickback this time like last time. The girl demanded he toss the flower right away. Just like the goddess promised, his skill hits poisons hard and they can't stand a chance. A star crystal burst out of the flower like it had been waiting for its moment. He apologized for scaring them, but the truth was simple. He was only showing off his skill. Still, the girl snapped back that even if he could do it, he shouldn't be doing it like he had everything figured out. And then she said she'd never even heard of anyone who could take a red and a blue rose. The boy pressed a flower into the girl's hands and told her he'd finally turned her dream into reality. He leaned in and asked if she'd take him. He shrugged it off as a tired cliché, totally caught in the moment, and still managed to drop some mind-numbingly boring line like it meant nothing. The girl pressed, asking if he'd really hand it over. Then he snapped back that he'd be offended if she refused to take it. She practically promised, "I'll gladly take it and I'll be genuinely happy to." He leaned in and asked the girl, "Mind if I grab one more for my mom?" Then he turned to his mom and practically begged her to accept his love. Klein apologized hard and said she'd love to keep chatting, but she had to run. The woman waved it off, saying that because of her they'd had an amazing evening, and the boy thanked the girl too. She told him he didn't need to play it formal. If he kept going, he didn't have to talk to her at all. He snapped that his father was running late, even though everyone else had already started to drift out. The woman spun toward the maid and demanded, "Where's my husband?" "You told her the count said he'd slipped out for a night party, so he left early." The boy shot a question, asking if he was truly that useless. At least, that's what his father's eyes made him feel. The woman spun toward the boy and fired off a question, did he like his father? He told him thanks for raising me, but the second he thought of how badly he treated her, forgiveness died on the spot. Then the guy shrugged and said he couldn't promise for sure that he even liked him. The woman lit up and said she was genuinely thrilled to hear that. She snapped that she couldn't stand watching him break anymore, then yanked him along with her. She promised them they'd head to the most beautiful place on earth, straight back to their native kingdom. He stared stunned because she just said everything was correct. The moment she slipped off the ring, the boy froze in shock. Then she smiled and said she didn't need it anymore. She urged him to head back to the port city. She said it felt perfect that they slipped back to the estate before midnight. The guy demanded to know why they wouldn't stop. Then the woman snapped at him to wait just a little. He stared in disbelief. This city was still roaring like the noise hadn't even slowed down. The whole neighborhood froze, because right in front of them sat something downright weird. and they hurriedly shouted for someone to stop whatever was happening. It was a giant ship, bigger than anything he'd ever seen, and the woman grabbed his shoulder and told her son to go. The whole neighborhood clocked his mom at once, then peppered her with one question: what kind of ship is that? A troop of knights stormed into town, and the crowd immediately started whispering, everyone's got to save themselves. The boy shoved himself in front of his mother, and she shot back that everything was okay. Then the girl spun to him and demanded he calm down. She smiled, said it was great meeting you, and introduced herself, Christina. He braced for a fight, but they weren't his enemies at all, and then he just couldn't help thinking how stunning that girl was. The woman admitted it had been forever since they last saw each other, and Christina shot back that it felt the same. She was genuinely thrilled to see her again. So the moment her message landed, Christina came rushing straight to them. Their mission is simple: drag Princess Olivia back home where she belongs. The guy froze in surprise. She promised, when we're out on the sea, I'll tell you everything. The woman blurted out that they had to climb aboard the ship right now. The man admitted he finally understood that the 5-year-old had already patched up the mess their family made. He said the eldest son of the Reinhardt family has an unreal personality. Then the girl nodded and swore she agreed with her grandpa, showing off exactly what he'd given her. The count stared in shock. Why were they pushing the second son to be the next head? He wouldn't let them break their promises. The old man leaned in and demanded the girl keep it locked away as a secret. He told her, if you set sail on a ship and ride for 2 days from here, you might land on a whole continent. And you'd better know exactly which kingdom's waiting there, she said. Ishtalika was a massive kingdom, and compared to it, they were outmatched in science, technology, and pure military power. The man leaned in and told him, Olivia isn't just the trading company's heiress, she's a representative of the state, and not only that, she's a daughter. She's the second princess of the whole kingdom. The boy and the girl froze in shock. She rushed to her son and apologized for hiding the truth from him, and then he blurted out, why would a princess from such a huge kingdom marry the Reinhardt family head? The woman snapped that Chris was freaking her out, and the girl shot back that she was only doing what she had to do. The mother bowed her head, apologized, and told him she couldn't explain it yet. The boy nodded like he understood every word. And then, just for the first time, he saw his mother bright, cheerful, and at peace. It's way better than watching her break down every single day. Chris closed in on Olivia and demanded to know if she'd gotten the star crystal from the Reinhardt family. She shot back that her son had handed it to her. She shot back that she trusted him, so from that moment on, she handled him with kid-glove care. Chris said, give someone from the opposite sex a star crystal as a gift, and you're basically proposing. The guy totally got why Klein flipped out, then snapped, so what am I supposed to do? Because he wasn't trying to pull anything shady. The woman said she had no clue what was happening, but the guy stayed so damn nice. Olivia leaned in and asked the girl when they'd reached the capital, and she said the moment they dock at the port, they'll switch to a water train, so they'll be in the capital around 11 a.m. That boy stared in shock. Trains in the middle of nowhere. The girl grinned and said, yep, it's a water train. Then she explained how it chugs along. It heats water using power pulled from special water magic stones. He suddenly figured out the train didn't run on magic. It roared to life on the steam it was pumping out. Compared to the kingdom, Heim's rise is on a whole different level. The girl went, it's amazing, like he totally understood it, a proper top student, so the boy snapped, nah, I just read it in a book. And Olivia shot back, you're a smart boy. The protagonists figured he was about to spill the knowledge he still had after reincarnation. Then Chris cut in, saying they had a little time before they reached the country, so they should crash and rest. The country is packed with wild surprises. It's not just science and tech, and then you see them, a whole bunch of half-humans. Ishtalika was a wild mix of cultures, so humans and other races lived there side by side. Then Chris said they had finally arrived. She told him that Christina Wernstein, the Imperial Guard's vice-captain, had finally come back, and he couldn't help thinking she looked seriously cool. She even said, sure, I act all formal, but then admitted she's still a little clumsy. She warned the boy and Olivia to tread carefully and keep their eyes on the ground. He figured no matter how hard she tried to act like it didn't happen, that moment still wouldn't leave his head. Olivia pressed her for what the girl told her father about her return, and the girl snapped back that the message was so urgent she never even got a chance to explain it to him. Everyone got one simple instruction: act totally normal when you meet Olivia, and Marka's been making sure her father stays focused on his work, not pulled away by anything else. She warned them that any noise would rattle the king, and Olivia figured the lady wasn't just speaking, she was furious. The boy blurted, who are you talking about? And the girl answered, it's the maid, she took care of me when I was little. She looked like trouble, sure, but she's actually a sweetheart and she'll introduce you two later. Chris told the king he was waiting in the meeting room, and the guard snapped that it would be a disaster to barge in mid-meeting. So Chris promised he'd greet him later. Olivia burst inside and told her father, I'm back. The boy's eyes went wide when he finally laid sight on the country's king. A terrifying aura clung to the king, and it made his nerves scream. Then the man demanded answers, asking why the woman was here when she'd married on another continent, and he snapped his focus straight to the boy. His nerves skyrocketed. He leaned in and said, "I'm so glad to meet you." Then Ein introduced himself and dropped the bombshell that he used to be part of the Reinhardt family. The king stepped forward, introduced himself, and dropped the bomb that he was his grandfather. The knight swore that he and the king were counting down the days to finally meet him. Lloyd broke into a sweat and blurted his name, and that's when everyone realized this wasn't just anyone. It was the great marshal of the country, the kind of man who'd stand in front of death and give his life for his ruler without flinching. The boy said it was an honor to meet him, and the king admitted there was something heavy on his mind. He said his hearing was fading, like it just wasn't what it used to be anymore. The woman flat out said she'd already divorced her husband, and she never wanted to set foot back there again. The king demanded the knight punch him in the face, and the knight snapped back that he'd heard every word right. Then Silvered leaned in and asked her what made it happen. She told him she didn't believe her son was truly happy there. The king slammed the decision down, the meeting got postponed, and everyone was ordered to keep quiet about what went down there. He snapped his head toward Chris and demanded she call his subordinates. This couldn't wait, they had to talk right now. The man snapped around to the knight and demanded they start rounding up troops. But the knight just laughed, saying not to worry, because Mr. Logan might be a veteran, yet in his eyes he was only a simple knight and he'd crush him easily. Olivia spun to her father and told him, "Don't panic," because they couldn't touch them thanks to the first king's promise. The princess couldn't believe it. She was shocked they'd throw the main character away just because of the skill he was born with. The woman asked if the older sister felt the same and she shot back, "Yes." Yet he still wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, the boy was convinced the first princess was actually a talking cat. Olivia leaned in and asked her son, "Can I tell you everything now?" And he nodded, telling her she could because they'd kept their promise. The prime minister demanded permission to make it happen. Olivia got married there for one brutal reason. The Heim kingdom needed their sea crystal and everyone knew it. The boy asked if that crystal was just mineral residue and the answer came back, "Yeah, you could call it that." These crystals, they said, are forged from the bones of sea monsters, and back home they grind them into magical gear. The boy admitted he'd only spotted a few in his life, and they shrugged it off like, of course, nothing special, just run-of-the-mill magic. Other countries don't touch sea crystals, they smash magic stones instead, and those can wreck the user's powers. But their homeland figured out a special sea crystal method that controls the backlash, so the whole country can use magic items for free. But every crystal across the country had already been ripped out and mined dry, so tracking down more got harder by the day, until they had no choice but to start begging other countries for them. The boy finally understood. His mother didn't marry for love, she did it for the country because she called it her duty. The man struck back and demanded their end of the deal. With the stone in return, they'd get protection now and in the future. Mr. Ein would rise to become the count of the kingdom of Heim. The king swore this was the best move, get his daughter and grandson out of the sea dragon's path. Then the knight snapped, saying it was time to start hunting a new magic crystal, but the woman cut in and shut that idea down. She told him she'd already tracked down possible suppliers. And just because she can do things her way doesn't mean she's forgotten, she's still a princess with duties to keep. Olivia teamed up with the mage and adventurer guilds to hunt down suppliers, and after all that searching, she finally landed one. Then she thrust the documents into the king's hands and told him to dig into every detail she'd just laid out. It was all written there about a country sitting north of Heim, and at this point, they really should have double-checked everything already. Then the sea crystals started washing up from the deep, right in the shallow waters. So the man claimed he'd found proof of a girl searching for something, her real identity masked by a crew of magicians, and his findings were wild. The boy couldn't stop thinking that nobody else even realized how much time and effort his mother poured into this. She nailed the role of the count's wife so perfectly that the whole town bowed to her and even dubbed her a saint. But the moment Grint was born, they tossed her aside like she didn't matter. Still, she kept smiling. Even when her days were packed to the brim, she still carved out endless time to be with him. He can't even find the words to thank her. Then the king, stunned that she handled everything alone, rushes in and begs for her forgiveness. She told him, "My son is the only thing that matters to me. No matter how brutal it gets, if it's for him, I'll go as far as I have to." She practically couldn't hold back. She was over the moon that she'd got it. Chris told the king that Olivia didn't just get cuter, she got stronger too. And the king ordered them to take a break right then to reward her for all her hard work. The man snapped around to face the other, and the guy immediately told him, "I already got the queen's consent." Warren and Mr. Lloyd back him up. Every last one confirms that decree is 100% legal. The man whipped around and stared straight at the king. Silvered said he was stepping in to officially declare the protagonist part of the royal family. Born into a tiny kingdom, he came from a count's house, And still, no matter how ferociously he trained, nobody ever gave him the respect he earned. When it came time to inherit, they ripped him out of that air spot. The king didn't just promote him, he crowned him as the crown prince. Town gossip exploded, people swore Princess Olivia had come back, and then the rumors hit harder. Her son was back too. They couldn't stop guessing what kind of person the main character really was. The boy crashed into the knight in a brutal fight, then looked him in the eye and praised his razor-sharp swordsmanship. He said the main character had poured everything into training, and the boy thanked him. Then the man snapped back that he still didn't feel worthy, because even his younger brother could beat him easily, even though that kid had only just started training. He bent over backwards just to get his father and everyone around him to finally accept him, but it all crumbled, so he snapped and fled to another country, leaving the boy staring at the brutal question. Would anyone ever be able to look past that worthless kid and accept him as the crown prince? The main character was hungry to level up his skills and become way better than ever. They spun toward him and snapped that his clothes were ripped to shreds, and the knight ordered him to freeze on the spot. He claimed his gift was sewing, then straight up asked if it was absolutely the wrong kind of skill for a soldier. The knight admitted it felt downright humiliating to be born with that kind of talent, but because he busted his tail every day, he turned it into real martial power. So no matter how strong your natural gift is, it means nothing without the grind. If he keeps pushing hard enough, there's nothing he can't become. If he keeps pushing to become better, he'll soon realize it all wasn't for nothing. Kadima showed up out of nowhere, then told her story in a heartbeat. I found a boy, now lend me the knight and give him to me. She stared at him and demanded to know why she suddenly needed him. She said Olivia had begged her to go check it out. Chris said they clicked instantly, and the man insisted it was simple to speak the princess's language. So Kadima leaned in and demanded he show her his status. She couldn't believe it. After all that power and status, he still wasn't picked as the next heir, and the hero was just as shocked that everything had suddenly jumped in his favor because he'd just gained an absorption skill. Kadima snapped that this proves he's Olivia's son, like it's a dryad racial skill coming straight from their bloodline. The guy froze when the girl asked if he knew about it, and when she admitted she thought he could try turning into a plant like Olivia, the hero had heard it for the first time. In the royal family tree, every branch can carry people from totally different races, and the kicker is this. Kids sometimes pop out with the genes of long-dead ancestors, so until the baby is born, nobody can ever truly predict which race they'll be. She asked if his status had skyrocketed lately, and the guy shrugged like, I've just been training hard. But that still didn't explain a jump that sharp. The girl nodded, calm for once, and told her the real reason. He'd been absorbing energy straight from the magic stones. He pressed her for the real reason, and the princess snapped back. Monsters jack up their power by gobbling each other's magic stones while humans can't, because it wrecks their bodies. Still, if they can break down the toxins the right way, then maybe that terrifying trick could finally work for them. She asked if he had any thoughts, and he admitted the truth. He'd spotted the magic stones for the first time during a shopping trip with his mom, and they looked so tasty he accidentally licked one. But it was just a tiny stone, so the boy shrugged it off, convinced it couldn't touch his life. After that, he never ran into another stone, and Chris admitted that she felt Mr. Ein was draining the magic stone's energy right out of her. He said it couldn't be the girl. She snapped back that she was an elf, and every half-human carried a magic stone, so the guy finally realized he should have had one too. She told him she could feel it while they headed for the capital. Then the girl suddenly realized she was wiped out, wobbling so hard she nearly passed out. He told me back, then he thought she was about to pass out from sheer clumsiness. He demanded to know what was wrong with her magic stone and whether she was badly hurt. Then he was told she was okay, she just needed rest, and that she had to test her theory. She dumped several boxes of magic stones on the table, starting with bargain gems in the first box and saving the pricey high rollers for the second. He decided to start with the cheap ones, and the princess breathed, "You finished that fast." The stones sucked the color right out of themselves. Then they handed him a fresh set, and the boy couldn't stop wondering what those new stones would taste like. They started grilling him, asking, "Are you okay?" right through the silence. He said it hit his tongue like walnuts, and he flat out hates that taste. They told him that the guy couldn't just randomly siphon energy from magic stones, and the girl stepped in, promising she'd explain everything to him right now. There are 2 rules you've got to get. The better the stone, the bigger his status boost. But every kind of me has a cap on the energy it lets him absorb, and once that fuel runs out, his status can't rise anymore. Turns out it wasn't that simple. She snapped back that he'd already taken in enough, and he bragged that he'd unlocked a new skill until she told him the truth. He'd absorbed energy from a high-level monster stone. Chris stepped up to him and asked if he was really okay. The guy said, "Yeah, I'm fine," then admitted that the very first time he used the toxin decomposition, a brutal headache hit him. Now he just stared, shocked that the pain was gone and everything was fine. The girl said it all came down to his gift for learning, training his body, and boosting his immunity. And right then, his mother burst into the room. She said it had been ages since she'd seen him, the princess insisted she'd run into zero trouble, and the woman yanked her son over to join her. Then they finally faced the king, and she blurted out an apology for making him wait. The man marched the main character straight into the royal treasury. He demanded, "Why'd you drag us all the way here?" His grandfather shot back that, since he'd earned it, Olivia wanted him to hand over a prize for his achievement. The country's national treasure was a magical stone, and over 500 years ago, a demon king crashed onto the continent, with Dullahan as one of his terrifying minions, sweeping around his deadly ball that could split heaven from earth, a black-clad powerhouse who carved his name into history. The woman told them their ancestor, one king, slaughtered every monster, forged a kingdom from the ruins, and the whole world hailed him as the hero. Even if it sounded like some cheesy fairy tale, the protagonist couldn't smother his excitement. And when the king snapped his attention to the girl, asking if she'd change her mind, she smirked back. Sure, they'd call it a national treasure, but to them, it was their family's treasure. The king grabbed her mid-step and snapped that she must not come closer, because the magic roaring from him could burn her. The poison vanished around the main character, and the king finally snapped to just how insanely strong he was. Meanwhile, the boy stared at the stone and knew it was different from the rest, feeling a surge of unstoppable power flood his chest. He slammed his hand onto it, and even without taking it in, that blazing energy rushed straight into his body. The king stared in shock at that raw power. Then he snapped that if the guy couldn't do it, he'd better just stop. The hero stared in disbelief. He felt shockingly unstoppable. She stared up at the sky, clinging to one burning thought. When would she finally get to see Ein again? The girl warned him straight up. If he vanished right after handing over the gift, everyone would call it dishonest. The maid rushed up to her and blurted that the master wanted her to double-check her work, then added, "All the papers are right on the nightstand. I'll let you bring them to him." Klein told me she'd been locked in on her work and somehow crushed it all in just 2 days. Then she smirked and asked me to tell her dad to hit her with something harder next time. The maid promised she'd carry the request forward, but that wasn't the end. She had to level up. Because the next time she faced the protagonist, she needed to stand beside him and hold him up when life got brutal. The girl snatched a letter, flopped onto her bed, and demanded to know what surprise was coming this time. Then the maid ordered her to prepare a letter to send to him. Klein demanded, "Why are you saying this only now? This is bigger than any job." And she snapped into action, scouring for paper. Because plain sheets wouldn't cut it, she insisted on top-quality paper. She had no clue what to write him, so the maid laughed, and pure laziness practically shoved the idea away. Until she blurted out that this was the first time she'd ever seen herself this tangled up, and insisted on meeting the owner first. Klein promised he'd do it, and she was told to chill. There was no rush because the chief wasn't going anywhere. If only the protagonist realized how much she needed to tell him, she'd never stop wondering what he was doing right then. The king declared it a total win, then demanded a report on the boy who'd soared after swallowing the stone's power. Mom grinned and said he'd gotten even more incredible. The king warned him, "Don't let those numbers mess with your head. Remember this. You train hard because only that way will your whole body survive the force." The man leaned in and asked if everything was unfolding exactly the way Olivia had planned. Her closest person already knew his secret, and when he demanded, "Why did you hide it?" she snapped back she hadn't planned it from the start. At first, she figured she'd just do her duty as a member of the royal family, but then their closest ally died, the former head of the family, and suddenly dread clawed at her over their future. She couldn't choose between Logan's side or her own, and just like that, she gave birth to a boy, a dryad child. The woman insisted he was right. She'd planned it all from the start and begged, "Forgive me." The king snapped that he needed to talk to his mother and told the boy to go on ahead. The boy nodded and agreed. The princess admitted she'd been thinking about it ever since she read about the first row and their royal bloodline, and she even wondered if sending Olivia to the boar was a blunder from their own country. Then the hero leaned in and asked, "So, what exactly is rooting?" What? He was told this was just a normal way to conceive children, and she was told she could have said it a little better. Unlike the other cases, Yuria's lightery from conception is dead serious. Her entire life lets her bind to just one partner to share her life energy, and that bond is called rooting. The guy asked if it was really true, and the girl shot back like, "Do you asterisk have asterisk to question another man?" Then the guy pressed the point, if his mother decided to do it, what about him? And that's when the Dryads' powers kick in. So basically it's just a boy, Olivia's only son, no father in sight, born straight from her branch. When the moment finally hit, she hesitated. But as part of the royal bloodline, she had to give them a descendant, and that's why the man swears Olivia struggled through this decision. On top of it all, Dryads can pull off heptosis, so it wasn't hard for her to trick her husband, and he probably didn't even clock it. The whole thing hit Olivia so fast that all she can do now is pray he'll forgive her. He even said he was relieved his mother hadn't dug roots into his father, because the only thing that mattered was that her life wasn't in danger. and he didn't care a bit what anyone else around them was saying. Sure, Olivia's put in the work for him, even if it isn't the usual way. And the Reinhardt family turned around and broke their end of the deal just so he couldn't become the next head of the family. They think nobody's gonna trade for Olivia. And the moment he heard that, a wave of relief hit him, because now he didn't mind getting something to eat either, and someone even told him his nerves were tougher than they looked. They warned him don't step into that guest room, because there sat a second national treasure used as decoration for the Demon King's magic stone. It's the very Demon King who got wiped out by one dragon, and the girl claims there's a theory. When he's starving, he can accidentally gulp in the energy from the stones nearby, so he can't even get close. Speaking of the first king, his mother looked him in the eye and said, "You're so strong they call you a hero." People in the country didn't just cheer his power, they adored his big, kind heart too. That's why everyone knew he was truly strong. So yeah, when you're strong enough to be crowned like one king, word spreads everywhere, even across kingdoms like Haim, and pretty soon everyone on the world knows your name. That boy been stuck in deep thought for ages, replaying every time his mom threw her own life away for him. But no matter how long he struggles, he still can't call it enough, not even close to matching her sacrifice. He's determined to prove to his old family that he's finally worthy, and he knows full well it won't be easy. He's chasing a crown so legendary, he wants to outshine the first king ever born. The man closed the distance and begged him to let him pitch in, promising he'd do everything he could, leaving the fencing lessons to Chris and Lloyd, then offering to teach the rest himself, while the boy just told him to look after him. The girl snapped that she'd take over from here, checking his power, studying it all, and told him to show her exactly what he'd received. Days slipped by and suddenly summer hit. 8 full months in a foreign country were already behind him. A man stepped up to him and said, "Today you're fighting forest monsters during training. And this time, unlike the soldiers in the castle, they weren't there to spar, they were there to kill, so he'd better stay razor-focused." A forest rat stood right in front of him, ready to tell him exactly how to take her down. Then the guy smirked and said he'd figure it out on his own. This was his very first fight, tearing claws and razor-sharp fangs that make you regret every second you got too close. He smashed the rat to the ground and declared he could pull that off anytime. Then he mowed down a mountain of rats, and the night itself cackled, claiming there wasn't a single monster left in the area. The girl swore the hero could take on a bunch of the castle soldiers, and when the word reached him, they praised his results, then warned him not to ever let his guard down. That was the crushing power of the Dullahan, the Phantom Hand. This is the Black Knight skill he forged over these 8 months. By pouring in magic, he can trade away both length and durability. It lets you suck energy from those stones even while the creature's still breathing. He even named it the Black Chain of Doom. But once you start, the taste turns way nastier, and licking the stones is somehow the nicer option. The man grinned that he can't wait to see how much stronger he'll grow, while the girl shook with fear because she's already terrified of the main character with that chain. They spotted a legendary shop of magic stones, the very place where every single stone in the castle came from, and the man urged them to go there right now. He begged the girl to keep an eye on him because he stuck out like a sore thumb, then turned on a boy and warned him not to lick the stones. A salesperson hurried over and swept them into the store with a warm, bright welcome. The guy said, "I'm not here for some picky little place, I want to visit a magic stone shop." The girl shot back, "Yeah, the owner's got a weird look, but it's the most famous magic stone shop in town." Then she smiled and assured him, "You've got nothing to worry about, he's super kind." He greeted them and snapped that he'd already figured they were here to laugh at him. Then the girl rushed out an apology, saying they hadn't seen each other in ages. He pressed whether she was looking after the boy, and when she said yes, he told them to drop it and go. The man said, "Then you're here for the magic stones." And the boys fired back, "Yep, because we just want to see them." The seller grinned and swore that no matter what amazing hobby the heroes loved back in their student days, they'd end up making friends. He told them to not hold back, to stare closely at every stone, but then he warned them not to touch the magical stones or sea crystals, because they could actually hurt him. Thanks to his poison absorption training, he can only catch the faintest whiffs, even while he's packed in between magic stones, because before, even the cheap ones reeked so deliciously they de-slam him with a brutal headache. A boy spotted a magic stone, the White Wyvern's magic stone whose meat people usually turn into prime steak, and the guy asked if he wanted it. The boy said yes, but he couldn't admit he was craving that meal, and the man smirked that since he knew Chris, he'd let it go for $30,000. The protagonist told her he'd just gotten money from his grandfather, and the girl said, "Then spend it on what you truly need." But she immediately warned him to keep his secret title as a crown prince and his magic power to absorb magic stones hidden from everyone. The boy began snatching up all kinds of stones, and the man grinned and promised to tie it all together for him, telling him to hold up for just a little. The main character spotted a stone everyone feared, the Cursa gem. They say it prowls your dreams and drags you under, so that display case was built to lock its power away for good. The boy felt a strange power crawling through him, and he refused to call it evil. Then he wondered if the princess could uncover more about the magic stone. The boy leaned in and asked, "Can I sell you this magic stone too, along with the display case?" The girl pleaded with him to stop, and he still had time to say no, before everything turned dark. The man said it didn't look like he'd fully beaten it, and then he grinned and said he'd sell it in the display case for 300,000. If anything happens, they'll just slap it back on. She realized there was nothing she could do, and she figured the king would okay it, since the merchant was the one who sealed it in the first place. The man promised he'd hand it over right then. The boy swore he'd check the other magic stones first, and the seller stared at me and said he could tell. I was the new crown, the prince, the brave one. Chris said she had no clue what he was talking about, and then he snapped back that if she wanted to play dumb, she better commit to it, because the way he saw it, she'd set herself up. The girl begged him to keep it secret, and he swore he wouldn't tell a soul. But the truth is, she couldn't keep a secret to save her life. The guy demanded to know why her eyes looked so red. She just shrugged and said it was nothing, just a single grain of sand. They pounded on the boy's door and demanded entry, and he finally nodded them in. Then a woman slid in and told him she'd come to help him change his clothes. He said he didn't know how to explain it, but at least he could change his own clothes, and she snapped back that she was Olivia's personal maid, meaning she also had to look after Olivia's son. So then he asked if she had any other critical duties. She brushed it off and told him not to worry. He promised he'd obey, no questions, and the maid finally slipped in, "I've got something to tell you," then handed him a letter, but it didn't reveal who the sender was at all. This letter was carried by a nobleman from Harem, sent through another kingdom, because what happened to him and Olivia got the whole Harem connection cut off, so the only way it could get through was to travel by a different country. She doesn't see the point of that letter since it came from Harem, so if he doesn't even know who sent it, she tells herself to toss it right away, because that guy figures they wouldn't drag themselves through all that trouble just to insult him. That night, the girl sent him a letter, gushing that even the finest, most expensive jewelry couldn't outshine how amazing her day had been. The boy was sure there was only one other person, besides his mother, who ever got a flower from him, and that meant this couldn't possibly be a mistake. She swallowed her pride and apologized because she couldn't bring herself to write her real name there. The boy snapped to attention. This meant Klein was heading straight to his homeland. The woman demanded, "Are you going to answer me?" And the boy shot back, "Yes, after all, you treated me so well." Still, he couldn't ignore how hard it must have been to travel from her country to his. She said it just might work, especially if that girl was still on good terms with Olivia. And the guy lit up, saying he was happy to hear that. Time vanished in a blink, and before anyone even noticed, autumn rolled in everywhere as the winds slowly turned crisp and cold. The heroes had his friends and family in their corner, and that night vowed that this time he'd be fighting for the win, no more just showing up. The guy pressed a sword to his throat and in a cold breath admitted he was beaten. That boy couldn't stop grinning after he won, and when his mom reminded him he'd done his best, yeah, even with those scratches, he just laughed, soaking up the fact that he looked insanely cool out there on the battlefield. The main character thanked the knight and Chris for teaching him fencing, and the girl lit up, telling him she'd been watching him for a year and a half and was genuinely thrilled. The knight said that these soldiers' job is to guard the prince, and they refuse to be weaker than him. Now, before the sun drops, they have to huddle up and sprint another lap around the city wall. But that guy bragged that he won because he can gulp magic stones and grow stronger, so he thinks the knight should ease up on them. He said one of the hero's powers is learning. The more work he puts into training, the stronger he gets, and that's exactly how he managed to handle the former toxin decomposition. So Ein didn't get stronger from some special skill, he earned it through his own grind. So he was ready whenever. He told the guy to start only when the main character was set. The guy froze in shock, and then the man said, "Fight me." Before long, everyone started swearing an earthquake had hit. The knight snapped that the boy could survive the blow, and then, inch by inch, he started shrinking the distance to one king. The girl rushed him water, and the boy gulped it down, thanked her fast, and told her it'd be safer if she stayed away from him for now. The boy is totally wiped out, and there's a real chance he'll accidentally siphon part of Chris's magic stone again. The knight told them to call it a day, then whipped around to Olivia and said he figured the hero would be totally fine with his current power level. Olivia nodded along, agreeing without hesitation. The woman told him the hero would turn 7 this winter, and she swore that was the perfect moment to start training, so he pressed her, and Olivia said he'd head to the academy. The moment he even thinks about walking into the academy as the crown prince, nerves slam into him like a wave. Chris rolled up to him and told him, "If you're not swamped, come on, let's go for a walk." The entrance exam was about to hit tomorrow, and she grilled him about what he planned to study. Then he snapped that he was going for fencing. She scoffed and said she didn't think that was the smartest pick, but she was sure the hero would win without breaking a sweat. He just told her, "Yeah, let's hope so." But something kept gnawing at him. He kept asking, would Chris and that night beat my father, Logus? When the boy apologized, he said he shouldn't have even asked. The girl nodded like she finally got him, then leaned in and begged, let me show you something. She lifted her blade, said she'd drop it right on the ground, and warned, don't you look away, keep your eyes on me until it hits. The girl vanished, then popped back into place the second she tapped the hero's shoulder and insisted she was still there. Chris shot back that she'd only shifted when the ball hit the ground. She was certain that man couldn't have tracked her either, which meant he understood the message perfectly. The boy said it felt right that he chose to grow stronger than one king, but now he realizes he has to outmuscle Chris and Lloyd first, too. She swore she'd give it everything she's got, and the boy thanked her. Her ribbon snapped loose, and she blurted out an apology like her heart couldn't wait any longer. They moved down a jam-packed street, Academic Street, the kind that's always overflowing, and it wasn't just students milling around either. Security guards and a handful of researchers were there too. The guy claimed this road would take them farther than ever, and the girl snapped, then give it your all. He spotted a boy who had slammed into a wall, and someone told him straight, if he couldn't find his motivation, then it was time to go home. The examiner barked out a rude question, who's going next? And in the entrance exam, nobody could shout out names, and that rule was there to make it perfectly fair. During the exam, sure, you can swing a sword and nobody's stopping you from throwing down with martial arts either. You can use your skills even if they aren't ranged attacks, but with how rare and special his ability is, he's not quick to pull it out. The examiner snapped at the boy to step up and challenge him head-on. He realized he had to move at lightning speed, so his next punch couldn't be read, and he decided to use that rush to slip behind him and land the hit. The examiner snapped that he was way too full of himself, and that he didn't even have a single grain of the technique he needed. This dude was so powerful, he made the knights look like amateurs. He shot back that this did mean he had zero chance to win. This was just an exam, not the end of the world, and he didn't need to win. Then the man sneered, saying that judging by his technique, his master must have been just as useless. He asked, so we're finishing this guy? And the guy snapped back that he wanted to keep testing. Then they told him not to even think about holding back because he was the examiner. That man sneered that even a total trash like him, who couldn't even control his own powers, was raised by a family of trash. Then he told him, come over, and promised to drill him with a few lessons. The boy blurted, so it's not magic and not ranged, I can use it. The man nodded and confirmed it, and the boy instantly realized he couldn't just leave it exactly like that. The examiner raged at everyone who'd ever taught him fencing, and he even threw insults at his own mother. The man pressed the boy for answers, but the boy snapped back that he couldn't remember any rule like that. He said he had no clue what the skill even was, but if getting 1 or 2 extra arms would make him stronger, then bring it on. Then the man charged in and started swinging. The examiner brushed the phantom hand aside like it was nothing. The boy lunged back into the fight and the man snapped back, saying it looked like his wild charge had finally drained him, so he tightened his grip. He asked straight up whether it was really okay to use his hands in his situation. The examiner stared at the child, baffled by what he was seeing, because this was the very first time he'd ever been face-to-face with someone like this. The boy lit up and said he was thrilled to hear it, so they should keep going. Then the man snapped, there's no point finishing this exam, because this was the first time he could remember wrecking an exam area this badly while the test was still going. We'll have to grab a different site for the next classes. He just snapped into apologies and admitted he couldn't hold it back once that rage took over. He realized no matter how it looked right now, he'd totally blown it, because his own words sparked so much rage that all he could think about was winning at any cost. The man said he understood exactly why his words had made him furious, then he stormed off. The certificate proves he passed the exam, and the guy even bragged that the examiner was arrogant. Then the examiner snapped back, drop it, keep this between us. The girl tossed him a congratulatory smile and then he blurted, wait, are you mad? She snapped that she was furious because the boy had used a skill, even though he'd promised he wouldn't. Then she felt his aura right there and the boy rushed to apologize. I know it's just an exam, but the boy wouldn't let anyone badmouth his time with the knights. So when the girl snapped that he shouldn't have used his skill, he pushed back hard. You don't whip out something like that for the first person who wanders in. He claimed he'd seriously hurt the examiner and the girl just smirked. The academy's got a healer who's seen everything, so you were always going to get handled, she said, adding that the examiners weren't rookies either, but tough, battle-tested, retired adventurers. With something this huge happening, it would shake the king's very soul, so they warned him to stay on his guard. The man barked, stop right here, and the boy blurted out, please forgive me, but the girl snapped back, don't be so cruel. He told them they hadn't announced it yet, but the boy was already 7, so he figured it was time to stop fighting fate and start acting like a crown prince, and that's why he planned to ship him off to train in a port city. This is it, his very first real test as crown prince. He stared at the ships, shocked by how huge they were, then the girl smiled and said, that's the backbone of national defense. It's a bustling port city, one of the country's top 3, and each morning the market roars with fishermen hauling in their catch, while just a little farther down, the seaport is already alive and humming. In the city square, there's equipment set up, and since his mom signed a contract to deliver magic stones, he rushes over to see exactly what's been brought in. The man begged them to let him see the magic stones before they got processed. The boy is convinced it's magic, but he still can't figure out how that girl pulls it off. The magic stone sat there like a gritty lump of salt, waiting to cause trouble. The man announced public business is wrapped up for today, and the boy lit up saying it was fascinating, then thanking him right away. They told him, if we've got time before we head out, you're gonna want to see a souvenir for your mom. And at that exact moment, his mother was seething. She couldn't tag along, stuck dealing with his social schedule. But the second she read his letter, she chose to let him go, because they'd already decided he had a big, important meeting today. The man pushed them to take a break before they headed into the city, then offered to rent him a room, but the boy shut him down. He just wanted to rest on the pier, staring out at the sea. The girl snapped that she wouldn't let it happen, even if the port looked safe, because it was still dangerous. The old man told her to calm down, and then they pushed her to where the earth-red stone, pulled from a dragon, a gem that could shield its owner. Outside blazed with warm, sunny light, and if that boy wasn't a prince, he never would have made it there. He figured the prince hadn't been announced yet. This might be his final shot, so he dropped down among the wooden crates. The girl leaned in and asked, "So what would you say when you wake up?" The guy grinned and said he was genuinely thrilled to see Klein. She let out a shocked gasp when she heard he was from the royal family, and the boy shot back that he was just as stunned. Then the girl admitted she'd learned he'd sailed off to another continent and figured she'd never see him again. He demanded to know if she'd come solo, and Klein shot back that he'd rolled in with his grandfather and a whole crew of servants. She jabbed a finger at the archduke and declared, "He's a good man." Then the girl went on his grandfather was so ancient that he'd already handed every last responsibility to his father. Since the great count was headed to a country where diplomacy was dead, he apologized before leaving, but Klein snapped back that there was absolutely no reason to apologize. Chris was finally free, and when she asked, she learned the king had snatched up every last task left, and now the guy wanted to bring Chris straight to the girl. She told him, "I'll forgive you just this once," and when they were heading to the city, she asked the girl if she wanted to come with them. Kleena strode up to the crown prince and demanded permission to ride beside him. Then he flashed a grin and told her it was the greatest honor of all. The girl thanked her mom for the hospitality, and her mother admitted she'd finally broken the habit of being the second princess. Klein spun toward Olivia and blurted that he needed to talk to her. She told him it was just the two of them in that room, and there was zero space left for secrets. She only headed to the countryside for that reason, but Olivia's question slammed her into a whole new thought. Klein snapped that she hadn't even dared to picture what her future would look like, and then the woman leaned in, asking if she really wanted to spend the rest of her life in their country. The girl snapped back that she was ready to take that leap, because she'd already slipped out of the August mansion. Olivia lit up and said it was amazing. The girl is going to start school next spring, and she and the main character won't be in the same place anymore. She promised she'd carve out a spot for her client to shine, like a priceless gem, the best of the best, so everyone else would just stare stunned and find they couldn't even speak. To sharpen her skills, she boldly asked whether she could jump in and help her with this whole thing. The girl grinned and said she'd be happy to do it. The maid leaned in and begged him, "Don't go too hard, please, don't push yourself." Today's study wrapped up, job done. The girl slipped up without a sound, and the protagonist nearly jumped out of his skin. She told him she'd just wrapped up her business, and he said he'd talk with her if he got the chance. The boy was already plotting a party to celebrate his mom's return, then the girl dropped the bombshell. The king had invited her and her grandpa as guests. The boy leaned in and asked if she was headed to bed. She grinned and said she was going to run a bath first. Klein urged them to go together, but the guy froze in shock and started pushing back, refusing outright. The girl told him she had to disappear for a bit, so that's why she showed up late, and he shrugged it off, saying it was totally fine, then couldn't stop complimenting how amazing she looked in that dress. The party was insanely good, and the girl has been staring in amazement ever since she touched down in this country. That magic stone stand looked insanely good, and somehow it slipped right into their everyday life like it had always belonged there. Klein confessed he was worried, because nothing like this even existed in her country, and he reassured her it was fine as long as she didn't lay a hand on it, because until he'd officially been named a prince, this was his very first party like this. He promised he'd make the announcement in spring before they went back to school, and the girl shot back that he should really think it over, while the boy admitted he looked up to the king. They huddled together, whispering, completely baffled, because on the other side, the folks they couldn't figure out were partying like they owned the place. She caught the guy's attention mid-song and whispered that she wasn't done with the party yet. She told him the place was packed with mouth-watering dishes, and promised she'd bring every last one straight to him. A man stepped up to the boy and demanded where the girl was, and the boy shot back that she'd gone to grab some food. Then the old man told him to go on and enjoy himself. The king's calm shattered, because the country's situation had spiraled into pure chaos. One of the guests lunged at Klein, and the man snapped that brutal aristocrats were lurking at the party. The guy stepped in front of her and demanded to know what they wanted from his guest. He said the kid cut him off, and the man snapped back, "I don't even know who you are, so if you love this country, remember. Us aristocrats loathe outsiders from other nations." Of course they can't repeat what Olivia did. These people don't have a shred of respect or restraint. He snapped back, "If you've got beef with people from another country, then I'm all ears. Hit me with every complaint." He said the people were probably fuming that the prince was getting mistreated back home, and the man begged them not to poke the bear. That guy threw himself on the mercy of everyone, begging forgiveness for his weakness. Then everything flipped. The boy blurted out that he had the power to wipe out every demon. He demands, "Who's saying our country's pride is weak?" The guy steps up and declares to everyone, just like the last prince, that he's claiming the throne and will steer the country into prosperity like a true king. That day he finally grabbed the crown, becoming the country's new crown prince for real. The girl told the boy he'd done an amazing job, and he thanked her on the spot. Then the king snapped that it felt too sudden, but you could still see how relieved he was that everything went off without a hitch. The man said the nobles were crazy about the main character, and he swore this whole reception incident would blow up everywhere. The ruler warned that if things were different, he'd have punished him, but for now, the guy had to choke down all that pressure. And get this, the speech he delivered, it was the exact same one the other king once gave. The king slammed into shock because he'd never once told him about her. The old man calmly insisted, "Lady Klein is doing everything she can, and if she keeps going like this, she'll be enrolled in the girls' academy come next spring." He told her to chase total mastery of science in every way, like a queen, and then rise as a princess who could sway the masses. The woman leaned in and asked if they'd already checked their luggage, then they snapped back, "Yeah, we did. The two of them will split up for different academies." So the girl told him to do everything he could, and the woman pushed ahead into the academic district to keep the hero close and protect him. Chris warned, if Olivia shows up in the middle of a crowd, heads will turn, and the woman admitted she was terrified for her son. The girl said, "All right, we've got to go," and Mom leaned in, warning him to be careful. She told him point blank to enjoy every second of his school life. He said way more people showed up than on exam day, and he couldn't wrap his head around having to trudge through that place every single day. Then the girl shrugged and said the only real nightmare was the crowded road. From today onward, the boy steps into this academy, and once he's inside, someone's got him under guard. He lowered his head to the prince and blurted out that meeting him was the greatest honor of his life. His name was Dil Galatia, Lloyd and Marque's son through and through. Sure, he's a rookie knight, but Dil's already mowing down the competition, way ahead of everyone else, and the girl's dead sure he'll keep him safe all across the academy grounds. The boy gaped in shock. "Married already?" The girl shrugged and said, "We both served in the castle." Then the boy snapped, "I had no clue about any of this." Dil practically beamed as he said he was honored to be picked as his bodyguard, and the other guy shot back that he felt just as thrilled. The girl told Dil's guy that he shouldn't act all formal or hide behind shyness when he talks. The boy told him, "If you're always gonna guard me, then call me by my name." He said he had to turn him away, he was only a bodyguard. She just smirked and said she'd wait right there while he was stuck in class. The protagonist couldn't believe his luck. Was he really that hopeless to stir up all this chaos? He snapped a question at his guard. Didn't the academy have zero reception for fresh arrivals? The guard nodded and said the class wraps at noon, then he'd give him a tour right after lunch. He told the hero, "You've got to start at the first grade." A massive door loomed right ahead, and he demanded why it looked nothing like the other classrooms. Turns out only the students with the best grades got to study in there. "This place is for anyone whose power will serve the country in the future, no matter where they came from," the guy said. Then he swore he'd do his absolute best. He stared at the door, totally baffled. No handles anywhere, so he had no clue how it was supposed to open. With so few students around, he has to play nice with everyone, or it all slips away. The professor strode in, flashed a grin, and told everyone who he was. Yeah, he worked there as a magical engineer, and he was going to be their class teacher too. He wasn't meant to be their class teacher at all. Then one of the teachers retired, and because the class was special, he stepped in, and he went in expecting something back. The man told them to pull out their best results, and once they did, freedom would finally be theirs. He told them, as long as you're getting results, you can skip classes, but you'll still take tests every 6 months. And if you need anything, just go straight to the teachers or the academy staff. The boy asked, "Is it really okay that they're giving us all this freedom?" Then he smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you." Right after that, he stepped up to take the test, his shot at becoming a magical engineer. He shot back that he was taking a fencing test, and the werewolf practically staggered from the shock of it. That fictival examiner's been shoved into retirement, but the guy's packed with years of adventure battle scars. And the rumor says he didn't just beat his foe, he tore up part of the arena itself. Dude, the bad part is this. Now they'll label him as the guy who snaps when he's not in the mood, and he even said they could laugh at him. But then he hit the examiner and scored a perfect 100%. Dill burst into the room and right away Wolf told him, straight up, that he was the son of the Grand Marshal. Dill snapped his head toward the guy and admitted he'd completely blanked on when that free education system got rolled out, back in the year. He offered to lead him straight to the academy. The boy spun back to Roland and said, "My guard S about to take me through the academy, wanna tag along?" He shot back that he still had paperwork to finish, so yeah, he couldn't make it. Dill sprinted him around the academy and pointed out every spot he'd need to know. And when he finished, the guy grinned and told him there were tons of mind-blowing places to explore. The guard warned him that sometimes he might not be able to tag along, but he'd still do everything he could to cut the wait. The boy snapped back that none of that was necessary, and he wouldn't be forced to give up his own time. He leaned in and asked, "So what kind of girls are you into?" He swore this was the easiest way to slide closer to someone, like, "Hey, how are you?" Because he was convinced that one simple chat could turn into real closeness. The guard demanded why he was digging into that, and the guy snapped back that he had to size up the person walking with him, because he'd been dreaming of a summer that could outshine him, and then the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about Chris. He said he needed someone the same height as his father, strong and well-built. Dill said his friends always snicker at him when he brings it up, and they even swear no one like that exists. So hearing it all made him grin like he'd just won. The main character pulled him aside and invited him to lunch. He promised he'd stay sharp and keep watch over everything around him, so he could finally eat his lunch in peace. The girls closed in near her hairline and pressed her to take a walk, right there with her brothers. Klein told her she was grateful for the invite, but she came from a common family, so she couldn't mix with the nobility. Then they snapped back that none of that was true at all. She told her she truly appreciated it, but warned that if things went sideways, the Prime Minister would be on the hook, and the girls instantly started blurting apologies. The knight stared at the door and declared it was built to stay sealed tight. Only the right magical device could crack it open, and they had no clue who could have done something like that. That man demanded the message be sent to the castle at once, and he ordered a quick list of every knight stationed there. The escapee, a former adventurer, was a serial killer who'd slaughtered countless people for money. The guard grilled the prince, asking if anything bothered him, and the prince shot back that he was fine. Then admitted that ever since he got free time, he keeps catching himself thinking he should start learning something. The protagonist pressed for answers about the teacher, but they shut him down. No one would say it in public. Turns out that man's ideals and actions were a mess, and that's why they fired him. Long ago, he got tangled up in criminal cases targeting commoners, scandal after scandal that directly shattered the academy's rules. The guard even pitched in for the check, but he carried zero honor, nothing noble at all. The boy asked where that man had gone, and they told him he'd been sent to the knight's quarters to keep an eye on the knight's safety. Dill insisted he fully deserved the punishment. The protagonist declared he's royal blood, but he slammed that power should never be used to bully people, and he vowed that in the future he won't pull that kind of stunt again. The guy told him to drop the formalities, and Dill shot back, "I'm your bodyguard, I can't risk that kind of casual." Chris whirled toward the hero and told her she needed a word with the guards, then asked him to step aside for a moment. He nodded immediately. She thanked him, promised she'd be back soon, and ordered him to stay right where he was. The men stepped up to the girls and warned, loud and clear, that roaming around without bodyguards was asking for trouble. And before the girls could even blink, they offered to be the guards themselves. He stepped in, shoved the girls behind him, and told them to get out. Then the men snapped around, staring him down and demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" One of them tried to teach him a lesson, then the boy slid out of the way and dodged it. They said he wore a Royal Academy uniform, and the boy shot back, "I'm so sorry." The protagonist wiped out the men, and Chris said his actions were commendable, yet he should have warned her first. She said, "Since you get it, then it's fine," and demanded, "Why do you keep stirring up trouble for me?" He shot back, "I just can't stand there and watch them try to hurt you." The hero's mother panicked over what he was about to do, and Chris spun around to the girl and dared her to scold him too. She shot back that yeah, it was possible, and honestly she thought it was just plain awesome. A dagger sat in front of the boy, swallowed by the dark around it, and they told him, "You're a crown prince, so fix your face, look right," then made him grab it in his hands and hold it there. The boy grabbed his grandmother's hands and thanked her, because that dagger she gave him was nothing short of incredible. The hero blurted that his grandmother handed him the dagger, and the girl shot back that it fit him perfectly. Then the guy just stood there, thanking her like it mattered more than anything. They leaned in and talked about the cursed magic stone the hero snatched from the shop. He demanded to know if she'd figured him out, and the princess snapped that she couldn't read him at all. The guy told her to hit up the royal library. Then she snapped back that she'd already devoured every book ever written about magic stones. She warned him about her hot-tempered nephew, then made it clear he couldn't turn to bad actions. He only bowed his head and said he was sorry. The girl leaned in and dared him to try sucking the stone. The boy asked, "Did you call me for this?" And she said, "Just tap it, nothing major." She warned that if things went sideways, they'd seal the room tight and smash the magic stone. The boy swallowed hard because he'd carried the stone here himself, so he'd be the one to try. The magic stone whirled toward him, hunting out exactly what it was destined to find. The girls froze when they heard the voice, and begged for it to be put back inside the magic stone. The princess told him he didn't need to mess with phantom hands, he just had to shove the stone back into place. The hero's body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and they swore it was all because he'd started using phantom hands. His jaw dropped, he was completely shocked. She fumed because he'd soaked up more than she ever admitted, and when she confronted him, he snapped back, "That's not true. Usually this only happens when unique stones are brought together. Yet even beings carrying magical stones still feel that link to others while they're alive. And long ago, people even saw a blast of power explode the moment two stones were pressed close. That cursed magic stone the prince snapped up wasn't just some random stroke of luck. The princess warned that Chris would blow up, but the girl lunged in to stop her, saying the room was just a little messy. She snapped that they were making noise again, and the princess leaned in, demanding to know what was in that box. The girl gushed that the cover was absolutely gorgeous, and that it had to be worth a fortune, so Klein leaned in and asked, "Okay, what kind of book are we talking about?" This book was penned by a legendary elf who's dedicated his whole life to putting his knowledge on paper. It's carved in ancient elven problem speak, and the worst part is only a handful of elves can even read it. So the princess doesn't buy that the Croesus stayed in the capital, and she probably wouldn't know. That portrait's man might be a doula hand, and he's got a real main character vibe like he could step right out of the story. Chris spotted the book inside the package, and she immediately tore into it like she couldn't wait another second. The protagonist stumbled on a campus competition, and the werewolf swore it's an annual event meant to build bonds. Then the conversation turned to the academies on campus until the guy asked what class they'd join, only to be told they weren't entering at all. At the Royal Academy, Class 1 and Class 2 are leagues apart from every other student their age. So when the class hour finally ended, the hero bolted out to train and practice. The man leaned in and asked if the protagonist had warmed up yet, and whether he'd strapped on his armor the right way. He said the boy already knew this, sure, the summoned monsters couldn't actually kill him, but their hits still blasted out shockwaves strong enough to knock any opponent clean out. The man was fuming that nobody should charge the red bison with bare hands, and the other guy shot back. "Sometimes you've got to go straight in, no backing down." He admitted the training was brutally hard. Then the guy snapped that he wouldn't be able to join the campus competition at all, while the girl warned that it sounded like he'd still be forced into a public bout against the fencing competition's winner. The girl admitted that when she finally thought it through, she knew it was right there, the spot where the crowned prince had just saved her. Chris whipped his head toward the hero. Then they told her Kleina comes to the palace so often, can you spin us stories about that prince? She admitted that the guy can be a total headache, but the truth is, he's the kind of person who looks out for everyone. Still, she couldn't stop smiling because she gets to stay with the prince. They told him, of course you're noble, you're a prince, and it shows. Chris snapped, asking if she was so embarrassed she could just stop it. So the guy barked back that he needed the courage to face it, then strode right up to the girl and demanded she stop. Everyone was stunned the prince showed up, and the girl rushed up to thank him for saving her, but the boy just waved it off and said he hadn't really done much. The protagonist leaned in and asked the girl if she was heading to the castle. She snapped back that she had homework to do, so he shrugged and suggested they go together. Right in the middle of the arena towers a giant coliseum, and the crowd's roar rattles the air as the host screams the names of the participants. Then the knights clash and start fighting for real. The dark-haired kid stares at the arena like it's unreal, then he blurts, "Could the castle even fit in here?" The prince's companion drops into a bow and orders him to leave, and the prince just smirks back, saying he'll cheer for his servant at the fencing competition. The prince leans in and asks Dill why he's suddenly nervous. Dill freezes in shock. Then the prince grins and says it's painfully obvious while the poor servant blushes with shame. The prince claims he feels way better when he sees his bodyguard all rattled. Then Dill presses him, and the prince shrugs that he's fine being called by his first name, but the bodyguard shuts it down fast, saying he's just a servant. The prince promises he'll try to talk the bodyguard into it next time, but the bodyguard won't budge. So he walks off, and the prince's jaw drops at how fearless the servant is. With her sword in hand, she grins because the prince and his bodyguard are finally clicking, but the prince hangs his head. One servant won't even call him by his name. So she steps in and promises, "Let me take you to your place," and the boy blurts out, "Can we stop by the academy first?" The prince claims he left his grandfather's pen in the classroom, and the girl urges him to take her with him, because they've got time before the performance. But the guy shoots her down, storms off, and swears he'll be back soon. The prince strides for the doors, convinced he's somehow taken the long way to class, only to find the academy feels massive since it's empty inside. Then, out of nowhere, his instincts flare and he freezes mid-step. He whips his gaze toward the fountain and the prince freezes, because that weird smell hits him like a mix of a dozen scents at once. He figures it's coming from the cafe. Then asterisk rustle rustle asterisk, something stirs in the bushes and the prince snaps his attention straight to it. The vampire slams the tied-up werewolf into the dirt and growls, asking if he's got the day off. Then he sighs and mutters that the guy's nothing but a total pain in the ass. The werewolf panics, blurting that he left his stuff in the classroom and he doesn't get why he's tied up at all. And a second later, the vampire swings in with a calm promise to let him go. So the werewolf finally exhales in relief, then the vampire smirks. The vampire snaps, saying he changed his mind. He's dragging the werewolf along for the kill, snatching him by the neck. The vampire declares, "Yeah, I'm a vampire," admits he hasn't tasted blood in ages, then promises he'll be stuffed for sure, because he's dying to know what werewolf blood tastes like, and he even asks the werewolf if he's curious too. The vampire grins and says he'll drain every drop of the werewolf's blood and use it to kill him. Then he keeps the bound werewolf in his grip and erupts into loud laughter. The prince strides in and demands to know if the vampire is behind the eerie atmosphere at the academy. Then he whips around, scowls and growls at the vampire, asking what the hell he's doing to his friend. With his frown deepening, the man tightens his grip on the werewolf's neck and snaps, "What happened to the guys outside?" The prince answers, "They tried to take me down, I dropped them." Then he fires back, demanding, "Now release my friend right now." The vampire's jaw drops. His minions got knocked out by a kid, yet he still grips the werewolf by the neck, sighs hard, and mutters that he hates trouble. The vampire is absolutely raging, eyes bulging, clawed hand clenched tight, and he snarls that the prince is ruining everything, so hard it makes his fury explode. The prince knits his brow and snaps, saying there'll be no trouble if the vampire kneels and surrenders. The man shoots back, calling him an idiot, then vows he'll never go back to prison, and the prince clenches the dagger's hilt. The prince rockets up and roars that he'll catch the vampire himself, right now, and when he slashes the vampire, the creature finally lets the werewolf go. The prince lunges to catch his terrified friend, then a vampire drops onto the pedestal, exhales like he's one, and blurts that the prince is lightning fast, only for the prince to stare right back at him. The prince pinches his frown tight and demands the vampire explain what he was really planning at the academy, while the werewolf, bound on the floor, pants with pure shaking terror. The man says, "I was hired by a noble gentleman and handed a job," and when the prince presses him about that gentleman, the vampire just smirks, "It's time for me to go." The vampire snarls that everything will go wrong the second they catch him, then he flings his bandaged hand up, and a glowing sphere materializes in his grip. The vampire hurls a bomb and smoke erupts to choke the whole room. Then he laughs, saying he used to be a traveler and learned to stop caring who he's fighting. The vampire slams a brutal kick into the prince's stomach, and he doesn't care that his target is just a child. When it lands, the prince crumples and winces hard in pain. The prince lunges aside as the vampire gets sealed in a rolling smokescreen, and he snaps that he's fought like this before, he can't see a thing. And if this doesn't get shut down right now, he's done. The boy clings to the girl's warning, "Don't wave that power around thoughtlessly," while the prince silently nods, knowing it could be deadly, and then the vampire goes and hurts his friend anyway. A vampire barrels straight at the prince with a sword, swearing he'll slice off his head and drink his blood. Then bam, it lands in his face and his smug shock explodes. A long black phantom arm rips out from the enraged prince's back, and with a furious swing he smashes again, cracking the wall into flying rubble. The wall crashes down, debris rains onto the floor, dust swallows the hall, and the vampire who'd leapt far from the prince stares at him, stunned beyond words. The prince scowls, strides up to the vampire, and snarls that he's done terrible things to Ronaldo, so now the prince has to catch him. But the vampire smirks and tells him not to get cocky just because he managed to land a hit. The vampire snatches a gigantic boulder and hurls it straight at the prince. Then the guy shoots back, all sarcasm, asking if it's really cool to talk to grown-ups like that with all that rubble talk. The prince slams the stone to bits, and the boulder explodes into rubble. Then a vampire bursts in out of nowhere, shrieking that he doesn't need the prince's blood. A vampire's rage blazes as he lunges to gut the prince, then something hits him out of nowhere. A second phantom hand clamps down on the sword hand, freezing him mid-swing, and the vampire's eyes go wide with shock. Phantom hands slam the vampire with brutal blows and the man howls in pain. Then the vampire's baffled, stunned by how strong the boy is, and he mutters that everything feels messed up. The beaten vampire crumples on the hall floor as phantom hands reach for him. Then the prince snaps his will, and the grasping specters fade away inch by inch. He exhales, drained and exhausted. The prince yanks Roland awake, and the werewolf shrieks in terror over what happened to that man, Akka the vampire, while the prince just grins and says he knocked him out. Roland's relieved, and then the boys start trading guesses about who the vampire's really after. The prince clings to what the vampire said. He'd been hired and had to do the work. And the boy replays the servant's weird warnings about a man getting fired for old problems. Then the smell hits him outside, and his suspicions start clicking into place. The prince orders the werewolf to shove off and fetch a girl named Chris to the cafe. Roland's totally lost. He yells for the prince, but the kid is already bolting out the door. The prince sprints to the river and fires off a question at the man sitting there. Does he really think he can just chill in the cafe freely? Then the prince points at him and calls him his old teacher, Wolf Magnus. The ex-teacher is stunned when the prince catches him on their very first meeting. The prince shrugs and admits it was a lucky guess. After all, he couldn't find anyone else to hire to deal with a vampire, while the ex-teacher keeps dodging the prince's questions about that spreading, approaching scent. The prince thrusts his hand toward the lake and says, "There are magic stones in here." He wonders what the former teacher was really after. Then the water erupts as bubbles start to rise. An explosive device glints beneath the lake's surface, so the prince locks in on one terrifying thought. The former teacher must have used those stones to forge a weapon meant to blow it all to bits. Magnus flashes an evil grin. The prince brags that his friend pulls this stunt all the time, and yeah, he's totally using it. The former teacher's blown away by how sharp the prince is. Then he leans in and asks if the kid really believes the academy and the government are rotting from the inside. The former teacher is convinced they're molding monsters, so they don't draw any line between themselves and guys like the teacher. Then they press the prince, asking, "Can you really guard everything alone?" and urge him to shout it out loud for everyone to hear. The ex-teacher urges him to tell his father, his brother, and everyone tied to the academy who the real worst guy is, because he wants to raise his son his own way, full stop. But the prince snaps back that the teacher is tangled in these schemes too, and he's about to say something brutal. The prince blurts out that he's in love with Ishtalika and with the academy's dream, and then vows he'll stop Magnus, as his hand snaps a dagger out. The teacher figures the prince is hiding his embarrassment over the mix-up, then claims the ringing will bless him with luck, while Magnus snaps back that the blast's power has to match the stone's power, and straight up asks the prince what happens when that many stones go off. He swears the academy is about to blow to pieces, and the teacher smirks that the device will start any minute, nobody can stop it, while the prince is left horrified. The ex-teacher throws his hands up, snarls that he'll tear everything down and forge a brand new Ishtalika, then screams that this is going to be a moment history we'll never forget. The prince clocks it. Magnus is gearing up for a coup, and that explosion has to be stopped if the townspeople are going to live. So the teacher backs him up and promises that with his push, Ishtalika will finally take on a new, righteous form. The prince blurts what Master Magnus means, then barrels in with a dagger, yelling he's wrong, only for Magnus to grin like a madman, slip the strike, and lob those tiny balls straight at him. Multiple explosions rock the scene, so the prince throws his hands over his face and leaps back, thinking maybe that was the shockwave, maybe it was magical lethane. The boy yells at the teacher that if he stays, he'll be blasted to pieces, then snaps, "Do you really want to kill yourself like this?" And the teacher answers, "No, you won't die." Former teacher Magnus tells the prince the magic stones in his outfit will shield his body from the blast. And then Magnus plans to watch the Ishtalika revolution from an exclusive spot. The prince lunges at his former teacher with a dagger, but Magnus snaps his hands up to call on the magic stones, until the prince slashes through the chain and cuts them loose. Again, bam, bam, bam. Small explosions rip through the air as the magical stones go off, and the prince charges back in, roaring that with the stones gone, the teacher can't defend himself, then demands Magnus kneel and surrender. The teacher tells the prince to wait, claiming the job isn't done and that she'll use the magic stones again. Then the prince slams his magic tools out of her hands and charges straight at her. The prince lashes out and smashes his old teacher with his dagger's hilt, and the man doubles over, clutching in agony. He gasps, shocked, "Why are you so strong?" The boy answers coldly, "Magnus's wish didn't come true." Magnus, the former teacher, sprawls on the floor with arms flung wide, defeated. The prince rushes over, throws restraints on him, then starts stripping off his clothes because time is everything. Magnus spits out a warning. "Are you really going to defuse it? If you mess up, the blast will hit sooner." And before the prince can hesitate, he dives. The boy dives straight down, hunting the bomb, and there he spots a massive two-block structure, glowing like pure fire as the bomb sparkles bright. It looks like that thing can't be disarmed. But if those magic stones are basically the power source, then with the boy's abilities, we might just pull it off. The prince clamps his breath, slaps his hand onto the magical stones on the explosive device, and the bomb's glow surges brighter and brighter. The boy's mouth drops. Those stones taste amazing alone, but together they're disgusting. Then the glow vanishes, the prince pulls it off, and the boy finally bursts up from the water. The prince sprawls on the ground, gulping air like it's his last breath. Chris and the guards sprint over. The girl shoots, "Are you okay?" And the boy grins back, "I'm fine, these stones just drain me." Then the guards snatch Magnus' former teacher. The former teacher declares it just like a crown prince. This boy defused the bomb like everyone expected. And then the guards march him away while Magnus pants hard, struggling to breathe. The girl snaps, calling Magnus annoying, then orders the guards to haul him off, while Chris grabs the prince and begs him to tell her everything. But the boy blurts that the teacher has already rigged a bomb to blow it all to pieces. The prince can't stop replaying what the wolf said. Sure, bombing the academy sounds dramatic, but it wouldn't land the real hit. If the teacher wanted everything gone, then wiping out the people would be the smarter move, and today is the day everyone has packed together for the competition. Ayn can't stop replaying what Chris said about the king and the prince waiting for him. Then the memory of her chat with the servant hits her hard, especially the boy who promised he'd cheer for him at the competition. The prince has a gut feeling the wolf slipped in more than one bomb, then he whips around and glares at the teacher as she marches off with the guards, while a smug grin blooms across Magnus' face. Magnus, the former teacher, snaps around and barks at the prince that, yeah, the crown prince would guess something like that. Now though, he can't do a damn thing anymore. Chris snaps, yelling where the other bombs are, and Magnus erupts in wild laughter, while the prince swears they're somewhere inside the arena. Chris begs him to run, but she's determined to stay, and he refuses to because he's the only one who can defuse the bomb. The boy warns that if he bolts alone, Lloyd, Dill, Klon, his grandpa, and everyone else could get hurt. Chris stares at the boy, fear spiking in his eyes, and tells him he'll throw his own life on the line too. He's going with the prince, so the girl grabs him and yells at him to hurry. A brutal brawl erupts in the arena. One dark-haired swordsman slams into his fair-haired opponent, and the host immediately calls him out with a point. He snaps his sword up, ready to swing again. The king scratches his head, baffled how these two even ended up with a point, while his guard grumbles about Dill's behavior. Then the king presses Dill with one question, whether his opponent is a friend, and calls it totally unfair that they were forced to battle. The prince's servant is gasping for air after the fight, staring at the arena like, where's he at? But 2 of the 4 chairs sit empty, just like the prince never showed up. The servant scans the arena for the prince, but he's nowhere, then it hits him. He remembers what the prince promised, he'd root for him, so this guy can't believe the prince would ever break his word. The servant snaps to attention because he knows something's gone down, then he exhales since Chris is right beside the prince, and the host steps up to call out the next round. The brawl kicks off as blades clash and sparks fly, and the servant's face hardens. He grips his teeth and spirals into thoughts of his master, while crowds rush in to pack the arena. The villagers stare at the sprinting prince and Chris in shock. Too many faces jam the main gate, so they yell, "Move to the back," while the prince is totally clueless about where everyone's gone. The boy asks about the back gate, and Chris tells him it's been abandoned ever since the station was built. Right by it sits a park and a bronze statue of the first king. And once the prince hears that, he knows he's found the right place. The prince catches a nasty stench and snaps that it's coming from the bushes behind the bronze statue, where a bomb is packed with massive stones, glowing so bright it lights up the whole scene. The prince snaps his hand over his face as the bomb's countdown hits 0. No, not now, not like this. The blast can't be allowed to go off. Chris swings in hard, whirlwinds slam, rocks explode, and leaves whip through the air. Then the prince gets flung forward and the girl shrieks at the boy, "Do it." The boy barrels toward the glowing giant stones, rage in every step, while the bomb flares brighter by the second. So the prince lunges, stretches his hand, and fights the clock to reach it in time. The brawl keeps raging inside the arena. Dark-haired, he charges straight at his opponent, snapping, "Why are you so distracted?" At the very start, already tasting what his first victory is about to feel like. The dark-haired boy hones his resolve to smash his opponent and crown himself the strongest. Then the servant gets yanked off course again, distracted by something, and right there, he spots Chris and the prince on the balcony shouting for Dill. On a balcony packed with spectators, the prince and the girl stare out as a boy challenges Dill to a fight. Then the servant confidently declares he'll win this round, and Dill just freezes in stunned shock, like the whole world hit pause. Dill's blade slams into the dark-haired swordsman. He stumbles forward with arms spread, then braces on his left leg as he dips his sword down. The king and his guard lunge forward for a clearer look. The prince beams because his servant's finally okay, and the girl beside the gray-bearded man goes stone still. Dilla the host roars, declaring Glacier the winner. Boom, he gets a point. The crowd erupts in pure joy and thunderous applause crashes through the room. The king and the long-bearded man grin, and the girl beside them erupts in applause for the winner. Then the servant and the prince stride toward each other. Dill's stomach drops. This prince is battered with bruises, his clothes all wrinkled, yet he still flashes a grin, while the river winds through towering mountains and a long black shadow drifts across the water. In Ishtalika, the whole palace, every road, and every resident's home are blanketed in snow. Yet inside the store, the lights blaze, and you can spot clothes on hangers while the rest are folded perfectly, ready for the morning rush. After everything that went down with Wolf Magnus, the prince and two girls burst into the shops, because as a reward, his grandfather finally granted the boy permission to leave. The boy and his friends stride down the pavement, while the prince wears a peaceful smile, and the girl keeps her eyes on the winter city as she walks right beside him. The prince blinks at the mountain of clothes he just bought. Chris insists every single outfit fits him perfectly, but the prince can't wrap his head around the price, because Ein is the crown prince and it feels unreal to see him dressed in cheap threads, and when the cold hits, he shudders hard. The girls start to panic because the prince seems freezing, so the dress-wearing girl blurts out, "Do you have a scarf?" The boy just smiles and says, "Yeah, it'd be great to have one." Chris quickly scribbles it down. The boys gush over how gorgeous their town's crescent-shaped harbor is, and Chris spots a ton of reefs stretching out toward the open sea. Chris blurts out that back when the country was discovered, the continent somehow stretched all the way to the open sea reefs, and that the harbor's weird shape was carved by monsters that attacked. Then Ain and the girl stare at Chris, terror filling their eyes. You'd need a rank so high it's almost unreal, because only the Sea King, the massive monster with control over the waves, could pull off something like this. Thunder and lightning batter the giant sea dragon's body as it bares its teeth, and the prince with the girl in the dress can't stop swallowing down their fear. The sea dragon was so colossal it reshaped the continent itself, and tens of thousands of people were slaughtered by it. Only the demon lord has killed more. The girl demands, was the dragon really sealed? Chris nods, yeah, but every 100, maybe 200 years it crawls back from the dark. Chris stared out into the distance and said it wouldn't shock him if that sea monster crashed back into the world soon, while the girl squeezed her fist so tight with pure fear. Chris tries to steady the boys, telling them, "You'll protect them, research and tech power have exploded since then." Chris blurts out, "Sorry, that story was super scary." And the guys fire back that it mattered because nothing terrible even happened. Then the prince asks where they want to go, and the girl instantly says she's going straight to the store. The girl shoots Chris a wink, telling him she's hunting for the same thing, and Chris, all bashful, admits he is too. Then the boys head straight for the store. Jewelry dazzles across the shop windows, and those fresh girl-sized shoes shine so bright they make the girls stare in awe. The prince's grandmother adores this shop. The place feels warm and alive. The girls head straight to the second floor while the prince stays put on the first. The shop assistant grins at the prince clutching a towel over his arm, and the boy looks slightly confused, so he finally decides, "All right, I'm buying something." When night crashes over the city, a blazing moon hangs above, and His Majesty lifts a glass and roars, "Hooray." A massive celebration erupts inside the hall, then the king bursts into laughter, calling today a truly pleasant day. The prince clocks it right away because his father went all out for this. And just as he's taking it in, someone yanks his attention away. A woman and a little girl press sweet bows onto the boy's boxes. Then the woman slips him a fancy pen stamped with a coat of arms, while the girl hands over a glinting silver bracelet. The prince bows to his mother inclined, then the woman snaps, "Where's Chris?" And the prince admits he hasn't seen her at all. The mother labels Olivia shy, and the prince just can't make sense of it. The girl shoves the prince out onto the balcony right in front of the boy's confused stare. The girl and the woman trade a wink like, "Trust us, we've got intuition." Ein steps onto the balcony. Snow starts falling outside, totally unexpected. Then Chris shows up and the poor girl instantly tenses up, cheeks burning with nervous, embarrassed panic. When the prince demands where Chris went, the girl shoots back that she's been helping Maze deal with her stuff. But Maasa is tied up today and the prince finally clocks it, she's lying. The boy bursts into laughter, and right then he catches Chris in the lie. The girl's hands shake as crimson floods her cheeks. She clamps her fingers together in embarrassment and whips her gaze to the prince. The girl pinches her eyes shut in pure embarrassment, leans in close to the prince and drapes a huge scarf over him. Then her face floods red and she can't manage a single word. The prince asks the girl if she just bought a scarf. Chris scrambles for words but none come out, and somehow the boy gets it instantly. The girl blurts that she'd never given anyone a gift before. She's bursting with excitement, so she hides all day. The boy erupts into laughter and admits he was thinking the exact same thing. Then the girl snaps, "Don't laugh," as he hands her the necklace he just bought from that store. The boy thanks the girl for caring for him, buys more jewelry for his mom and Klein, then right before anyone else, hands it to Chris first. She tries to refuse, but the prince shuts her down and insists it's a gift from someone crowned, so she can't turn it away. The girl nods in agreement, and the boy swears he'll wear that scarf every single day. Then Chris snaps, calling him dishonest, and the boy fires back that he has no choice as long as Chris is around. The girl lights up as she admires the gift and breaks into a smile. Then the prince clocks the red on her cheeks and she quickly insists, "It's just the cold." The prince trains with those bats, then something lunges in, he rockets upward, swings down midair and crushes the enemy in an instant. The boy sings his friend's praises and bats beams, shouting how magnificent his moves are. Leonardo just says it's all because of the prince. A crazy academy event yanked 4 boys onto an island near Ishtalika, something like a field trip that became instantly scary. A month ago, their teacher warned him about the trip, and sure, he pictured fun in his head until the teacher made it clear this outing wouldn't be anything like that. The guys have 3 days to split up into groups and cross the island to reach the goal, and it's crawling with monsters, so they'll have to hunt their own food and water with no magic weapons allowed. The guys scramble to form their own teams, 4 people max. To earn the lowest class at the academy, you just have to survive, and yeah, that's tough, but it's not the hardest part anymore. Then someone shouts, "The prince." Bats, Roland, and Leonardo fire off the question, does the prince already have a team? When he says no, they pull him in and the boy agrees on the spot, sending Bats into pure joy. The boys trek through the forest, and Bats is convinced the professor's just playing mind games, because with a crew this strong, even Scary shouldn't stand a chance. Dill snaps at the boy to stay sharp, because monsters aren't the only danger lurking in that forest, and Leonardo can't stop worrying about how their kind escort might react. Leonardo points out that night's creeping in and they've got to make camp right now, so the prince doesn't argue. Leonardo lifts his right hand and throws up a sharp triangular gesture. The prince's eyes light up when he sees his buddy's unreal barrier skills. Now they're ready to use the rabbit they caught for food, but they can't get a drop of clean water because every spring they find is filthy. Roland yells that he'll cleanse the water using magical tools, and Dill snaps back that bringing them to the island was a mistake. Yet the boy just grins and vows he'll purify it right now. The boy suggests we process the magic stones the monsters left behind and drop them in the water to cleanse it. And even though the prince hesitates, he finally gives in. The stone purifies the water. Roland even claims he tweaked its density and slipped in fresh minerals. Bates sips, then can't stop praising how clean and delicious it tastes. Leonardo turns to his friend and calls him a genius on the spot. Dill scoffs that tools like this aren't made that easily, but Roland proves him wrong. The prince believes he and the bats will charge up front as the group's shield, while Roland and Leonardo hang back to cover the rear against the monsters. The boys grin like they've already won, and the prince thinks they'll make an unstoppable team. Then Bats pipes up that he scavenged food on the way, pulls a bag open, and reveals tubers from a wild plant that looks straight up poisonous. Leonardo claims these are fruits, but they scream poison to me. The prince is about to test them for poison and even plans to suck it up with his power. The prince presses his palm to the striped fruit and is so sure it's poison-free. Roland blurts in shock that the prince can spot the difference like it's nothing. The prince snaps back. He remembers reading about those fruits in a book, and they're safe, not poison, so the guys break into big grins because they've scored more food, while the guide just smiles coolly, and right then the whole team is ready to dig in. A roasted rabbit snaps over the fire and Bats drools at how delicious it looks. Then Roland yells for his escort to bring it to the table. But Dill shuts him down, saying he's got his own portable food and there's no need to worry about him. The boys push the knight to give in. Look at all that food, tossing it would be a crime and they can't possibly handle that mountain of meat alone. Then they grin and stare right at Dill. Dill's cheeks burn with embarrassment, but the prince himself asks, so he nods and agrees. The attendant then hands the boy tea leaves straight from his own stash. Leonardo's freaking out because this feels like a direct hit to the Academy's rules, but Dill steps in and tells him, relax, this happens every year and the Academy always moves past it. Betts is freaking out because they've always played by the Academy rules, but Roland and the prince shut his worries down, telling him nothing bad will happen, so relax and enjoy your tea. And then boom, the guys start talking about Leonardo's engagement. The boys nudge their flustered friend, begging him to spill who his chosen one is. And when he refuses, they act like total victims and joke about it nonstop. A bunch of students and their chaperone huddle around a crackling fire, laughing together as they munch the fruits they gathered and sip the tea they were handed. The flames are gone and day 2 of the expedition kicks off. Thick fog swallows the forest, and we've got to fight tooth and nail to not get separated. The 4 students push deeper into the forest, and Roland can swear the fog's gotten heavier by the second, while Leonardo's eyes widen because he can't even spot his own feet in front of him. Bats corners the dog boy and demands, got any tools to cut through this fog? He shakes his head, he's got no ingredients, and says his friends have probably been training for trouble like this for ages. Suddenly the dog boy stumbles hard and starts to drop. His friend snatches him at the last second, and Roland leans over a terrifying abyss. The prince somehow hauls his friend to safety, gasping for breath as the word savior flashes through his head. Then he warns, stay careful, because that fog is nastier than it looks. But the escort is gone, no sign, not a trace. The boys panic and start yelling into the night, hunting for where he vanished. Then Bats spots something. Bats yells at the prince to stop, and the boys suddenly get it. Then they yank out their swords, even as Bats panics that they might be too late. Roland and Leonardo can't break free of the boys' ask as the fog thickens. Then a brutal roar explodes out of it, and Bats shriek in terror at the monster lurking in the mist. From the thick fog, gigantic, creepy butterfly things burst into the sky, and yeah, they absolutely do not belong on this island. Dogboy and Leonardo freeze in fear as bats and the prince plant their swords forward, bracing to protect their friends. Because this trip just took a brutal new turn. The boys stare in awe at a swarm of giant butterfly monsters, their wings beating like a blur while those bright eyes gleam through the thick fog. These are crow butterflies, no more dangerous than the red bison Dill already fought. But there are so many of them, and that's exactly why they're such a threat. Roland's terrified, because once those monsters close in, the prince will fire off his illusionary move, and it's not time for that yet. Bat snaps a warning to his friend, watch that monster's tail, one swipe and it paralyzes you, then it plants eggs inside its victims. Bats and the prince hit the ground running to escape, throwing cover over their friends as they flee. They finally slipped out of the chase and dragged themselves into a breath-catching pause, but Bats snapped that yelling in a moment like that could get them killed. So the prince fired back that he wasn't scared for himself. He was freaking out over Dill. The boys decide Dill is the answer because he's the strongest kid at the academy, and they're sure there shouldn't be any monsters on the island. Then they try to pin down Christina's location, but the prince shuts it down fast. The girl already left with his mother. The boys have to push on. This fog is where the monsters prowl and they'll get spotted fast. They're already halfway through and the adults should show up any moment. The prince decides to sharpen his skills in the last 2 days, calls for a quick rest, then bolts out, so his friends sprint through the forest, clamber over rocks, and the butterfly monsters chase them with non-stop fury. Exhaustion hits the heroes hard after their grueling journey, and the prince pushes for a stop in a nearby cave, only for Bats to stare, totally baffled at the gravel piled right by the entrance. The purple gravel melts under their feet, and that's a dead giveaway. Miasma lurks here, like something cursed is breathing in the dark, and this cave could hide old magic or a monster that'll put the kids in real danger. That miasma poison doesn't wreck newcomers, only the first-timers, people and monsters, so the prince can't believe it when he realizes the same safe rules apply to monsters too, as long as they've never stepped inside that cave before. Bats learned monster lore every day. His father kept battling deadly creatures and drilling that knowledge into him. Then the two boys finally slowed down, parked near a cave, and set up a small camp to catch their breath. The prince is spiraling over Dill. There's no way he just lost sight of the boys and somehow missed those monsters, right? The professor, though, reassured him and swore the trip was perfectly safe. The boy huddles by the crackling, smoking fire and sinks into deep thought, staring at the moment like it's haunting him, only to realize the island feels downright weird. Suddenly, a weird noise crackles from the bushes, yanking the boy's attention. He whips around, but nothing's there, and then it hits him. The prince wakes the dog boy up and tells him to share what he found. Roland figures it's time to switch the guards, but the prince fires back about that stone the boys were using to suck up grime while they scrubbed the water. Then Roland grins and tells him it can grab way more than dirt. The prince demands to borrow the magic stone, then cradles it in his hands and tells his friend to hold on a little longer. With a sharp turn to the side, he braces himself and gets ready to strike. Giant butterfly monsters strike the friends again, and the boys sprint for their lives. This chaos has been raging since morning as they whip their tails to tear things up, and the prince even pulls Leonardo aside, asking if he can spare a minute. The prince leans in and asks his friend if his barrier can shrug off poison. Turns out it only holds if the poison is weak, and the prince abruptly cuts him off mid-sentence. Ian catches the butterfly monster's attention and begs Leonardo to slam up a barrier, but Bats is totally lost, and Leonardo stares at the prince, baffled. The prince and Bats duke it out with monsters, while Leonardo hurries to build a barrier. Then, right after Bats spills his story, the prince suddenly gets a wild idea. In a split second when Bats gets distracted, a butterfly monster swoops in, clamps onto him with its tail and whips it around his body. Bats erupts in a scream. The prince saves his buddy by smacking the butterfly right on the head. Bats tumbles and rattles, but he's fine. Leonardo rushes in to apologize for moving slow, and at last the barrier is ready. The barrier won't let a single butterfly monster through, and the boys cower behind it, gulping air like they just survived a storm. Leonardo's just relieved he slipped in before it all fell apart. The prince tells his friends to catch their breath and gulp some water, then he snatches the stone and charges to the edge of the barrier, because he's about to smash every last monster. Ein rockets into a swarm of monster butterflies, and they spiral after him as he hurls a stone at the fluttering horde, while his friends scramble and shout his name in pure panic. The prince hurls a rock in pure rage, and it smashes straight into the heart of a flock of monster butterflies, boom, sending them exploding into the sky, terrified out of their minds. Dust clouds swirl around them, and suddenly butterfly monsters start crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, the friends stare, buzzing with excitement, and as the dust finally clears, the prince's head comes into view. The boy flashes his friends a thumbs up, and they're blown away when he swears miasma will keep the butterflies away, while the prince stubbornly holds out against the poison. Leonardo begs the prince, never do that again, because fear is choking his friend's safety. Then the boys push forward and soon they realize they've finally hit their target. At the agreed spot, Dill and Christina step up and greet the boys, and the knight declares everything has been set in motion ahead of time talked through with their parents, because this whole mission is meant to sharpen their skills. Ein creases his brow and tells Dill he's been terrified for him, and that totally shocks the boy. Dill insists it was just for the guys. But he swears he'll always be there the moment anything goes wrong. Dill swears it'll never happen again because he's the prince's escort. The boy snaps that he won't live with bosses and subordinates and demands Dill promise he'll stop making him worry. Dill agrees. Ein tries to call him by his name instead of his title, and Dill snaps back, saying it'd be disrespectful. Still, Ein pushes him, and Dill ends up asking anyway. The knight pressed his hand to his heart, grinned, and calling the prince by name begged him to never start another quarrel. The prince blanched, shocked and mortified. With tears of pure joy streaming down his face, the prince cries and Chris and the boy's friends beam right back. Then he wipes his eyes, takes the boy's hand and declares, "I forgive Dill." The trip's almost over. Chris and the boys stand at the water's edge, staring down the shoreline, waiting for the ship to arrive. And as soon as it's ready, Chris snaps that it's time to go. Then they blast off on a massive ship straight for the capital. The prince demands, "Was Kreese here at the battle site?" And Kreese's reply makes the girl grin. She swears she hid with magic until their eyes lock. Then the prince leans in and says, "I smelled that same familiar scent," leaving Kreese utterly confused. Suddenly the ship shudders hard. A crewman bursts in and yells that a monster's surfaced overboard, and then a massive kraken erupts from the water. Chris snaps to action, shouting that the cannons be loaded immediately. The kraken takes a brutal hit to the head, and the prince whips around to see massive fins and a monstrous jaw. Then a giant funnel snaps open and yanks the kraken straight inside, and Chris is left staring in pure shock. The water roars and a massive dragon erupts out of it, jaws clamped around the defeated kraken. Then its body writhes with raw power. The sea dragon rips the sky open with a deafening roar, and panic hits everyone at once. Chris clutches the prince and shouts for everyone to run while the monster's distracted, busy devouring the kraken. The dragon chomped down on the kraken, then word of the beast crashed straight into the capital, until the dragon never went after the ship, and months later that monster finally vanished without a trace. 6 months have slammed by since the Sea King first rose, and it hasn't showed its ugly face again. The boys dive into studying and official business, then they finally turn to the prince and say their goodbyes. When Chris was just 9, he swore that fencing and Wallen were waiting for him at the castle, and the prince begged him to take a quick detour. But Chris shot back that he couldn't, then asked her to forgive him. She leans in close, fixes the prince's crooked tie like it's no big deal, and calls it askew, making him flush with embarrassment, while she straightens the accessory with pride and just beams, and the boy finally thanks her. Guards rush up to Christina, and one leans in to whisper something in her ear. Hi nods, tells her it's time to leave, and promises the guards will escort the prince out. Chris tells them not to go, then bolts off so fast he disappears in seconds. The boy frowns, totally lost, and presses the girl for answers, while the guards drop into bows for the prince. The guard snaps that a national disaster monster has shown up, and Christina has to get there. Then the boy starts piecing it together, asks where the king is, and learns his majesty is holed up in the great conference hall. A few knights are crammed in the hall, white as ghosts, shaking with fear. Then the boy realizes this isn't a game at all. Right then, the prince storms into the conference room, shouting that he's back. The king and his advisors swivel toward the boy, staring like trouble just walked in. The boy blurts what happened, and his mother panics. Then the king snaps, "Don't interrupt," marches over to his son and drops the bomb. A sea dragon has surfaced in Magna's port city. Rage flares in the boy's chest. Last time that monster showed up was 6 months ago, and the protective measures should have stopped it. Then his mother breaks into tears as the king steps in and declares there are 2 dragons. 6 months ago, the boy still remembers that dragon attack, and now he can't believe there are 2 of those monsters. The king tells him he already sent Chris to the scene because she's a top-notch commander. Then the king drops the nightmare truth: if they don't act fast, Magna will drown. The boy screams that Chris can't do this by himself. They need to send more troops right now. The king snaps back that most of the army already marched to the target, and Lloyd with his knights is staying put in the castle to guard it. The boy's terrified, his legs are trembling hard, and he can't stop reliving the sea monster's attack, but he still steels himself, turns to his grandfather, the king, and dares to act. The boy clings to every moment with Chris. The gifts, the words, the way she lit up the room, and he can't stand the thought of losing her, chasing that bright smile in his mind. The boy declares, loud and unshakable, that he's going to Magna and going to take on the sea dragon, and Lloyd's fists clench tight as his mother clutches her heart. Grandfather erupts in rage, calling Ain a fool, and every counselor in the hall freezes in shock at the words. Lloyd scrambles to explain, Ain isn't just a kid anymore, he's the crown prince and his body now belongs to fate, not him. The boy digs in his heels, swearing that if the first king were in his shoes, he'd do the exact same thing, and the mother's terrified out of her mind, refusing to let him walk into a journey this dangerous. The prince won't take no for an answer. He demands to go with Chris to Magna. Everyone holds their breath, staring at the king's decision, while he sinks back on the throne, sighs hard, and admits he finally understands the boy. Lloyd snaps his fist into the boy's neck. His eyes shut instantly. Then the last thing he sees is his grandfather, warning that the boy really thought they couldn't stop him. The king looks mortified in front of the knight, but he just shrugs it off, saying it's his duty. The mother yanks her son out of the knight's grip, snaps at the father for his stunt, and the king immediately barks, "Order the maid to march Olivia to her chambers, then Lloyd, get the boy into his bedchamber." The maid yanks the screaming Olivia away. Lloyd scoops up the boy and hauls him straight to the bedroom, because no way is he allowed to risk a journey like that. Ein slams his knuckles on the door and yells for it to open, furious he can't use his phantom hands because then this whole door thing would have been a non-issue. He clenches his teeth when he realizes there are two sea dragons, and Kadima snaps at him to stop. Ketsi tells them there's a seal on the room's floor that shuts off magic, and even though he gets the little prince's heartbreak, he still has to pray for Chris's expedition to be safe. While the prince prays that Chris is okay, a ghost suddenly slips into the room and tells him to look closer. Then the boy gets hit by a gas. The prince suddenly remembers one of his battles, scrambles up, and heads straight to the table where that stone sits behind the glass, right as Ketsi erupts, screaming that it's cursed. The prince can't stand what he's about to do and Kadima lunges to stop him, yet nothing works. The prince presses the stone and suddenly Phantom bursts out from his back. Kadima stares in shock. Those magical hands are working the seal inside the room. He blurts that he doesn't know what the stone really is, lunges to stop the prince and freezes mid-motion, totally paralyzed. The boy clutching the stone gets pulled into a ghostly hug, and warmth floods him soft and familiar like his mother, while the ghost thanks him and welcomes the prince. The prince crushes the magic stone into himself, and Kadima jolts like he's been hit with lightning, while the prince can't shake the guilt. Meanwhile, Ketsi panics, terrified that this power will spiral out of control all over again, just like before. The prince snaps his hand up, points it at the door, and declares everything's fine. Then the shards explode outward in every direction, and Kadima's terror hits full blast. Ein smashed the magic seal, and Kadima refused to stop, until a shard slammed into his head. He told the prince to wait as he hurried out, and Ein stepped through the door to find an unknown person waiting there. At Klein, she marches right up to the prince and demands if he's really leaving, and he says yes. Then Klein presses, "Even if I beg you not to," and the prince answers again, still agreeing. The prince sweeps past the girl and swears he'll come back for sure. Then she snaps to him, calls his name, and the moment he turns around, she plants a kiss on his lips. That boy goes scarlet in an instant, like his whole face caught fire, while the girl recoils and he grabs his own cheek. Klein just laughs it off, says it's the goddess's blessing, and tells him to have a great trip. Klein grabs the fleeing prince and begs him to get home safe. Then the boy sprints down the corridor, only for someone to slam into his path. Turns out it's Lloyd, right there, surrounded by armed guards, standing stone still with his hands behind his back, staring straight at the boy. Lloyd demands where the boy's headed, and the kid just says he wants to take a walk, then bam, a deafening crash rocks the place. The guards freeze in terror as Lloyd snaps his head up to the sound. The knight vows he'll never hand over the kingdom's greatest treasure, and Ain jumps in, insisting the same. Then Lloyd snaps his hand toward his sword. The boy rockets forward and throws out his arms. Lloyd and the guards can't even budge, because the restraining magic clamps down with brutal strength. The knight realizes the boy's power has hit another level. No one can stop him now. So he steps aside, frees the prince, and demands he remember the weight of the duty now resting on his shoulders. The boy whips around and bolts, and Lloyd lets out a heavy sigh before snapping into action. Muscles tightening, teeth clamp down, and a savage growl as he shuts his eyes. Lloyd tells the knights you'll be moving again once that prince is far enough away, and the knight drops into a crouch. The knight straight up admits the prince is one of a kind, and the boy bolts into the street, stunned, wondering what he's supposed to do next, until someone calls him. Dill grips the reins and lets the kid hop on, then realizes he can't just stop him. So he shifts into full help mode, trying to keep the boy moving the right way. The knight swears he serves Ishtalika, but the truth is clear. He's the prince's right hand, and he'd be honored if Ainsama was the one who gave the order to fire him. Then they gallop forward. Dill pushes them toward White Rose Station, but without the water train, reaching Magna is going to take forever, plus the king's got orders locked in. The prince stays imprisoned no matter what, so Dill throws out a new plan. The prince can drop a royal order that rewrites an ordinary one, and they'll explain the real purpose later. Because if anyone decides that order was used wrong, trouble is coming straight for the prince. The boy could be kicked out of the kingdom, but Dill refuses to go that route and begs for another plan, and the prince finally agrees. The prince clings to the command option, the only shot at getting that water train rolling. Dill clenches his teeth, and the boy blurts out thanks to his friend for the idea. Its 520 wheels bite the track, the train lurches forward and Dill and the prince rocket toward Magna. The cannons boom like thunder as the sea dragon charges in, those wounds barely even slow him down. Chris yells at everyone to hold the line, screaming that the monster's stone is right there on its forehead. Chris fired up the soldiers and sent them into battle. Half the army held its ground, and all their wins had been were wounds on that monster. Now the dragons had to be killed. Then one more monster burst out of the chaos, and the soldiers braced themselves to charge. The dragon slices through the water, then boom, the monster bursts up and hangs high over the soldiers. Chris shouts shoot, and the cannons roar to life. The shells slam the dragon's head. It shrieked from the pain, its eye got smashed, and even the magic stone lodged in its skull took a direct hit. The sea dragon gets smashed, and the soldiers cheer because they finally tore the monster down, but they can't let their guard down yet, because two more monsters are still out there and an attack could hit any second. Suddenly the sea dragon strikes, snaps open its jaws, clamps down on the battleship, bites it in half, and sends the ocean exploding into massive waves. As the military ships start to go under, the sea erupts. Right in the middle of the ocean, a fresh strip of land rises from the water, and at its very center coils a sea dragon. The dragon goes down, then the soldiers get wiped out with it, ripped clean in half. And Chris can't even breathe as she stares at the monster's insane power until her mind snaps back to the second dragon. Out of nowhere, a second dragon crashes into the scene and lunges from behind. Chris whips around just in time because she's desperate to hear Ein's voice one last time. She calls the dragon in and snaps her sword to life. Suddenly, a heavy wall of fog shrouds the dragon and the girl gasps. She can't even tell where he went. Then the mist rips away and what she sees hits her like a punch to the heart. Chris spots Ein and blurts out, "What are you doing?" Ein explains that his skill-dense fog keeps things hidden by wrecking visibility, but the girl presses on, demanding to know why he's here and telling him to go back to the capital. Then Ein whips his head toward Chris. The boy unleashes the power of the royal command, announces he'll go up against the monster now and calls for backup. Chris is completely stunned. The boy demands the girl obey him and he makes it clear. Refusing is not an option, so Chris freezes, haunted by that look, yet she still won't give in. The prince hands Dill command of the ship and the kid drops to one knee, then the ocean explodes as a sea dragon bursts through and Dill's screams shatter the air. "You're my enemy now." The sea dragon bellows like a thunderclap and phantom arms sprout from the prince's back. He thrusts them straight at the monster. The hands clamped down on the monster as a dragon slammed its massive head into the ship, and the knight aboard let out a pained groan, scrambling to fight back. The boy lunges at the dragon while the knights scramble to keep standing. Chris even says she never heard him plan to face it solo, but the prince fires back. "I never said he would." Phantom hands snapped onto the dragon's jaw, and the beast froze mid-roar. Chris was stunned that the prince could pull it off, and the kid realized the red bison training wasn't time wasted at all. A boy clambered onto a sea monster's head with phantom hands, then aimed to slurp its magic stone using the sting of darkness. The stinger skewers the dragon's head, instant pain, then the beast thrashes and kicks like crazy. Chris screams, sounding the alarm. The dragon twists, lunges, and dives into the water as the waves slam shut around him. The boy clamps his breath as he plunges into the water. This is exactly what he expected from a sea dragon. He tries to draw in the stone, but nothing seems to sink in, and still, he refuses to quit. The prince is fading fast. His breath is slipping away, and the strength in his phantom hands is draining out. He's seconds from throwing in the towel when he finally spots it. The power he needs is sitting right there in the Dragonstone. The boy is about to steal the Dragonstone's power and forge it into his own, and every second he absorbs more, until that power keeps swelling inside him. The dragon bellows so loud it rattles bones. There's barely any power left to siphon, so the monster lunges to shake the boy free, and the prince is starting to slip grip by grip. The boy rips himself free from the monster's grip, then spots his pendant, and suddenly the faces of his family and friends flood back, smiling at him like they've been waiting. The boy clenched his teeth, rage burning hot, staring at the dragon like it owed him blood, because dying right now was not an option. He yanked up his dagger, lunged, and shouted at the monster. The prince drives his dagger straight into the sea monster's head to hit the magic stone, and the dragon snaps stiff, writhing in agony. A razor-sharp dagger cleaves the stone, then all the boy's power vanishes, and his grip slips from the handle as he sinks and drifts upward, bleeding toward the surface, while the dragon lets out one last dying scream. On the ships, a thunderous roar crashes through the air. Dill blurts to Chris, "Was that a sea dragon?" But the second Chris turns around, the girl is gone, and all that's left is her armor. On the shore, the townspeople cheer like it's a festival. Wounded soldiers laugh through their pain and cling to each other. And Chris, soaked to the bone, grins while hugging the unconscious prince tight because he wouldn't let her down. He protected her. The ship cuts across the sea toward the capital. Meanwhile, the prince sits on his bed, grinning like he's fine. but his hands are wrapped in bandages and it looks like he'll never use them again, and Dill and Chris are left absolutely stunned. His arms went numb and he couldn't move a muscle. Dill needed to do something fast. Then the boy finally clocked it. He was lucky to be breathing after all of that. Chris snapped his focus to his chest. Volan's pendant was shattered to pieces. The stone is magic. It's only awake when its bearer's life is on the line, and that meant Ian was seconds from dying. Chris drops to his knees, tears spill, and the prince's eyes go wide. Chris carefully takes the boy's hand, chokes up, and begs him not to do it again. Then the prince nods, apologizes, and quickly dodges the moment by saying the sea dragon stone tasted like seafood. Chris blurts out in shock and Dill snaps his hand to his face, then the prince bursts out laughing. Right as the guards rush in to say the ship is nearly at the capital, the girl asks if the boy can walk and he grins and answers, "Yeah, I can." What? Dill knows the king's order means death for disobedience, but his loyalty to his prince burns too strong for regret, because even in the tiniest way, he still managed to help him. A carriage waits for the prince and his crew, and the king's advisor hustles them along. He knows the kid is wiped out. They roll up to the palace, the prince bows to the king and the boy announces, "I'm back." His Majesty says he's got a whole storm of questions for the boy, but he'll hold them back for later, because right now he has to admit it. The boy just pulled off the impossible by beating the sea dragon. That kid ended up slaying the dragon. Yeah, the one worth more than the entire country's budget, freeing Magna's people and the rest of the army. And when it was all over, the king turned around and praised his grandson like he'd just saved the world. The royal water train and the glacier family ship are on the brink of total ruin, and the king finally clocks it. This boy didn't work alone. Dill snaps that it was all him. Lloyd presses, asking if Dill knows what's coming for him, and Dill says he's already ready to face his fate. The prince rushes in to shield his friend, yelling that he only used the royal family's orders to make the kid cooperate. Then the boy begs to be punished and shuts up the protesting servant on the spot. Lloyd just stands there utterly confused. Marshall drops to his knees and begs for punishment, because even as a soldier he couldn't stop the boy. Junior Glacier stares in shock, and the king lets out a weary sigh. The king blasts for everyone to halt the show, fully knowing Dill couldn't possibly ignore the order, and that the prince's heroic move means he won't come down on anyone too hard. Yet Ian still gets hit with 2 months of house arrest. The king slaps Lloyd into the role of his personal attendant, then bumps Chris up to Marshall. Because the king is worn out. The advisor steps in and warns that the boy chilled too early, since his mother and that client are still going to make him pay. Klein stands on the balcony, hears footsteps, and snaps around. Tears shine in her eyes as relief crashes in, because Ian is back exactly like he promised. The boy asks if she cried, and Klein shakes her head, denying it. Then she slams her fist into the boy's chest and sobs harder than before, begging him to rush to Olivia right now. Because this is insanely important. The prince strides up to the door and raps it with his phantom hand, pushes it open a crack, and tells his mother he's back safe. Then he goes still cold on the threshold, because the whole room is blanketed in tree trunks, stems, and flowers. The boy blurts out, "What is it?" And his mother snaps, "I was terrified for you," begging him not to stare, and the prince suddenly thinks, so this is what dryads do. Relief floods her face when she realizes everything's okay and her son is back, safe and sound. The woman grabs the boy's head in her hands, and the kid bursts into tears. He's shocked by it himself. Then she pulls him tight against her chest. The woman tells the boy there's nothing left to fear now, so he can finally let it all out, because it's just the two of them in this room and the prince needs to break down. She throws her arms around her son as he starts sobbing hard, whispering that he's done his duty, so now he's allowed to cry. Kadima rushes to check on the prince, and Ketsi snaps at his highness for always bulldozing things his way. So the prince drops his head, apologizes awkwardly, and once sensitivity slides back into his hands, Ayn finally digs in and eats on her own. Chris is itching to rush in and help the prince, then Kadima snaps and calls her a fool. The cat turns to the prince and demands he show the status card because he already swallowed the cursed stone and the sea dragon stone. The prince reaches out and pulls the card out of hiding. Chris stares in shock as the defense, agility, strength, mana, and health bars rocket upward. Because the prince just chowed down 2 national relics and is growing at an insane, abnormal pace. Kadima tells it like this. The prince can't stop itching to master his brand new skills. He just got the sea current from the dragon, and that great dark magic was once wielded by the legendary great demon witch. Chris blurts out that the witch's magic reeks of darkness, then claims even great dark magic can only be traced to the Elder Lick. So the boys stare at her, and the moment it clicks, they gasp and demand where she learned all of it. The girl tells him that the Alvin messages in Kadima's book feel way too familiar, so she dives in and reads them. While the cat rages that the language expert has been right there the whole time, making his efforts pointless. Then he snaps at the girl to read the book about the Elder Lick in Elven. Turns out Dullahan wasn't just some monster. She was the husband of an Elder Lick, the owner of great dark magic, and together they backed the Demon King, even helping him build up his lands. Now the prince finally clicks. He's absorbed the stone that belonged to Dullahan's wife. That dagger in the book's picture matches the prince's dagger. An elder Lick forged it straight from her core and handed it to her husband, and the thing's power was so savage it was basically on demon level. Kadima gets the whole picture. The boy finally clicks. Dullahan forced the dagger and the cursed stone to meet, and what they forge is a magical stone made for two lovers. The boy replays the words he heard the moment the stone slid down his throat. Then boom, a knock slams the door and someone demands Chris. Krona bursts in, breathless and sorry for yanking them out of healing, but Kadima just waves it off and tells her we're done. What? The girl tells the boys to head straight to the port with Lloyd. And when they arrive they see a trading company envoy waiting there to oversee the cutting of the dragon's carcass. Then, during the autopsy, they uncover an egg and the boys blurt out confused questions. The port roars with life as special devices slice dragon parts into pieces, and right then Lloyd, the escort, moves up with Marshal Chris and a whole squad of knights, straight toward the trading company's representatives. The escort, the marshal, and the representative lock eyes and greet each other, and then the prince steps in like, "I'm here too." The merchant hesitates, swearing he doesn't know if what they've dug up are really dragon eggs, so he orders the soldiers to follow him, and Chris and Lloyd instantly freeze solid. Two dragon eggs sit there, then one starts to crack and the marshal barks, "Arms up." The knights snap their swords into place and brace for the clash. An attendant snaps at Chris to keep the prince away from the eggs, so the girl backs off, but the boy shoots back that he knows it all. Then the second egg starts to crack, and out pops a tiny horn where the shell should have been. Two tiny, adorable dragons burst out of their eggs with a massive squeak, and the marshal, the attendant, and the prince freeze on the spot, staring in pure amazement. The baby dragons finally kick free of their eggs, flailing and squeaking like they're already terrified. Then the prince blurts out, "Are you really going to kill them?" The marshal just nods and says yes, and the attendant yanks out his sword right away, only for a tiny dragon to squeak straight at him. The little ones shake in Lloyd's wake, while the prince shrugs it off, steps right up to the dragons and flashes them a grin. The attendant blurts, "Careful," but somehow the dragons only draw their attention and the kids look thrilled to see him. The dragons wrapped him in a giant hug, and Chris finally got it. Ever since he swallowed the magic stone, they'd mistaken him for their dad. Chris and Lloyd's guards just stared in total shock. The prince leans in and asks the attendant if he can go kill the dragons, and he blurts yes. Then the prince checks that Dill and even the castle guards can handle the small ones, and he demands time because he's not letting anyone else take the dragons. He wants them for himself. The prince and Klein grin while they wrestle around with the baby dragons, and Ein tries to feed them. Klein just hangs back, laughing like it's the best show ever. The boys huddle between the castle bushes in the courtyard, while the little dragons gobble up the meat like it's pure treasure, and the prince beams, thrilled they're eating with such joy. The boy had to wrestle with his grandfather for what felt like forever just to earn permission to keep them. Then the king gave the okay, and the prince wasted no time naming them. El for his sister, Al for her brother, and Klein's heart totally melted at the sight of the tiny dragons. Klein clutches the dragons with one hand, then dangles a chunk of meat with the other. Meanwhile, the boy steals a glance at the girl. And the moment she realizes it, embarrassment hits like a wave, and she blurts that nothing happened. The girl shoves a magic stone into the prince's hands, convinced he's only starving because he's been watching the dragons chow down. And when he bites into it, he grins at the sweet and sour deliciousness. At night, Yan sinks into the hall with his mom and grandpa while she combs his hair and fires off questions about his hand. He insists he's fine, says he's already trained in fencing and even knows how to comb his own hair, but she refuses to let it go. Olivia insists she'll brush her son's hair herself, and the king can't even hide his laughter because nobody can out-argue her. Then he claps out the news. The boy's arrest won't last much longer and soon he'll get an official job. The king plans to send the prince to Euro to seal a deal for sea crystals, because that's what powers the tech. And with the king's visit about to shake the world, he calls in the crown prince. Grandfather is about to send a guard with the prince. Chris, Dill, and Warren are riding along as trade reps. And grandfather's terrified the kid will charge ahead without thinking, while the prince tries to talk him down and the woman only giggles. That boy is itching to meet Euro. Meanwhile, Kadima lounges in the office buried in a book, and right nearby Marshal Chris is sprawled out fast asleep. Kadima grips a page in his hands and starts reading, about a girl named Arshe, the so-called mistress of demons and the living nightmare of envy. Kadima refuses to believe the girl is a heartless demon. He's even read how a powerful girl, Dullahan, and his wife all got crushed in the end. But then two of his own confidants start acting strange. Dullahan and his wife threw everything they had at protecting the people, fought to slow the battle down, and stood ready to meet death. Because there's another demon lord associate you absolutely need to know about. So it was the Red Fox. Once she stepped in, the demon lord stopped playing nice, and this wild mystery woman started slipping into human form, then having the time of her life. People say she sparked the demon lord's wrath and Ketsy's memory clicks, someone named that is revered in Euro. Then Chris abruptly snaps awake and frightens Kadima, but she just throws out an apology and Kadima tells her to rest at home. Ketsi corners the marshal and asks where they're headed on this business trip, and the girl shoots back that she and Ain are going to Euro, while Kadima clenches her fists and prays everything goes perfectly. In the neutral trading city of Bargland, an arena erupts in cheers as the crowd screams for their favorites. The mustachioed man slashes at his opponent. Then he hoists him up and winds the sword for a brutal swing, only for the opponent to slip out of the way with deadly precision. The long ponytail man clocks the shift, his opponent's getting stronger, and he mutters that it feels like a straight-up jab. Then Edward fires back, saying that with a body this broken down, he's going to struggle to pull off the win. Edward whips his spear into a blazing spin, so fast it blurs into multiple places at once. Then the man jolts forward and hammers a brutal hit straight at his opponent. The mustached man bursts into a coughing fit, then Edward of Euro is slammed as the winner. Edward shoots out his hand and his opponent grins, saying he's always been dying to know how to beat him. From the balcony, the defeated knight's son erupts with rage, screaming as he watches the fight, swearing to his mother that someday he'll avenge his father, while she calmly tells him she'll wait. The furious mother snaps to her enraged son that he's been chosen and holds the power of a holy knight, and that his bride Shannon will stand beside him. Then at night a stranger storms into the castle, smashes the door with his fist, and yells that he still hasn't found the girl. The man in the tailcoat demanded the prince calm down, swearing the report would land any minute, but the prince wouldn't budge. Kron's name meant nothing to him, and he was fizzing with agitation, firing back, "Why are you so calm? This is about my father and my sister." The minister drops to his knees and begs himself to hold strong, remembering how his father warned him it would be better for the crone to stay in Ishtalika. And he can't believe it when the girl gets attached to the prince after just one meeting. The minister still remembers Crone begging him, and his father, to let her go to Een, and now he has to swallow his guilt, thinking he can only hope Prince Tiger forgives the sting in his feelings. A guard slams into the room and shouts that they finally found a carriage, one that might be carrying the minister's father and daughter. The prince grins and tells him to rejoice, because that man is about to be reunited with everyone he loves. The minister drops to his knees again and swears that when they come back, the father and daughter will thank Prince Tiger. And Prince Tiger just erupts in laughter, saying he wants to marry the crone. The minister nods and promises he'll make it happen. Prince Tiger looks thrilled and orders Grint to come to him, declaring he'll be his personal guard while his mind drifts. He can't stop thinking about how stunning Crone is and how badly he wants to see her again. Prince Aim plops onto the sofa and beams like he owns the place, while the knight's son, who got crushed in the arena, glares with a tight frown. Meanwhile, Prince Tiger sinks into the throne and grins. A monstrous destroyer, White King, built just for King Ishtalika's own needs, barrels into the Duchy of Euro. The king frets over how he looks, but the advisor calmly soothes him. Then guards line the gangway as a ship is about to depart, and the king and his advisor are left stunned, wondering who on earth is really leaving. Een steps in, tells King Euro he's the king of Ishtalika's representative, and before they can even breathe, they're trading greetings. Then Euro straight up invites the boy and his companions to come with him to the palace. Advisor Ed eyed the prince like danger had teeth. Then when the king asked, he snapped that the prince wasn't holding back at all, and right behind him, this massive sea dragon monstrosity, like it had been battered and beaten, loomed in full terrifying form. Ed admits Chris is strong, but she can't hold a candle to him when monsters show up. Then he can't stop wondering just how powerful the prince really is, and the duke pushes them to hurry straight to the castle. Prince Tiger strides into the room and demands to know if the duke has kicked off negotiations without even waiting for the prince to arrive. The duke snaps back that he never made any agreements with him. Tiger smirks and says, "I'm here on official business." Grint and Ein lock eyes, and neither of them expected this. Grint clutches a package in his hand, then shoots a raised eyebrow like, "Wait, what?" The Grinch screams that Ein is his true older brother, one who bolted from the Roundheart family, and the boy jabs a finger toward Ein, yanking the prince's attention in seconds. Everyone in the room freezes. Then Ein whips around to his brother and orders Chris and Dill to drop their swords. Wallen fires back at the prince for his disrespect, but Ein snaps that preemptive attacks are forbidden under the First King's law. Ein wants Prince Tiger's voice heard, and she tells the duke the moment isn't right for talks. While Grint begs him to show respect to the third prince, Ein fires back that he's the crown prince and that outranks him. He barks at Grant to shut his mouth. Then the duke leans in and asks what urgent mission shoved the third prince into Euro, and he snaps back. It can only mean one thing. The third prince bursts out, screaming that he's here for his promised wife, Chronogust. Ain looks totally lost, and Chris and Dill are shocked. Then he demands an investigation to track down Chron and even her grandfather. The third prince slams the Duchy of Euro with an accusation, plotting to betray Crone and her grandfather just to win Ishtalika's trust and kick off diplomatic talks, while the duke and his advisor stare, mouths hanging open in shock. Warren leans in and tells Ein, Euro's been accused of human trafficking and as allies we can't stay quiet. Then he turns to the third prince and insists we're not involved. And when Tiger demands his name, Warren drops it like a badge. I'm the minister of Ishtalika. What? The third prince storms in and demands answers from the minister about what happened to Crone and her grandfather, only for the minister to shut him down, saying there's no point wasting money on an investigation and that they have zero diplomatic ties with Haim, then smugly labels it a deal. What? The minister slams down the news. Haim cut all ties with Ishtalika on his own, and now he's dangling info about Krona to the third prince, demanding several heads in return. The minister demands the heads of the third prince's closest men, but the young man refuses, so the minister slams the door on negotiations, and Grint snaps that his brother is pathetic. Grint snaps, asking if the future king is ashamed to shove all his duties onto his men. Then Dill cuts in, praising Aina as a hero who struck down a monster, and Grint immediately can't find the words to talk to the prince like that. Dill snaps that Grint has no backbone. Then the whole room goes dead quiet, and the minister panics just enough to move fast with a new proposal. The minister huddles them close and pushes Dill and Grint to duke it out to measure their strength. Then Prince Ein explodes with a scream, while the minister keeps smiling and whispers that this fight will push the talks forward and make their position impossible to ignore. In the castle courtyard, Prince Ein, Marshal Chris, and Minister Warren stand shoulder to shoulder with Duke Euro, all staring straight ahead like they've just been hit, because they never not once expected this outcome. Dill easily cut down Grint, who was slumped over gasping for breath, and Chris swore Dill is Ishtalika's best swordsman. His skill keeps getting sharper. Ein stays cool because his swordsman read the age gap and planned for it. Then the third prince yells for Grint to bring in the blade. Dill wastes no time and agrees to a second duel. Grint yanks the strings tight and fires up his Holy Knight skill, then rockets straight at Dill, swearing he'll show what he's got, only to leave the audience staring in shock. Grint lunges and slams himself on top of Dill. Dill looks up just in time as the blade comes down. Now everyone holds their breath, waiting to see how this fight finally ends. Grint gets wiped out and Dill decides the fight is finally done. He strides up to Ein, drops to one knee, and dedicates the whole battle to his prince. Then Ein turns to the swordsman and thanks him. The swordsman realizes that even with his age, Grint is dangerously gifted, locked in with the power of a holy knight. And he prays he didn't just crush himself with those words, while the minister admits he's been freaking out the whole time. Warren pushes Dukamore back into the negotiations and tells the third prince that he'll deliver written proof about Krona, right from what he already has. Then Ein snaps at the minister, asking what he's trying to say exactly. The minister flat-out reveals that in his letter he named Ein as one of Ishtalik's most important people, and he made it clear he and Kron have a real connection. The third prince explodes with rage. Negotiations kick back off, then both sides finally reach a deal. With a loud heave, a massive stone gets hauled from the water using a net, and as the dust settles, Ein and Chris stride through the city. Chris blurts out, "So why'd we take a walk?" And Prince Ein answers, "I need to figure out what's missing in Euro, then I'll start trading with them," pointing out that the sea winds leave them without wheat. Heim's kingdom hoards wheat and slaps a crazy price on it since they rake in the most harvest, and Ein figures, let S cut them a fair deal. So she dumps a mountain of wheat on Euro, letting Euro sell the excess until it collapses and goes bankrupt. Chris points out that the prince's proposal would wipe out every one of Heim's farmers, and the prince admits he's right, then asks for one thing, wheat in Euro W. Ed marches with the crew to the ship, reports that the Duke is thrilled with the talks, and then asks them to take the gift, only for the messenger to grin and say it's a statue of the guardian god. When Chris realizes the statue is actually a scarlet fox, he swears it guards the people and brings good luck, yet the minister can't hide his worries. The prince slams the minister mid-sentence and declares this is one of the red fox's forms. Then Warren nods hard, saying, "Yep, that's exactly what I meant." Chris says the fox's little minion has roused the demon king's fury, and Ein laughs, because it hits him. He totally messed up by bringing that girl in thinking she was just lonely. Ain's acting totally off, and when Marshall rushes in to help, restraining magic pins him in place, while the girl shakes and trembles like something about to snap. Prince Ain clutched his head, and a blinding light erupted from him. His dagger started to sparkle like it was igniting, shining so hard it hurt to look. The prince whips his sword through the air, locked in his mind on one thing. That woman has been trying to snap their bond since day one, then he rockets the statuette up into the air. The boy snaps his hand forward with one decisive wave, and the minister and the marshal stare at him, mouths gaping, as the statuette crumbles and falls to pieces. A brutal blast erupts, and the minister plus the marshal jerk their hands to their faces, stunned, no clue what's happening, while the explosion rips across the ship. With a single wave of Ein's hand, the White King's armor shattered like glass. Then the boy crumpled to the ground, drained of strength, blacking out as blood spilled from his mouth. Behind Prince Ein, two figures loom, one with light hair, one with dark hair. while the boy stands there, eyes shut tight, fist clenched like he's about to explode. Ian is sprawled on a dark-haired woman's lap, while someone sings like it's the only thing that matters. Meanwhile, the prince can't move at all, completely stunned, unable to figure out where he is or who's singing. The woman blurts out an apology, jumps to her feet and storms out, but the boy shoots after her, demanding answers and trying to stop her. The prince snaps back to consciousness in his room, mind flashing to that mission to Euro. He remembers what went down, but the moment after is a blank missing from his head. Bandages wrap his right arm and a restraining spell is inked right into them. So the boy jerks back in shock, and before he can think twice, he's about to call for help. The prince's mother and the marshal smashed into the room, and the boy's face lit up. He's thrilled they're here. Then he blurts that he has zero clue how he ended up in this place. The dark-haired woman crushes the boy in a hug, and the women around them start sobbing, while the marshal keeps yelling the boy's name over and over. Yet the prince can't make sense of a single word. The boy's grandmother clamps a hand over her mouth, and his grandfather grins like he's finally home. Confused, the boy blurts out questions, until he's told he hasn't snapped back to reality in 6 whole months. His grandmother swipes away the tears and says he'll soon be in 4th grade, while the king hauls the women off and tells them to save the talk for later. Then Ian remembers the last thing he saw was the statue of the Scarlet Fox. Ian grips his hand, fighting to make sense of everything, while Chris shoves the prince's carriage forward. And right as they reach the road, Kadama, the king, Lloyd, and the minister step in. His Majesty finally spots that everyone's here, all gathered at last, so he ushers the whole group into the throne room. The prince shoots back, "So what happens now?" And Kadama grins, "You'll see it too because I'm about to check everything out for myself."
What?
Suddenly the marshal freezes, he can't move at all. Kadama tells him to try again and he pushes, desperate to be sure. Then the prince stares at the frozen Chris, who's twitching and failing, completely lost. A strange, multi-layered ball suddenly materializes in midair, glaring like a warning and daring everyone to come closer. And the minister and the king instantly snap into a hard frown while everyone else stares in stunned shock. The ball flickers, bright, weird light erupting, then the glow lashes out and races straight for Chris. Kadama yells for the girl and the prince to scram fast. The ball blasts off, but she snatches the prince at the last second and rockets away with him in her arms. Then the king declares that Kadama was right about her research. The prince blurted, "What's going on?" And Kadama snapped back that the demon queen Arsh's stone was poisoning the prince's power right there in the throne room. In the book that Kadama and Chris translated side by side, Arshe was a painfully shy queen. She only had 2 family members by her side, the elder Lik and Durakin. They stuck together, roamed across the wild, and raised little villages that swelled into roaring cities, until the girl finally took the throne, and Ain knows it didn't happen overnight. When Durahan spotted the fox, his power vanished on the spot. Then the queen flipped on the prince right after he swallowed the cursed stone, and the whole strike against the demon queen. It traced back to the red fox. That same voice from earlier didn't just startle him, it repulsed the prince too, and Kadama even barged into the young prince's status card, spotting letters that were badly warped. Prince Ian demands, "Was I cursed in Euro?" And the minister snaps back that if that were true, the duchy would have torn its relations with Ishtalika apart, while Kadama leans in and says the signs clearly show the prince is turning into a monster. Kadama has to dig for answers, so she's forced to examine the prince. And the moment the king says they'll beg the guild, the Kaiser, and even the adventurers for help, everyone starts panicking over the poor boy. The marshal congratulates the prince for crushing the exam, but now he's got 6 months to catch up. And the marshal can't hide her relief that the Kaiser stepped in, even if he kept freaking out over the fear that the crown prince might turn into a monster. The boy blurts out, "Are we headed to the Majolica shop?" And the man nods hard, "Yeah, we've got to grab tools." But when they step inside, the place is dead quiet with not a single customer in sight. Malaka suddenly shows up and blurts that the evenings are slow on customers, so the prince panics and Kreese snaps at the woman for that weird pose. The man then decides to shut the store and keep talking. The man takes one look and admits it's been ages since they last saw each other. She shrugs it off like he's just been laying low, but then doubts everything and wonders. Is he truly a man or something worse, a monster? Chris is furious at what the seller just said. Then he fires back, saying he knows sealing techniques and that the prince's aura isn't monstrous at all. It's the aura of a man who's swallowed magic stones. The prince tells Majolica, "I'll spill everything," and the seller rips into him, saying he's like the world tree, where the dryads first sprang from and the one that drinks in monsters. The seller pushes them toward the city of East, holy ground for anyone who loves magical devices, or over to Bart, where a monstrous beast was crushed during a desperate hunt for answers. Chris refuses to let the prince head to Bart. She knows monsters have a way of showing up because she felt one there before. So they pivot to East and the seller steps in, swearing he'll help and will even write the letter of recommendation. Chris goes in pitching her special concealment devices, and the prince immediately says 3 of them. The seller then slaps a huge price on the table, and the marshal nods like it's nothing, leaving the prince stunned when he realizes Chris and Majolica have been tied together for a long, long time. Chris explains that her older sister, Kaiser, and Majolica were all in the same group. She says Kaiser looked troubled, but man, she was built different, even stronger than Lloyd. The boy begs Chris to talk about her sister, but Chris slaps on a painful apology. Nothing can happen yet. The boy gently rubs her head and Majolica teases her, calling her like some kind of wild little creature, while the prince sits there, waiting for their trip to East. Krona sits beside him with a tight, miserable silence, because while the prince was out cold, she and two others kept rotating at his bedside, and now he's leaving again before they even got the chance to meet. The old crone grins and swears she's just messing around, saying their dragons have ballooned so hard they can't even squeeze through the palace canals anymore. Then the prince turns to the girl and tells her to take care of them. The crone hands the boy a communication stone that lets him fire off voice messages, and the girl's grandfather hones it. Now it's packed with even more ways to reach someone. The prince leans in and asks his girlfriend what would happen if that boy suddenly turned into a monster. Would her feelings for him flip overnight? She smiles and says, no. The prince freezes at her answer and she grabs the boy and demands he swear. No matter how scared he is, he'll still promise her even if he turns into a monster. The girl pleads for a promise. When he turns into a monster, Ein will hand her a star crystal. Then her dress flutters in the wind and she grins like she already has it. The boy's cheeks flare red, then he grabs Krona's hand and promises, if something like that happens, I'll do it. Once the words are out, he bolts for the east. People bustle through the station, trading greetings and hunting for the right trains, while they shake Kadama awake, but she stubbornly refuses to get up. The prince demands why she's here, and the cat fires back that she plans to use everything she learned in real life, while Dill reveals the girl slipped in by sneaking through the luggage. Kadama yanks off her glasses, ready to use them as a disguise, and she can't wait for what's coming, until the prince snaps that she shouldn't celebrate yet, and Kadama shoots back that she won't be handled like some kid. 4 people step off the train in camouflage robes, then pause and stare out at the city like it's about to change their lives. It's where magical research lives and breathes, packed with the newest breakthroughs in all of Ishtalika, even if it isn't the capital. The Tower of Wisdom is where the biggest, most ruthless magic research gets cooked. No one's allowed in easily. It'll cost a fortune to enter. And even the government can't muscle its way past the scientists working inside because they run everything on sea crystals. The prince fumes because he thinks his mom only married Heim to keep the crystals safe. And now he's furious they're getting squandered like this. So Dill clocks his mood and pushes for the inn, and the prince snaps to it, sending a message to the crone. Ein points out that the city bites cold and the tower looms massive, and Dill snaps that their stealth routine will crumble the second those robes come off. The boys rush to the spot Majolica pointed them to. It's the school at the Great Academy of Magic, where the main laboratory is hidden. At the gate, the guard stops them cold and demands to know why they're here, then orders him to show the letter, warning that adventurers are always rolling in with fakes, and the man reads it word for word, eyes locked in. The guard snaps that he needs to call the chief professor right now. Majolica's influence is clearly massive. He panics, apologizes, and begs them to wait just a bit longer. And the prince, he's completely stunned. The guests are welcomed by the head professor, Oz, right away. The prince fires off an apology for the visit, but Oz brushes it off with a warm smile, thrilled they came. And every single time he can't wait to see honorary Professor Malika. The prince jolts in shock as he hears this, and the bespectacled man snaps, telling everyone to follow him into the huge study, where stacks of books loom, stones sit under the glass, and the professor drops onto the sofa. The professor shoots an apology straight at them for calling them ordinary guests earlier because strangers were swarming the street, and he couldn't risk revealing what was inside that letter. Then the crown prince steps in and introduces his companions. Chris steps up and says, I'm the marshal. Dill follows with, I'm the prince's escort, and then Ketsi curtsies chimes in, everyone bowing like they can't believe they're finally face-to-face with Professor Oz. The prince stares in shock as Kadama struts around like a real princess, and the marshal drops the bombshell. Ketsi is the first princess. Then the professor and Kadama beam at each other, ready to trade knowledge and learn each other's secrets. Professor Oz jumps in, apologizing fast. He let himself get carried away. He wants to steer them back to why they're here, and the crown prince cuts in. It's all about his body and the Scarlet Fox. Professor Oz, the wizard behind magical stones, clocks it instantly. The prince has swallowed the Elderlich's stone and the Dullahan, and now he's seconds away from blowing your mind with what he's about to show. Oz bared the chest and told the kids not to freak out, because Mahalika's powerful spell had sealed the room tight. Then the professor stepped in and said the chest holds exactly what the crown prince needs. Marshal Chris grips Prince Ain's hand, then Professor Oz swings open the chest, pries the lid wide, and boom, Prince Ain spots 2 glowing stones inside. The legendary magical stones of the Scarlet Fox. Prince Ein and the first princess, along with their knight Chris, were hit with pure shock when the Red Fox's magic stone lit up. Chris got sucked into nasty flashbacks from old fights, but the prince caught the shift in her mood fast, then slid his hand onto hers and it totally rattled the knight. Ein gave Kree a soft smile and insisted everything was fine, and Chris frowned in confusion, swearing everything should match what the prince said. Still grinning, the prince figured he could live with a stone like that, because the elder Lick promised it would keep the Dula hand at bay. Ein wheeled on Mr. Oz and said the exhibit was priceless. Majolicus had insisted Professor Oz knew everything about red foxes. Oz nodded and told the prince he was right too, and that this was the only stone he could even get for his research. Ein begged Professor Oz to help with his research, desperate to learn the truth about his own body. And when he asked for the professor's findings, Oz happily agreed. Professor Oz told him it'd take a couple of days to get all the paperwork ready, and the prince snapped back that it was absolutely no problem. The prince kicked off his speech about a reward for saving the professor. Professor Oz immediately clocked it. The professor brushed off the reward, scoffing, "What's worth more than a real talk with His Highness?" Right then, Knight Chris jumped into the conversation and warned that everyone might think Prince Ein used his position. Then he asked that people accept his gratitude. Professor Oz stroked his chin, eyes narrowing, and said they could only do it if they pushed back, really insisted. The professor fidgeted, begging, "Can I ask for something besides money and payment?" And the prince snapped back, "What do you mean?" The professor, eyes heavy with sorrow, choked out that multiple little kids had been abducted in Ista. The professor kept talking and straight up said the victims were orphan kids from the slums, so nobody took the case seriously. With his hands clasped tight, the professor fought back a hurt so deep it made his chest ache, because their situation didn't matter one bit. And once again, the professor snapped his gaze to His Majesty. Professor Oz dipped his head, then erupted in a loud demand, pleading with the prince to order more knights to hunt down the killer, and everyone in the room went pale at the audacity. Prince Ein said the professor's name out loud, and you could practically hear the confusion explode in the air. The prince stared at the bowing man, baffled, then realized this was someone who'd rather rescue slum orphans than chase a reward, because that kind of heart is truly earned. After a long think, Ein finally told the professor, "Yes, I agree," and promised he'd personally make sure the knights carried out the decree, and the professor beamed as he thanked His Highness. Prince Ein even stepped in and promised he'd help search too, and that shook everyone clean off guard. Chris shot up off the sofa and roared that no matter how many guards surrounded the prince, it was impossible. Then Ein shut his eyes, crossed his arms, and said he didn't want to just hand out orders. The prince blinked one eye open and told Chris, "We've still got time," then asked, "What do you think?" While the professor was busy gathering his materials. Chris stared at the prince in silence, like he was trying to read him without blinking. Crushed by the prince's relentless pressure, Chris finally caved, admitted it was better to stay close than to keep trying to stop him, and let out an anxious breath, while the prince smirked, saying he'd already clocked exactly how she was feeling about him now. The frantic professor whipped around to the knight, begging her in a shaky voice, "Do you truly believe this?" And Chris just waved it off, saying this was nothing new and it wasn't worth even stressing over. The professor sprang up from the sofa, gripped the prince's hand, and promised to reach out the moment he gathered every last piece of information, while the prince snapped back, hands steady, vowing he'd wait right there and do everything he could to nail the criminal. By the time the professor rang the bell, the prince's crew was already at the door, and Oz snapped that he'd have the guard escort them, then ordered, "Everyone hood up." The professor strode up to the desk and started digging through a drawer like he'd just remembered something big. He muttered that he almost forgot to hand the prince what he needed, while the prince watched Oz's every move. The professor thrust the sealed envelope straight into the prince's hands. The prince leaned in and demanded, "What's inside the envelope?" With a stone-cold, serious face, the professor snapped that old secret research materials from ESTA still existed, and they were too valuable to ever let go, even to the grave. He leaned in and warned that the prince might spot a clue in all of it. The prince thanked the professor one more time for everything, then they hit the door and the guard immediately grilled the professor. "Why do you want to see me?" The professor barked an order to the guard to escort the distinguished guests, and the guard snapped into action, right on cue. Finally, the guard shoved the letter into Oz's hands, and the professor shot back a deep, grateful thanks. The guard snapped at the prince's group to follow him. Professor Oz bowed to his guests one last time, then snapped into goodbye. All alone, the professor tore open the letter like it was burning a hole in his hands. With a jittery face, he tore into the letter, trying to read fast before his nerves exploded. The professor snapped his gaze toward the window and flat out said the time was here. 3 troublemakers and the prince slipped out of Professor Oz's estate, heading for whatever came next. Chris pushed for a stop at the hotel and a real break from the brutal journey, and Ain nodded, agreeing right away. The first princess said she'd go shopping instead, then the other night, she finally called her by name and she looked totally stunned. The knight sprinted after his mistress, pleading with her to wait just a moment. The whole group huddled and talked it over, and the prince finally asked, "Will you guys be fine?" Chris nodded with confidence. He figured they'd be okay because Princess Kadima wasn't nearly as reckless as the prince. Ayn and Chris burst back to the hotel, ready for what comes next. There was a loud racket at the counter. Some guy was yelling, furious, asking why his room, the one he usually stays in, was taken, and I swear I didn't even notice the sound. Rage thundered through him as he panted, breathing loud like he couldn't hold it in. The girl behind the counter blurted out an apology, saying another guest had checked into the room starting today, and the man's swearing only kept escalating at her. The man promised to shell out extra, but demanded they toss the other guests out and move him in, only for the confused girl to snap back. "We can't just kick him out." Chris didn't even ask if the guy meant their room. Chris just shot back that even if he hadn't booked it, there was nothing to freak out about. The man slammed his fist on the table, fury exploding in his chest. He snapped, yelled that he'd had enough, and swore he'd never step foot there again. The girl demanded the Viscount stop, but the man only roared at his men to charge after him as he stormed out. Chris shoved herself in front of Aina and shouted that Chris was closing in, telling the prince, "Get behind me." The Viscount huffed hard as he slipped right by the prince. The Viscount snapped that they'd regret ditching someone like him. After all, he was the patron of wyverns and krakens. Then the prince swung his gaze right back to him. Chris snapped into a sudden gasp. Chris locked eyes with the man as she told the prince. His name was Sage, and he came from a family of Viscounts. The prince couldn't stop wondering if they had some big famous story to share, and Chris shot back that they were the most famous family of all, with a history that stretched forever. Then Chris added that his predecessor had been an outstanding man and that the prince before him would have loved him. Ayn sharpened the meaning of what that man said about patronage, and then she demanded to know how anyone was supposed to understand it. Chris started spilling this wild truth. There was a monster trading company, and some nobles were keeping monsters they'd captured, then handing them to adventurers like pets. Chris kept insisting the monster would get brutally punished if it ever hurt a human, and the prince finally took it all in and accepted the full report. Chris tried to put the pieces together, and she snapped that it was weird. Ever since he took over his head, the Viscount's money had tanked, and there was no way he could have paid for that hotel, yet the prince just stayed silent. By nightfall in her room, the first princess couldn't make sense of what was happening. The prince lounged on the sofa, poring over the document, and tossed out a wild guess, asking his relative if she meant him sneaking to bed late, until the cat cut in, saying no, and adding her near like it was the final clue. The princess talked about Chris, sprawled across the prince's lap, and dropped her next line again. Ayn shot back a smile, telling Chris he looked just as wiped out. But the princess snapped that nobody ever saw a marshal doze off on the crown prince's lap and somehow still forget his particle Nia. Right then, Chris grinned like he'd won and went right to sleep, sweetly sprawled on his master's lap. The princess dodged the moment, swung the topic, and fired off a question. What were those documents the prince wanted her to read? The first princess gasped in pure shock. The prince kicked off a wild rant about experiments on demonifying different races, then claimed his research was meant to forge an artificial demon, basically admitting this record tracks what was done to real people, and pushing to prove whether he was right. The first princess said she'd heard rumors about it, and the prince jumped in. Now it was obvious why Professor Oz demanded the research stay hidden. The prince will press on, insisting it's easy. Just pour the stone's energy into another race's body, then force it to sprout artificially. She shot back that some folks once labeled other races as demons, and with a quick nod she name-dropped Nea. She explained this belief. If demons could grow stronger by devouring a magic stone, then other races could do the very same thing. Out of nowhere, the prince called the princess by name, and she jolted with a full-body shudder. The prince, furious, snapped that he was doing it exactly like that, soaking up the stone's power the same way and getting stronger. Then he kept talking about the research. 99% and 9% of the subjects were dead, and any survivor who gained strength would spiral out of control, so they were simply disposed of. The prince warned that if demonization keeps spreading, one day he'll personally kill the people he loves most. The prince snapped with frustration, dropped his head, and the princess just watched him in deadly silence. The cat warned him, don't let that happen, and that's when they started talking about the research. The princess grilled Ayn, asking him what he saw as the dark downsides of turning into a monster. Then the prince jumped in, demanding she spell it out. Ayn pictured a cat monster in his mind, and then just couldn't wrap his head around why it wouldn't talk. The cat admitted he'd misread everything. She told him that if he suddenly evolved, he wouldn't be able to slip into that mindless fish anymore, the one that didn't even know the language. The princess brought up Dullahin and the elder Lick, and said there was no way to even guess if they were demons once they were dressed in normal clothes, so the prince thought it through and agreed. She was right. The cat sneered and said that if it really came down to it, they'd just register the prince as a brand new race the moment he evolved, leaving the prince completely stunned. Ein snapped and hurled a curse at his relative, shaking with fury as he did it. Ein burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face, and then admitted she was going way too far. The relative soothed him and said, "Don't worry, having a backup plan won't hurt, so stop spiraling." And the prince fired back that he was feeling way better now. Ein shoved herself up, slid a pillow under Chris and warned her, he's about to bolt to the restroom. Kadima calmly swirled her tea, like she had all the time in the world. Suddenly, the cat snapped at Chris to keep his mouth shut to everyone, then added that she'd tell her father herself if it came down to it. Chris pushed himself up from the pillow slow and steady, like he was forcing his body to wake up. Chris totally lost his bearings when the princess's notice said she'd already woken up. Chris suddenly grabbed her own red face with both hands and blurted out that she felt ashamed, because she just realized she was sprawled across the crown prince's lap, and now she had no idea how to crawl her way out of that total nightmare. Back in her normal state, Chris snapped that she wasn't in the right position to stay quiet anymore, and if His Majesty demanded the truth, she couldn't keep the secret bottled up. The princess started paw-waving like she owned the moment, insisting she was sure it would all turn out that way, so she'd make it easier on herself too. Chris didn't get a word, but she just clamped her silence shut. Princess Kadima von Ishtalika sprang up from the sofa, turned to Christina Wernstein, and announced she was issuing a brand new royal decree. The princess kept barking orders. She banned anyone from spilling a single detail they learned in Ista about how Een got branded like a demon. Kadima ended it with a chilling warning. Nobody was allowed to know, couldn't even touch the truth, not even the royal family. Right then, Chris snapped down to one knee and gladly accepted the order like it was law. Kadima stared at Chris with a hard, serious gaze for a long moment. When Chris lifted her head, Kadima instantly pinned on that familiar look she always wore. The princess admitted it was exhausting to keep a straight face, and Chris snapped back that he never saw the royal decree coming. Kadima snapped back, chewing the words down at the end, that all of this was done for her audacious nephew. Right then, the prince was stuck in the restroom, staring in awe at a magic tap that poured water like it was doing tricks. As the prince slipped back into the girl's room, he spotted Chris, just waking up. Then the knight snapped into confusion and hurriedly begged forgiveness for what she'd done, while Kadima calmly sipped her tea on the sofa. Day 2 of the search kicked off, and the prince stood before the mirror like he was about to face the world. He was almost ready. Then he finally stepped into the dining room, greeted everyone with a bright good morning, and quickly apologized for keeping them waiting. Chris hauled breakfast in, then grinned and said good morning to Ane right back. The girl fought back, trying to convince the prince that he'd been up all night poring over documents, and that he shouldn't burn himself out like that. But the prince refused to hear it. He had to push even harder because catching the criminal couldn't wait. The prince scanned the room, then snapped, "Chris, where are Dilla and Kadima?" The knight told him they'd rushed out for groceries, and the prince instantly showed Dill some real sympathy. Ain told Chris, "All right, then we skip the talk and get straight to business," and the girl grinned and said she'd whip up something to eat. Suddenly, the prince's focus snapped away when a message hit his hands. The magical message blasted in from the girl, and she basically said, "I'm so relieved you're okay." The girl burst with relief that the prince was doing well, then prayed he stayed healthy and never caught a cold. The girl reminded him that her grandfather might be there, so the prince called out his name, and the girl urged him to talk to her grandfather if he really ran into him. Finally, the girl snapped, "Call me the moment you get this, I'll be waiting right there." Ein grinned, squeezed the magical item from the letter, thanked whoever sent it, and vowed she'd give it everything she had. Chris and the prince, cloaked in hoods, slipped into the city on a mission to investigate. Ein clocked a crowd everywhere around them, and Chris shot back that East was packed with tourists. The prince mulled it over and admitted it'd be brutal to dig up answers. So many people get kidnapped there in the first place. Then Chris nodded along, fully agreeing with him. Chris started lecturing the prince, telling him this wouldn't stop him and warning him to be more careful. And even though the prince looked defeated, he reluctantly agreed. As soon as they turned into the alley, the couple froze, because they realized they had no idea where they were. It doesn't say there were tons of alleys. Chris, panicking, begged them to just push straight ahead, hoping they'd somehow break free. The prince figured there had to be a tower of wisdom nearby, and then, out in the distance, shouts erupted as a man yelled at the thief to stop. The prince snapped his gaze toward the noise and saw a mob of men sprinting after a tiny girl in a ripped, tattered dress. The men yelled at the girl to freeze, then warned her she'd never outrun them again. The girl screamed at them that she hadn't done a single thing, and right then one of them yanked her by the hair. Terrified, the girl begged to be set free, but the man grinned over his capture and vowed she'd pay for everything she'd done. Another guy stepped in and said they had to keep the girl alive, and the brute who snatched her nodded right along. The guy holding the girl in his arms looked at her and insisted they had to turn back. Suddenly, the guys chasing the girl stopped dead in their tracks because the attack hit and everything froze. Chris strode past them with a sword clutched in her hand, and the girl broke into terrified tears. The prince demanded to know what in the world was happening here. Ein strode up to the girl and asked what was wrong, and she said everything was fine. Then Ein leaned in and told her, "Don't be scared of me." Suddenly the girl's knees buckled and collapsed into unconsciousness, but the prince lunged in time and caught her. Chris guessed she was utterly drained, and then bam, she collapsed and fainted, while the prince snapped that at least he'd rushed in right on time. Ain looked totally baffled and told Chris about the girl's clothes, then blurted, "Wait, does she have no family?" But Chris couldn't quite pin it down. They were still stuck in the alley, so the prince stepped in and offered to take her straight to his room. Chris nodded and agreed. By the time evening rolled in, the girl was sprawled out on her bed. Slowly, the girl's eyelids fluttered open, like she was finally waking up to the world. The prince was right there, leaning in as he asked her, "Hey, are you awake?" The girl opened her mouth to ask him something, but the prince cut her off and blared to his group about the girl's awakening. Chris sprinted over with the food as the girl, and the boys huddled around, waiting. The prince leaned in and grilled the little stranger about her hunger, then urged her to eat up first and crash afterward. 2 sandwiches sat on the table, 1 egg, 1 salad, and the girl froze, then admitted she had 0 money to pay for the food. Ein burst out laughing and told the girl the food had been cooked just for her. The little stranger suddenly burst into tears, like the dam finally snapped. The girl trembled with tears streaming down her face and wiped her grief away just long enough to thank them with all her heart. First, the girl took a tiny bite of the sandwich and tasted what was coming. The girl shot the prince another grateful smile, then went right back to tearing into her sandwich. That stranger dropped to the floor, bowed her head, and admitted they'd fed her so well that she owed them everything. Ian shot up from his chair and hurried to reassure the little girl, telling her the food was free and to sit back down at the table, so she did. The prince demanded to know why those guys were hunting her down. She had no clue why, because the moment she got home, those guys were already waiting there. The girl kept going, insisting they'd trapped her sister, and that's why she bolted and ran. The stranger started to shake and sob all over again, and the prince's heart sank at every word, beneath the table, his fist clenched tight with boiling rage. The girl whipped around to the prince and begged the lord to rescue her sister. The stranger admitted that even after he spared her again and again, she still realized her request was sheer nerve. The prince softly took her hands in his. Ain't told her to breathe and relax, because he was already gearing up to rescue her sister. Chris flashed a grin at how quick the young prince was to respond, and the stranger shot the prince another heartfelt thank you. Ein kept insisting this room was hers, for now telling the girl to do whatever she wanted in it and to finally rest. Chris and Ein stormed out of that tiny stranger's room. Chris couldn't believe it. How did kids like her end up rotting in the slums? The prince shot back that she was tough as nails and could take anything. Suddenly, a sharp knock rattled the entrance room, and Ian whipped around to see who it was. Dill burst into the room, calling out that he was back, and the prince immediately met him, asking straight away if there was any news. That night he kicked off his report. He swore the men hunting the little girl weren't random at all, they were hired bandits. Dill said a witness watched those guys vanish down a back street toward the Tower of Wisdom, hunting people in alleyways like it was their specialty. And Finn and Chris were stunned by every word. The prince weighed it over in his head, and Chris burst in with a plan. The Tower of Wisdom, there's our refuge. Ian stared out the window, completely baffled. He stared at the tower and declared with total certainty that something was horribly off. The very next day rolled around, and outside people kicked back at little tables, talking in soft voices like the whole world was letting its guard down. The prince's couple and Chris sat there, and Ian couldn't stop wondering if today's interrogation had finally cracked something, because he fully expected they'd come up with nothing new. Chris said they should hand it to Warren Sama and ain't shot that down, because he'd promised that child he'd take care of it. Chris stared at the desperate prince, saying nothing as everything in the room felt like it was about to break. The knight still clung to hope, then tried to snap the prince out of it, urging him to head back to the room and see what they could uncover next. I chewed on Chris's offer, and the girl swore that this place cooks fresh meals for every single townsfolk. She claimed they hunt at night, but you can catch them working in the daytime too. Chris admitted she still hadn't gotten to see the city's sights, and Ein jumped in, "Let's fix that right now." He spotted a massive stadium glaring on the horizon. Inside it, a whole swarm of monsters was lurking. Chris beamed at the show, and Prince Ian was absolutely thrilled by the spectacle too. The prince spun toward the girl and blurted out that he'd never laid eyes on a monster like this, pointing at the towering horned beast. Chris spotted yet another monster and blurted that it looked exactly like a dragon. The prince clocked that this stone monster wasn't weak at all. Chris snapped that it was terrifying and downright scary. Ein blurted out that he was way too small, wondered if he could have been a cub, and the girl shot back that it all came down to the environment. Suddenly, the heroes spotted a monster even bigger than the last one, and their jaw dropped at just how massive it was. The prince and the knight leaned in, sizing each other up as they compared their skills. The prince bragged that he already looked more vicious than that monster, and Chris nodded hard, saying this was the first time he'd ever seen a wyvern like that. The girl pushed for them to head down and take a closer look, insisting it would be totally fine, no problems at all. They plunged downward, and the prince immediately realized it was absolutely massive. The monster locked onto them and the horror hit him instantly, his own body reacting before he could even think. The wyvern unleashed its magic, and the prince practically gasped, stunned by the sheer power in front of him. The monster stared the prince down, snarling and growling like it couldn't stand the sight of him. Suddenly, the wyvern's body started shaking, and the iron went utterly still. Other folks clocked the monster's creepy moves too, and when the prince urged, "Let's get out of here," Chris snapped back, "I can feel their power." Suddenly, the cheating owner stormed up and demanded, "How do you scare my wyvern?" The prince couldn't forget that man's face. He'd seen it right there at the hotel. The folks behind them gasped and swore it was Viscount Sage himself. Then they thanked him nonstop for stopping by the show. Vikin snatched a whip from one of the servants, snapped it at the monster in a burst of fury, and snarled at him to stop just standing there like some statue. He kept barking orders at him, "Fight, fight, fight." The Viscount roared at the monster, demanding it repay his fortune by fighting on without ever stopping. The wyvern scrunched down and snapped its wings up to hide its muzzle, while its master just let out a weary, defeated sigh from all that effort. The Viscount snapped, totally confused, "Who gave me this medicine?" The man behind him shot back, "Don't panic so hard, just," but the whole thing smelled wildly suspicious. Without warning, the Viscount snapped his focus onto the prince and the companion at his side. The Viscount strode up to the boys and said he'd caught them staring at his wyvern, and when the prince spoke, he agreed, then said they'd just arrived. The Viscount snapped his order and demanded the night watchman fling open the boy's hood. The prince shot a glare at the hand reaching for him, and pure displeasure sparked in his eyes. Chris flicked the Viscount's knight's hand aside and snapped, "Don't raise your hands." The girl shot the Viscount a quick, sharp look. Chris yanked her hood over her head and spun away, shutting out everything in sight. The Viscount licked his lips in the most repulsive way, like he couldn't stand what he was about to do. Viscount Sage snapped that brute strength wouldn't get them anywhere and demanded they follow him. Then he reached out to the girl and promised a way out. If they obeyed and left with him, they'd be safe and out of harm's way. Chris got boxed in by the Viscount's men, hemmed in from every side. She shot them a sharp look, and right then the prince barked, "Stand." Ein told him, "You're my closest thing," and that's why she stayed right by his side. Chris couldn't believe it. Her master's words actually caught her off guard in the best way. Ein was already fuming. He snapped at his enemies that if they dared do this to her again, he'd never forgive a single one of them. The Viscount blinked in disbelief. How dare that guy talk to him like that? The villain's done pretending. He's ready to ignore it all, and he snaps, ordering his wyvern to be shoved into a cage. The couple stood there, eyes glued to the Viscount as they watched him like it mattered. Suddenly, the prince snatched Chris's hand like it was the only lifeline left. Ein told Chris to take them home because weird people were hanging around, and Chris muttered under his breath before falling in line. Clinging to the girl's hand, they kept walking without ever letting go. Panting hard, the girl finally managed to speak and point straight at the hand. The prince didn't even listen to her. He kept walking in silence with pure anger burning on his face. Chris stared at the prince, her mouth hanging open in pure shock. The girl blushed hard and giggled at the prince's antics, then quickly dropped her eyes. The couple kept strolling down the street, moving together like they owned the night. Suddenly, the prince slammed the brakes and came to a halt. The prince whipped around, locked eyes with Chris, and then without hesitation, he let go of her hand. Chris stared at the hand Ein was gripping, his heart heavy, then the prince spun around to face her. The prince grilled Chris about Viscount Sage's money, and she admitted it had gone downhill fast. Then he realized all those unanswered questions might have helped sink the wyvern's condition. Chris started doing the math and realized that once you tally up the food and the care, you're looking at around 5 million. But when you add the performances too, the number jumps to a little more. Ein leaned in, curious as hell, and asked where he'd gotten the money for all this. The prince suddenly hit us with a game-changing idea. Ein kept her eyes on that towering height while she talked, like the whole world was building up around it. Chris popped open an umbrella and started telling me all about this place. The girl said this place magically conjures the aurora borealis and paints the entire sky when the time hits, and the prince just stared, blown away by how wild and rare it was. Ein pressed for answers, asking if that building was truly the Tower of Wisdom. The prince's mind raced back to it again and again. The girl snapped around to face Ainu. Ian leaned in and asked, "Do you think the Viscount could be behind this tower?" Chris shot back that anyone who built a place like that had to be wildly smart and well-educated, and there was no way the Viscount and that tower could be connected. The prince pressed on with his theory, then Ein snapped, saying all those kidnappings were possible, and the girl cut in mid-sentence to finish it off. They weren't random, they were kidnapping people just to trade them and cash in. The girl snapped back to reality and blurted out loud, and as he kept talking he stitched every clue together. How the carriage always headed for the tower, and how the only person who could reach it was tied to the kidnappings. So the nobleman who could pay for it wasn't just anyone, it was the Viscount. The couple stared back at the tower again, and this time the mood turned deadly serious. Meanwhile, kids packed into the castle tower, watching everything from the inside. A little girl huddled inside a cage, wearing rags that hung in tatters. One of the girls curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, lips tightly pursed like she was holding back something big. The girl sobbed hard as her mind flashed back to her tiny little sister. Meanwhile, the first princess was rushing back from shopping with her buddy Dill. Kadima let her tea cool, then echoed Ein's plan. He wanted to check the Tower of Wisdom because it looked downright suspicious. The prince slid into the seat across from the princess and demanded royal permission to step in, and Kadima shot back that it was a terrible idea, ending with Naya, because he could be judged unfit to issue the decree. The princess leaned in and told Ainu, if you want inside, just slip in without anyone noticing. Ainu's eyes went wide at Kadima's words. The prince paused, stared off like he was sizing up danger, and said the Tower of Wisdom was ridiculously secret. Was he right about that? Then he leaned in and warned that it was probably heavily guarded, meaning breaking past it wouldn't be a walk in the park. Then the princess shoved a notebook into his hands, revealing the tower's blueprint, and blurted out that he had to shut down its security system. Kadima kept going, saying that the tower's power doesn't just glow, it fires up every function, from defense to everything else, and all of it is pumped from a massive underground seal made of magic stones. Ain burst out that it all finally made sense now, especially what the seal of the magic stones was about. And the princess nodded right along as she repeated his words, totally backing his plan. The prince kept talking, spinning tales about destroying the seal, until a relative whammed Ainu in the head with a paw and shut him down, snapping that she'd just turn it off for a while. If he broke it, the death toll would skyrocket into astronomical numbers. Kadima snapped at her nephew, calling him a fool, and the battered prince just crumpled on the floor. Then he turned to the princess, begging for guidance. So what am I supposed to do now? Kadima stepped right up to him and started whispering her plan into his ear. Kadima, Ayan, and that eerie little stranger crowded around the table, ready for whatever happened next. The girl ran up to the prince and demanded answers about her sister, sure she was trapped up in the tower. Ayn answered her with a bold yes, then admitted it was still just a guess for now. But that didn't kill the hope because it also meant one thing, there was a real shot for the girl. The little stranger suddenly broke down in tears, begging that if anyone could point to even a single clue about where her sister was, she'd finally feel like she could live. Kadima grilled the girl for her sister's name, because that info could seriously crack the whole search wide open. She took a shaky breath, introduced herself as Verla, and admitted her sister May was missing. Then she dropped the biggest bombshell of all, she was only 6 years old. Verla pressed for answers and demanded who her saviors really were. Sure, she knew they were nobles, but she still had no clue who they truly stood as. Prince Een stepped up and said, I'm Een, then pointed to his relative and introduced her as Kadima-san. But Kadima snapped in a rage, yelling, I'm not a cat, I'm a kite Sith. He kept insisting they weren't truly nobles, but he knew that explaining it to her would be a whole battle of its own. Ein pushed back from the table and sprinted for the exit, saying it was time to go, and Kadima stepped in, promising she'd hand the princess's protection to Dill, catnap or not. The cat agreed fast. The girls were suddenly left alone, no one to back them up, just them and the fear. Crushed by it all, Verla couldn't hold back, she demanded the answer again. Who are they? Because to her, they're the ones who saved her and she has to know. Kadima shot back to the girl, nodding hard as he agreed those things never should have been kept secret. Kadima slapped a name on her own status, and then declared the princess too. The girl went completely speechless. After a while, she snapped back to her senses, jolted in shock, and somehow clicked the puzzle pieces into place. Verla pressed the question again, could this guy be the crown prince of their country? Kadima stormed straight into Dill's room. The knight sprang up from the sofa and greeted the princess, and Kadima blurted that this was the perfect time to get to work, so the knight leaned in and demanded, all right, what kind of work are we talking about? Kadima clocked that Ayan, like always, was lost in his own thoughts, and warned him to plan ahead before charging in to rescue the kidnapped victims. The cat launched into it. First, they'd call the police station and hunt for any missing person reports. Second, they'd grab a healer in case someone in the tower was hurt. And third, they'd start stuffing a whole pile of clothes right away. Kadima tried to push forward. Then the knight crashed in, and everything around her tilted as it turned toward her. Dill dropped to one knee and begged his mistress to help him, then take him with her. The prince held his breath, waiting in stunned silence for the princess to finally answer. Kadima let out a shaky sigh of pure relief as she finally looked up at her knight. The cat nodded and ordered him to pen a few letters as a galatsier. Because nobody was allowed to find out that Ein and she were holed up in Ishta, Dill snapped into place, certain they could trust him. In the middle of the city, they were rushing to get a carriage ready, because something big was about to happen. The bald man snapped his head toward the Count, telling him he'd wrapped everything up. Then the Count said, "All right, let's go." The Count leaned in and demanded, "Are you really going there?" The prince whipped off his hood and shot back, "Yes." Chris urged her to get back to the inn right away, and the prince leaned in, promising it wouldn't be anything like their nightmare with the sea dragon. Ein thanked the Count for his help, and you could see the relief on her face. He'd actually shown up. The Count just laughed and said he never thought the August Sales channel expansion would help them this much. The Count kept insisting that those wooden crates packed with magic stones had to be hauled straight down to the basement, and Ein just nodded back, "That's perfect." Chris stared at the mess they were in and let his thoughts spiral fast. The girl kept insisting, because the more she thought about it, the more it clicked. She'd be the one to go, not the prince, since he had no reason to risk his life in that kind of danger. Prince Ein leaned in and smiled at Chris with pure, tender warmth. Ein shot back to Chris's plea, saying he couldn't forgive them anymore, period. In his mind, Verla's story exploded back into him, those child thieves who rip kids from their families, then grin like it's nothing at all. Ein clenched his fist, knuckles white with pure fury. Wearing a grave expression, the prince declared that, as the heir to this country's throne, he had to understand that such people even existed. Chris blurted out her master's name, totally baffled, while the Count stood there in eerie silence, staring the prince down. Chris slammed down on one knee, bowed her head, and told him she finally understood, then swore she'd protect him with every ounce of strength, and Ein thanked her. The prince stared into the far horizon and then started talking, like he already knew what was coming next. Up ahead stood that massive tower, then the prince leaned in and declared, "The time has come for the attack to start. Right now, Augustus is kicking back at his estate." The girl sank onto her bed and listened to Ain's message, and the prince told her he had a few stops to make in Ishta, then promised he'd reach out to her later. The girl read the message, then gazed at the magical communicator with a heavy, heartbreaking sadness. The girl repeated Aina's words and told him she had a couple of things to handle, so his return would be pushed back. A picture of the prince and Chris's conversation slammed into the girl's mind like a flash of lightning. She blurted out that she was insanely jealous of Krista-san, because she wanted time with Ein just as badly. Suddenly, the girl snapped back to her senses and told herself, "Stop this right now, because Ein has become an Ishta and she's got something important to settle." The girl snapped back into a better mood, fired up a plan for her reply letter, and decided to hit the shops with Olivia-sama today. But her thoughts wouldn't let her breathe easy. She flopped back onto the bed inside. She fixed her eyes on the ceiling and fell into a heavy, unbroken silence. Talking to herself out loud, she finally admitted it, she was hopeless, and she couldn't keep her feelings for Ein buried anymore. The girl clutched the magical object tight and blurted that it made her finally respect her younger self for enduring it for all those years. In her mind, she relived every moment with Ein, then she shot her arm up to the ceiling and screamed his name. The heroine confessed to herself how badly she missed him, and then the loneliness hit her harder and faster than she ever thought it would. The girl flashed a smile, and inside her head she screamed, "How could I ever say something like that?" He gripped the stone hard, and the artifacts started recording every word she said. The girl froze in shock, then instantly understood exactly what she'd just done. The artifact blinked, confirming the sending was finally complete. Embarrassment hit her like a truck, and she nearly leapt out of bed in a panic. She paced the room, nerves buzzing, replaying it all in her head. When he finally heard her message, she knew every word she'd said was the truth. The girl shoved her hand over her face, trying to hide her embarrassment. In the end, she tore into the prince for staying away too long and hurled insults at him. Deep underground, guards prowled past the magic tower like they owned the dark. One guy spun toward his partner, demanding to know what was happening, and his comrade just nodded. Everything was fine, and he'd press on. Right as he started to finish his words, the guard shuddered hard. Ein and Chris lunged in and dropped the opponents fast. Chris blurted out to the prince that he never should have come out, and the prince shot back that the guard was right there, close enough to touch, so he couldn't resist. Ein grinned at how the penetration finally kicked off, even though the wooden box he was stuck in felt way too cramped. The two heroes charged ahead, daring the world to stop them. Chris asked if they'd follow Kadama's plan, and the prince shot back a confident yes. Aim kicked off his explanation. Turns out, the princess's plan builds that energy in two relentless stages. He broke it down like this. First, they churn liquefied magic stones in a pool to spark raw magical energy. Then they funnel that power through a turbine to turn it into plain, usable energy. Ein said their big plan was to crank that very same turbine above them until it overheated. The guy planted himself right in the center of the hall. The prince threw his arms wide, like he was about to command the whole world. The liquid beneath them suddenly started swirling like it had a mind of its own. The whirlpool kept ramping up, crushing everything in its path, Chris was blown away by Ein's magic, and he immediately demanded to know how strong that water dragon really was. It was the ocean current, pure deadly skill. The prince promised that if he pumped in enough magical energy to blast past the turbine's processing limit, then everything would finally fall into place. Suddenly, boom, the lights died out. Cold smoke was blasting out of the work, thick and relentless. Chris shrieked that it was freezing, and right then the railings started turning to ice. Ein leaned in and asked if the pool was frozen. Chris shot back that it was overheated. The boys sprinted ahead, and Ein shouted that they had to race upstairs to dig up proof of the abductions before the system kicked back on. Chris snapped to the prince's command without hesitation. The heroes spotted a ladder, then sprinted off like their lives depended on it. Ein rounded the corner and caught sight of a swarm of scientists sprinting towards something. Then he and Chris finally got back on track, pushed onward, and discovered the right door. Breath ripping out of his lungs from the sprint, the boy stopped right in front of her. They were certain this was exactly the moment they'd come hunting for. The prince swore that the door was a magic trap, and that their whole plan had hit a wall, so Chris just grabbed Aina's attention and told her to move away. The girl gripped the sword in both hands, like she was ready to strike the world. With brutal forward lunges, the girl slammed straight through the door. The prince blinked in shock at how insanely strong his companion was. Chris finally finished the job and let out a massive sigh of relief. A huge hole tore straight through the door. Chris grinned and told Inusama the path was finally clear. Then Ein's eyes went wide as her own strength hit her like a shockwave. As the heroes slipped into the rooms, monsters lunged out, and strange test tubes lined the place like a nightmare waiting to happen. Ein leaned in and demanded, "So, are you monsters?" Chris shot back that something about them was unnaturally boosted, like they weren't just built that way, but engineered in experiments to make them stronger. The prince leaned in and told the girl, "There's another door right here." The heroes tiptoed inside like they were walking into danger. The room wasn't just a bedroom. It slammed a bed and an open sauna right together like the place was daring you to relax. Ein wrinkled her nose in pure disgust at that awful room, while Chris glanced aside and shouted for the prince. The heroes stumbled on a massive cage, packed with girls behind those unforgiving bars. The two girls spotted the strangers and their fear hit like lightning, sending them trembling in place. The prince's world flipped upside down. He was completely stunned by what was happening. Ein told Chris to handle it, and Chris figured she meant it was going to feel awful seeing men hanging around them. He understood exactly what the prince was worried about, and he nodded in agreement. The prince's eyes snapped to the documents perched on the very edge of the table. The hero snatched them, and when he saw what they really were, the truth hit like a punch: income and expense reports tied to human trafficking, and he finally had proof of it all. Halfway through the trip, the prince caught it. They ditched the girls and started trading boys instead, and he couldn't stop wondering why the girls were shoved into the flight hole. Ein snapped back to memory and remembered exactly what the girls were wearing. The prince figured it all out, his jaw clenched in rage, and he spat curses at the criminals. Chris crept up behind Ein and told her. She made the girls wear those lab coats she found nearby. The prince then wrinkled his nose, glared at the girls' mess, and demanded they get out of there fast. Suddenly, a tiny hand yanked the prince's clothes. A little girl marched right up to the prince and demanded to know, could she really see her sister? Chris swore it was May. Then the prince strode up to the girl and declared like it was obvious that it was her. Ein leaned in and told May everything was finally okay, promising she and her sister would be back together soon, and May flashed the prince a radiant smile. Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying noise ripped from off to the side. The heroes threw themselves between the danger and the kids, and right when it hit, they couldn't believe what they just saw. Chris erupted, yelling that the monsters had ripped free from their test tubes at last. The Viscount strode into the room and announced with a sharp laugh that whatever had smashed its way into the laboratory was none other than that disrespectful kid he'd run into the other day. The prince shot back that the Viscount was exactly the one behind the kidnappings. The Viscount and his guards stormed into view. The villain couldn't even make sense of what he was saying. He didn't kidnap them at all. He scooped up the girls and claimed them under his protection. The Viscount snapped the conversation back to one thing: those heroes had busted into his laboratory, and that was a straight-up crime. The Viscount roared, ordering the monsters to strike, and screamed that the heroes would pay for their crime with their lives. The villains grinned like they'd just seen their plan come to life. Suddenly, he snapped his gaze to his hand and stared at the liquid pooling there. The heroes tore into the Viscount's monsters head-on. The Viscount's face tightened as he sensed everything spiraling, and he demanded, "So tell me, who are you?" The villain snapped around to his mercenaries and ordered them to finish the job, reminding them he'd already dumped a fortune on them, only for the guys to shoot back that it couldn't be done. Trembling men blurted out that the heroes didn't just fight, they even sliced through their swords. The Viscount's rage exploded, burning hot and unstoppable. The blade hovered just inches from the main villain's face. Chris started explaining sword aimed the wrong way that he'd landed on the wrong targets, and then demanded he be executed. Already peeking from under the hood, she shot back that they had way too many questions for him, and he'd better be ready to answer every single one. The Viscount shot his hands up in agreement with the girl, talked straight about the negotiations, and urged them to take the discussion somewhere else. The villain stalked right up to her and growled, "Not today." A weird gas started leaking from the Viscount's leg, and the girl barely got her hands up in time to shield her face. The girl pushed through the haze and slipped away from the smoke. The Viscount's soldiers were slowly getting choked, desperate to scream out for help. Chris was stunned and spat out curses at the Viscount for murdering even his own comrades. Then Ames snapped at him, trying to stop the blowback by saying it was my asthma. The prince screamed that he'd blast the toxin away. Then, out of nowhere, a crack split the air. Yesterday, a colossal wyvern burst out of the wall like it had been waiting for the right moment. The monster rumbled and the prince grilled Chris about her. And when the Viscount finally vaulted onto the wyvern, he felt his precautions pay off. Ein snapped at Sage, demanding he stop right now. A colossal monster blasted out of that hole, tearing through the air like it was hunting for something. Ein snapped a curse, then tore her eyes after the fugitive as he bolted. The princess, already tucked onto the train, leaned out the window and blared at the children that the ride to the capital was about to blast off, then demanded they hurry. The Eli boys slipped onto the train just in time, and the prince tried to steady his breathing while Chris thrust a handkerchief into his hands, backing him up with nothing but words of support. The boys slipped into the carriage to see the princess, and Kadama snapped at them for running late. The prince dropped onto the sofa and told the Knights of Ishta he had a question he absolutely needed to ask. Ian kept pressing them to hunt the sage with prosthetics. Kadama nodded and said clearly and thoughtfully that if the heir gave the order directly, they'd understand why it mattered. Then the prince snapped back, furious that he'd rather handle this himself. The prince demanded where Verla and me had gone, and Dill snapped back that he'd booked the girls another room on the train, then said they were sitting together and eating right now. Ein finally breathed out, because Kadama and Dill had pushed hard enough to make sure the kidnapped kids were taken in and raised in the capital's orphanage. The prince had already made up his mind. He was going to hire Verla and May as palace servants. The hero snapped back to his relative and said, "Professor Oz handed me documents that laid out where the red fox shows up and where it turns monstrous." The prince also went and tossed over a red fox stone, like it was the final piece of the deal. Kadama froze at the discovery and grilled Ein, asking if it was sealed right. Then Chris shot back that the professor handed over the stone with the sealing box, and the girl calmly promised the princess she'd keep the artifact locked in her room. The prince stormed back to his room and started hammering out the documents. Ein replayed Clown's message in his head and convinced himself it was fine, because life had suddenly dumped a mountain of work on him. He let out a chuckle, already picturing the girl blowing up once she learned he snuck into the Tower of Wisdom and started listening to Clown's letter. In that letter, she poured out that she missed him like crazy, and admitted the loneliness was creeping in way harder than she ever expected. The prince went completely still, jaw dropping in pure shock. He didn't just get surprised, her words hit him like a punch straight to the chest. The prince shot up, convinced the girl was teasing him, until her tone kept ringing serious in his ears and he just couldn't figure out what to say back. Ian snapped his hand over his mouth, then launched into what he had to say. Suddenly his room's windows shattered, but he ducked just in time and kept the shards from cutting him. That train D just screeched to a stop. Chris and Dill burst into the prince's room and shouted, "We're here." The prince said, "I'm fine," then demanded, "So what's going on?" Through the shattered window, he spotted a wyvern barreling closer. A wyvern tore across the night sky, cutting through the darkness like it owned the heavens. The prince demanded if she was the Viscount's wyvern, and Chris shot back, asking if she'd come for them. The prince leaned in and picked up voices from all around. People started begging the train manager to keep the cars rolling, but the man in uniform snapped back that it was impossible, because the monster was swooping around in the air. Panic erupted everywhere and the prince's rage flared, teeth clenched hard as he seethed. Chris grabbed Ein by the shoulder, demanded permission to take on the monster, and ordered the prince to stay put inside the train. Ein shot back that they were the Wyvern's target. One of them stuck inside and the monster would smash the whole train. Chris tried to argue, but she couldn't stop her. Ein shot out his hand and told him with total confidence that everything would be fine for both of them. The prince grabbed Chris's hand and yanked her into motion, shouting for her to go. Then Chris snapped back, calling his name. A uniformed man clocked the boys scrambling to crawl out onto the street through a shattered window. The train conductor barked at him to stop, because right there it was pure danger. Shock hit the man like a punch to the guts. The prince wore pure determination on his face, then marched right past the guide without even a glance. He just stood there in a daze and then it hit him. The man in front of him was the crown prince. Right around them, everyone snapped to attention, stunned, and couldn't stop asking why the prince was there. The prince snapped his command to Dill. Bring Verla and May to Kadama and keep all three of them safe, and Dill didn't hesitate, taking the order on the spot. Ein and Chris hauled themselves up onto the train's roof. The wyverns caught sight of the boys and let out vicious growls, and the two of them braced themselves to lunge into the attack. The prince said it'd be perfect if that monster feared him, like it did in the Colosseum, and Chris chimed in that the wyvern's body had already swelled even bigger. Chris spun around and spotted something that stopped him cold. Out in the middle of the lonely island, a cart waited far away, like it was daring someone to find it. Viscount Sage perched himself on the cart, like he already owned the road. The wyvern lunged forward and started its brutal attack. Chris gripped her sword tight, yelled her promise she'd never let that monster strike. The girl sprinted ahead and swung to slice the monster's paw, and Chris whipped his head back. Chris sprang back toward the prince, while Aim praised the girl for that crushing hit. Chris then explained she'd tried to hack off the wyvern's leg. Steam hissed out of the monster's leg like it was burning from the inside. The prince stared in shock as the wound knit itself back together, slow but sure. While Chris shot back that she never saw that coming, the wyvern's skin wasn't just tough for a girl, it could actually radiate heat too, and that made everything feel impossible. The wyvern shot up into the sky, and Chris warned, if we can't nail one perfect hit on the vital point, this turns into a long, brutal war of attrition. Ein shot back, the vital point is my magic stone. The prince clenched his resolve and unleashed his magic. With a roar, the guy activated thick fog, yelling that he'd track down the wyvern stone's location no matter what. The monster snarled and lunged forward, desperate to get a closer look. From the steam club, the prince's magical bonds surged to life. The prince yanked the wyvern into his grip, and the beast thrashed like it could tear free. The wyvern bolted to the sky, but Ein shot back that she was strong enough to stop it. Ein yelled at the wyvern that he'd already taken down someone tougher than her. The wyvern snapped its jaws wide, and even then it fought tooth and nail against the boy's magic. The prince zeroed in on it. There was a stone jammed right in the monster's forehead. Ein blared to Chris that the stone was sitting right in the wyvern's forehead. The girl snapped into focus, leaped upward, and took her shot at the sky. During the attack, the boy screamed that the girl knew exactly what the prince meant. Chris drove a punch straight into the monster's forehead. The girl was crushed because there was no other way to save the monster. Ein erupted in joy after sealing the win. Out of nowhere, a colossal kraken erupted right behind the guy. The kraken snapped its tentacles around the train like it was nothing. The prince and Chris froze in shock when a brand new monster burst onto the scene. Ein couldn't forget what the Viscount said about his monsters. He claimed he had wyverns and krakens in his ranks. The prince screamed that the monster was about to wipe out the bridge and the train with it. Right then, two sea dragons slammed into the Krenin, going for the kill. The boys stared in shock at what just happened, and the kraken surged straight under the waves. The heroes leaned over the edge and tried to guess who it was. The sea dragons were their longtime crew, El and Al, old friends they could always count on. The prince lit up with relief when his friends rushed in to save the day. The dragons snapped into action and started devouring the kraken. Chris reminded him that the sea dragon's favorite snack was the kraken, and when the prince heard that, he went wide-eyed, blurting that they'd probably only shown up to feast. The boy flopped onto the train roof and burst into loud laughter, swearing that even like this, the dragon still came through and saved them. The prince gazed up at the sky, a grin of pure satisfaction spreading across his face. Ein clung to Chloen's promise that it would help him, and right after, the boy snatched the artifact. The prince hurriedly recorded a message to the girl and confessed, "I miss you like crazy." The Viscount's carriage was sprawled on the ground, smashed and overturned like the world had just thrown it aside. Sage bolted into the distance, panting like he'd just escaped a nightmare. He couldn't wrap his head around how something like this could possibly happen to him. The Viscount caught his foot on a stone and went crashing down. He whipped around and the sight hit him like a gut punch, turning his face to pure horror. The heroes trailed behind as the prince declared, "I'll haul the Viscount to the capital and throw him into prison." Chris leaned in and told the man the truth. There was nowhere left to run. The Viscount pressed his luck and demanded the prince's answer, again. The man roared that they were nothing but shady robe wearers, and that they had zero right to judge him. The prince strode into view and finally bared his true face. The Viscount was completely stunned. Ein stared down at the criminal and fired the question again. Did he still not have enough power to judge the Viscount? The Viscount didn't waste a second. He already stood up and told His Highness exactly what needed saying. The prince straight up said, "If I'm a noble, then you'd have recognized me too, no doubt." He dropped to his knees and clenched his fist so tight it looked like it might crack. Then he nodded and agreed with the prince. Ein faced him again, threw his crimes back in his face, and demanded he confess in person in the capital. Then the prince added that before all of this, he had one final question. The prince demanded answers. Why was he snatching people, and was it all for cold, hard cash? The Viscount lowered his eyes and started talking like something heavy was weighing on his soul. Sage's face contorted as he snapped that it was all under that man's control, nothing more. The prince pressed him again about that man, and the Viscount, shaking and choking on pain, finally stammered that he'd become that man's hand for a reward. The Viscount gritted through the pain and kept whispering the truth to himself over and over. Chris threw herself in front of Aine, shielding her as the attacker writhed and clawed at the air, begging for help. The Viscount snapped into silence, then crumpled hard to the ground. Aine snapped, asking whether the Viscount was dead, and what in the world had just gone down. The prince dropped his head and Chris shouted inay. Aine stared up at the moon and let out a blood-curdling scream. The train sat frozen on a shattered bridge, teetering like it could fall any second. The prince, clutching the documents like they were life itself, crumpled onto the bed. He shut his eyes and replayed Dill's words, those warning notes about the railway repairs taking a little time, then reminded Aine to crash and rest in the train room. The prince bolted out of the room, already craving a cold drink to clear his head. Aine froze, completely shocked. Chris lounged at the bar in a dress, hair down, and Aine cut through the noise as she called out to the girl. He fired the question at her, why was she dressed like that? And she immediately panicked, waving him off as she blurted that it wasn't what he thought at all, it was just the last clean outfit she had. The girl froze in front of the prince, blushing so hard she couldn't even breathe. The prince grinned, told her to stop blushing like that, and said she looked incredible in that expression. Then the girl thanked him, all fuss and fluster. Ian slumped at the bar and confessed that that brutal ending kept haunting him, stealing every bit of sleep, and Chris shot back that she felt the exact same way. The prince dug into the Viscount's last words and declared that someone higher was pulling the strings, and Chris snapped in agreement. They just used him, tossed him aside like a lizard's tail. Aine couldn't shake the feeling, the leader just might be the Red Fox. The prince kept going, saying Kadama's words meant Red Fox could boost and command monsters, even while the demon lord was going on a full rampage. And then he pointed out that Sege's monsters carried the same eerie aura. Aine told him that once he'd cracked the problem with his body, he'd finally lock in on what the Red Fox was after. The prince clutched Professor Oz's documents in his mind and said, "There's gold in here, real information we can use." Aine kept insisting that the records prove monster evolution never strips them of the consciousness they already had back in the pre-evolution stage. Chris was left totally stunned. The girl sprang up and blurted out, "So if the prince ever gets monstrified, he'll still stay himself." Then Aine added, "But that only works if monstrification and evolution are handled the same way." Chris lit up and said, "Even if that's true, it still feels like a huge weight's been lifted off your shoulders. You've just got to thank the professor for telling you that." He told the prince that the professor was the sort of man who put orphans above everything he wanted himself, and he was honestly so relieved he'd gone to Ishta. Aine's words caught the girl off guard in the best way, and when the guy saw Chris's face shift, he hurried over and called out, so she quickly apologized. The girl spun the glass in her hands, like she was summoning something from thin air. Chris kicked off the conversation about the prince, bragging that he'd grown insanely strong, and their trip proved it the whole way. The girl couldn't shake the feeling that Aine was slipping into the same dark path as the first king. Aine squirmed in embarrassment after Chris's words, and the girl fired back that everything she said was the truth. Then Chris shouted straight at the prince. She raised her glass, toasted them like family, and promised they'd be back on the same road again. The prince stared at her in total shock. He lifted his glass, clinked it against hers, and straight up agreed with her toast, and vowed they'd hit back again just like that. With a stone clutched in both hands, the man looked his father in the eye and declared, "Today's a day we'll never forget." He flung his arms wide and accused the man of stealing his power, saying he'd acted with sheer audacity, and that he'd better be punished. He said he finally managed to rip the magic stone away from that dirty fox. Then he started reciting the date like it mattered. He pressed the stone to his face and praised the crown prince as so dignified and gallant, just like his father. Staring at the stone, the man grinned and practically buzzed with desire. With a twisted grimace and ragged breaths, the man kept saying the thrill felt exactly like the time he killed the fox on his father's side, like every drop of blood was still clinging to him. He reached toward the window and said the crown prince couldn't ever smother that hunger for knowledge, because he just had to see the heir's twisted face when it happened. Rage in his chest, the madman snapped back, swearing he wouldn't let that twisted desire be aimed at him, saying people like his father deserved to be cherished. Then boom, a knock hit the door. A uniformed man stormed in, threw in an apology, and asked the knights if they could talk to him about something tied to the Tower of Wisdom. That madman grabbed my attention and demanded I tell him he's coming to their office tomorrow. The man in uniform bowed low, snapped the order into place, and quietly asked permission to deviate. That crazy man grinned, and once he finally landed his sentence, he snapped his gaze to the owner, Professor Oz. Chris snapped around to Ian and told him the bridge was right there in sight, and the prince nodded, "She's right." The couple packed into a carriage and rattled toward the bridge, right as the whole moment began to heat up. 6 months have thundered past since that water train incident, and the fallout still hangs in the air. I watched him turn 11 right as spring finally rolled in. Today, the boys roll up to the opening ceremony for a bridge that was left in ruins after Viscount Sage's monsters went on the rampage. Chris couldn't believe how smoothly everything had run, and the prince agreed, saying the transport was insanely efficient as they zipped from door to door. Ein winked and bragged that it was all because his insanely talented assistant, the one everyone calls Clown. Clown shot her a wink and teased like, "Wait, are you talking about me?" Clown already stormed out of Leap College for Girls, graduated and gone. In the dead of winter, Clown took the civil service test, and nobody else even came close because she passed it flawlessly, becoming the youngest person in history to land the Crown Prince's assistant role. The prince leaned forward and asked if this comfy carriage was one of Augustus's companies. Clown grinned and said yes, because it was their brand new model. The prince's assistant swore she'd secured herself after talking things over with Ajima, so the prince had no reason to fret. If they let the tax burden drag on too long, Aina's name would take a hit fast, and he nodded along. Chris told him they'd be there in a snap and to get ready, and sure enough, once the guy listened, the clown burst out, yelling at him to wait. Clown taps the button inside Escape, smirking at the next one. The girl winked and said the button was undone, then flashed a grin. The guy burst out laughing, completely lost, and told her she didn't have to do that. Ein leapt onto the bridge, snapped around to face the crowd, and whipped his sword up in a ready swing. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the prince's companions grinned like they'd just won the whole world. The prince's side loomed there and he exhaled, worn out and drained. 3 boys loomed with him. Butts pointed at Ein's face and demanded what happened. Roland, half human, half cat, snapped that the adventure had only just started and asked why the prince kept sighing, and the third boy, Leonardo, wanted to know if he was okay. Ein shot back that this was the first school trip in 5 years, and he had no clue why they'd picked the royal castle, so he teased, "What kind of group visit is this to my house?" The boys just shrugged and said, "It's a really nice place." Leonard said this spot was the most fascinating place in the world to them, but Ain't just didn't get it, it was overwhelming. Then a knight showed up, thanked the boys for hanging back and waiting. Dill stood there staring down the boys, and Ain blurted, "So are you our escort?" The knight nodded yes at once, saying it was Warren's order, then launched into the rules, telling them they weren't allowed to wander anywhere at all, not a step, except where he'd personally guide them. Inside the castle, the man demanded the boys call Ein your highness, and Leonardo snapped back that he'd make sure Butts stuck to the rules. Then Butts lost his temper and screamed at his partner. The escort grinned through it, and the rest cracked up laughing. The man marched the boys through the palace, and before they knew it, they burst into the training hall. The boys stood there, watching the knight's training unfold like a live battle. Right when he got into the dining room, the guy slid into his seat and grabbed a snack. Then Ian said he'd be right back and dashed out. Butts admitted that even after all he knew, the tour still slammed home one truth: he and Ein were living in totally different worlds. And then he said the night training had one moment that hit him hardest. The boy blurted out that the knight's grandeur hit him like thunder, and every single move left him stunned. But the Butts kept insisting it did nothing to Ein. Leonard snapped back that this was just normal behavior for his majesty, and Roland added that the prince was built like a tank. Butts leaned back in his chair, grinning as he told them the 4 of them had been a band since 1st grade, always so sure of his own strength, even though the truth was he'd never been truly great at anything. Leonard blurted out that he was confused, but Butts only smiled wider. Butts roared that he'd never let himself be beaten, then clenched his fist and promised Ong wouldn't get any stronger. He'd push himself even harder from here on out. But they reminded themselves, since they were the prince's friends, they had to be strong enough to never become his burden, and Roland and Leonardo nodded right along with him. Ein came back and demanded what the others were chatting about. Butts shrugged and said it was nothing but small talk. Then the prince marched in with even more food, and the boys stared in pure shock. A servant swept up to the boys, blurted an apology for breaking their meal, and reminded the prince that his afternoon meeting was waiting, right now. The boy fumed because he hadn't even gotten a proper bite. Then the girl shot back, "Don't worry, I'll bring food to your room later." Leonardo leaned in and asked the highness if it was really time to go. Just then the prince pushed himself away from the table, nodded along, apologized for the delay, and with a final wave from Roland, they said goodbye. The servant rushed in and told the prince that Warren and Clown were already waiting in the meeting room, and he got it right away. Then, as they headed over, they ran into May carrying a basket. She stepped forward, the girl greeted the prince and sent him off with a warm, "Have a great day." The boy greeted her and blurted, "What are you doing?" The girl froze for a beat, then the servant stepped in, saying she'd been put under her watch and that she'd assigned the girl straight to the cafeteria. The prince caught on and praised the special training for the gifted, but the girl didn't get it at all. She snapped that he was just flattering her. May then declared it was time to run, bowed, and the boy told her to take care of herself, waving her off as the prince said she'd grown more mature than she was as an Ishta, and the girl nodded in agreement. Ain fired off, "Where's Verla?" And the girl smiled back, "She's at the infirmary near the training camp now," then added that the knights all trusted her, because she never stopped working selflessly. The prince declared it was all crystal clear to him, then said they were grinding hard right now. The boy shot his hands up and insisted he had to push even harder too. The boys huddled around the table, shoulder to shoulder, waiting for whatever came next. Warren thanked Ein for stopping by, told him to move on to today's questions, and then the old man launched straight into the case of the adventurer city of Baltica. The kids started firing questions about the official inspection and the investigation into the Red Fox, grilling Warren like, "Was I right?" Warren nodded along, and the old man chimed in that, based on what they found in Viscount Sage's assets before he died, he'd been slipping over to the Baltic again and again, every single year. Clown claimed Red Fox was the mastermind behind the kidnappings, and the old man grunted back that yeah, he probably was, because Kadima believed it too. Warren told the prince that, like Professor Oz said, he should lean on the adventurers in Baltic and that they'd investigate the Demon Lord's old territory at the same time. The prince quickly demanded to know exactly whose territory they meant. The old man leaned in and said, "Back in the last investigation, we unearthed all kinds of unknown tech hidden in books. So if you can dig up more about the Red Fox, the monstrosity, or anything that gives us answers, we'll finally crack this case and make the whole investigation pay off."
What?
Varro warned that the old territory was a death trap, said their investigation would be handled by knights led by Lloyd, and told the prince to stay locked in on official duties. Then the prince grinned, because Lloyd would be right there beside him, and that gave him real hope. He even turned to Clown and asked if she'd go with him, and she agreed without hesitation. The girl shot her hand onto his arm and launched into her words. She leaned in and declared, "I'm your new assistant, starting right now." The boy's face burned with embarrassment as the old man demanded she watch over the prince, so the girl snapped, "Put it on me." Then Ein started naming who would ride with him, and Lloyd, Dila, and Chloe were right at the top. The prince paused for a beat, then fired off a question, "Chris." Chris nearly broke down when they left him behind at home. She curled up in the corner and cried that everyone had ditched her. Then the prince stepped in, apologized, and told her the truth. She was the country's marshal, and the whole capital couldn't breathe without her. Pain slammed into her chest, but she clenched her resolve. Lloyd was riding with them, so she couldn't back out. The prince wasn't thrilled either, glaring because she wasn't staying by his side. Then the girl grabbed the guy's hand and held on tight. The girl stared at the prince, her eyes brimming with tears. Chris kept staring at the guy, and the sadness in his eyes only deepened. I shout to the girl, but Chris just can't figure out why her heart aches so violently. The girl dropped her gaze and started to promise, "I understand, I'll stay right here." With eyes blazing like fire, she vowed to the prince that she'd guard the capital and hold it together while he was gone. Ein grinned, gently ran his hand through the girl's hair, told her he was thrilled, and swore he'd come back with a ton of souvenirs. The moment her prince smiled, it hit her hard, and she realized she was falling in love with that grin. High in the mountains, a lone castle crouched in the snowfields, and the sky kept dumping fresh flakes like it meant business. A knight in steel strode up and declared that in just a few days, a fully armed force would arrive. The night stretched out into forever, swallowing everything in the distance. He told him not to rush because he'd been craving this for several hundred years. Then the knight laughed back, saying time was slipping by way too fast. The monster screamed like it was pure fury, then charged straight at the knight to start the attack. The man snapped his sword into existence, then swore that when the moment hit, the beast would be finished, and it wouldn't be needed anymore. The monster launched itself into the knight, landing right on its target. The man cleaved the monster in two, and the massive carcass crashed down, while the knight snapped that he had no right to even cross the castle's threshold. The knight vowed he'd carry out his mission, then swore he'd wait for his return for as long as it took. Prince Ein leaned over the station railing and flashed the crowd a wave that lit up the whole place. Ein climbed onto the train, groaning about the brutal heat, while Chloe kept dabbing at his sweat with a handkerchief, laughing that summer had finally showed up. The prince fanned himself in the blistering heat, yelling that he was dying of thirst, and Klaus stepped in, offering him a cold glass of iced tea. Ein shot his assistant a grateful smile and told her, right to her face, that she was totally spoiling him. The guy demanded where Lloyd and Dill were right now, and the girl shot back that they were in the front car, while the knights were split up, guarding the front and back cars. He paused, then asked what the guy meant by "in this car." Clown leaned in, wrapped up his line about being left alone, and made it crystal clear they didn't need anyone else. The prince nodded with an embarrassed little smile, and the girl let out a quiet laugh. Ein leaned toward the window and spotted a bizarre bird with 4 wings staring straight at her. The guy blurted out about the bird, asking if it was a monster, and Clown instantly backed him up. The girl said fun was great, then warned them not to go reckless once they hit Baltic, but the guy, remembering his past mess-ups, stared in confusion like, Wait, I know about that. What? The clown swallowed her nerves, sat down beside him, and started explaining that she totally got why he was fired up. Ever since the first king blasted the demon lord's old territory, he'd been worshipping him, and the prince nodded along, saying the first king was literally his idol. The girl obsessed over it. She was dying to know the old demon lord territory, but the land was hiding brutal secrets about when Ishtalika was founded. Then the guy pressed her. So when did Ishtalika start? She swallowed and said it could have been after the demon lord's attack, or after those lands were conquered. Klang said the historian's take was split down the middle, half praised it, half tore it apart. The boy nodded along with his assistant, but his eyes locked onto one thing. Clown spilled the truth about kids born into Ishtaliki's royal family, and how they came out as different races ever since, straightening out Aina's question. The guy nodded along, tossed in an example from his own world, and Aina just stared, still not fully catching what he meant. The girl insisted that his family's bloodline must have mixed with other races inside the demon lord's territory, and the prince shot back that yeah, it totally could be. He kept talking, other races and monsters have a magic stone living inside them, and the real kicker is this: they won't hurt the human who carries it. The prince frowned at the missing records, realized the first royal family never showed up in history, and then demanded to know what race the queen actually was. Clown blurted that she might be an elf, and the prince fired back. The royal bloodline has always blended with a dozen races, so then he couldn't help wondering what race his own kids would end up being. Aim's eyes snapped to the clown and heat rushed to his cheeks. The girl snapped, "What's wrong with you?" And the prince shot back that he was only mulling the future, then praised Clown for still being beautiful. He even admitted she knew more about Ishtalik than he did, because she was the one who handled the whole operation, from schedules to inventory, all for this huge mission. She shot back that the work was brutal, but that was exactly why she'd shown up in the first place. The clown grinned and said, "If I'm here doing all this, then it doesn't bother me a bit." Suddenly the train screeched to a halt. Ain snatched Chloe in panic and demanded if she was okay, and Chloe soothed her by saying she was totally fine. Ain snapped to the sound of a knock, and Dill hurriedly apologized while demanding the prince. Then the man slipped inside and warned them. The train had screeched to a halt because a sudden earthquake hit, and before they could roll on, they'd have to learn what caused it. The prince, though, just shrugged and said everything was fine. Clown stared out toward the Baltic, panicking at how close they'd come, and told the prince she felt something was wrong. He nodded at once, praying nothing would happen. Ain stumbled off the train, teeth chattering from the cold, and blurted, "Man, this weather is freezing." The boys bolt after him, right on his heels. The guy shot a question, "You on the same continent?" Because it was warm on the train half a day ago, and Dill answered, saying sure there was a problem but they'd still reach the Baltic. Then he turned to Lloyd. Lloyd gestured between his old status and the one he had now, like he was showing exactly how you're supposed to address it. The prince declared that everyone here belonged to him, and Lloyd snapped at Lil to thank his highness. Then Ain whirled around and stared at the room. The satellites blazed into the city, slicing through the sky like they owned it. The guys strode down the street shouting, "We made it, welcome to the city of adventurers Baltic." Clown leaned in and asked Floyd if I knew I'd be welcome here. Then the guy just didn't get what the princess meant at all. The girl swore she'd sent word about the prince's arrival today, yet nobody stepped out to greet them, and Lloyd shot back that Ain's name carried weight here. Everyone knew him after he crushed the sea dragon. Then the girl pressed him again, demanding to know why. Lloyd shot back that nobody here ever bothers to read the messages. The man jutted his finger at a grim mountain crowned with a skull and a horn, then demanded Aina take a look. Lloyd kicked off the story, saying that Ogre came from some other monster out there, tore into the village, and got wiped out by the first king. Plus that Ogre's power could punch straight through mountains, and this place is the proof. There was even a chip sitting on the top of its skull, and Lloyd claimed the first king did it, smashing the magic stone, leaving Jane stunned. Dill remembered a scene that matched the Ogre's tale, the prince who wiped out a sea dragon. Everyone burst into laughter, and the prince started squirming in a fit of fuss. Klon clocked that Aina was loving every second, but the prince just swallowed it like, "Guess I'm getting compliments." Night dropped like a curtain. The guys finally settled in, and then the sky just hit them, stunning them with its wild, gorgeous view. The northern lights blazed and danced across the sky, sparkling like the heavens were putting on a show just for him. The prince didn't see it coming. The view from the Demon King's castle hit him like a dream, and he blurted that it was wonderful. Then Clown tossed out a wild idea, saying the Demon Lord might have built the place here just to steal that view, and the boy nodded like, "Yeah, that makes sense." What? The prince leaned in and basically dared everyone to believe that if the girl in the portrait really was the demon. She's not just saying it, she's agreeing she's gonna look amazing right here. The prince asked if they'd meet the feudal lord tomorrow, and she nodded, saying Count Baltic would be there too. Plus, since the prince's crew would be wiped out from the road, she urged them to stop by the count at noon. Ain thanked her assistant and told her to rest up, but then the girl suddenly clamped both hands on his shoulders to shield him from the wind. The prince snapped his cape over her shoulders and beckoned her inside, and the girl bowed her head in thanks before stepping in with him. The very next day, the count rolled in and greeted the prince like a storm breaking through the gates. The count lit up when he met him, introduced himself as Count Razel Baltic, and the man immediately said the king had put him in charge of this whole territory. Ain smiled and said it was a real pleasure to meet him, and that it felt like an honor to stand before him. The prince praised the city, then fired off a question about the rumor that Baltic was packed with blacksmiths, and he was already planning to sneak into one of the forges before heading home. The count nodded and promised he'd write a letter of recommendation to the forge. The man even thanked the prince for looking after his brother. Then the prince snapped, "Who are you talking about?" And the count shot back that his brother's name was Kaisel. The prince replayed that night in his head, and shock hit him when he realized what his comrade was up to. Ein stared at Lloyd in shock, and Lloyd just nodded without a word. Then the prince started scrambling to apologize, but all he could do was toss out excuses for not knowing. The count cut in and said his brother had run off, become an adventurer, and that meant everything was okay. A year ago, the prince still couldn't stop thinking about that letter Kaisel sent him, so when the count pressed, "Did your brother really do this?" The prince snapped, "What happened? Why does it feel so strange?" The count just shrugged and said, "Yeah, my brother's insanely eccentric, and honestly, it's not surprising at all." The man claimed that, with his intro letter in hand, the guild wouldn't regret siding with his highness on this investigation. Then the prince snapped back that it would be useful. The count avoided the conversation, turned to Lloyd, and muttered that he'd heard Lloyd was set to dig into the demon lord's old lands today. Count Baltic thrust the documents into Lloyd's hands, insisting they'd help him, and Lloyd stared them down like they were a key to something huge, listing what he thought was the final route to the Demon King's lands, plus the strange weather lately, and then the prince and Lloyd thanked Count Baltic with full hearts. The man practically burst with joy because he was determined to deliver a letter from Professor Oz. The count told him the professor had shown up a couple days earlier to dig into his research, but he was sick with regret that he never got to meet his highness. Clown snatched the letter from the count, and the message was chilling. The professor insisted that, if at all possible, the prince must go to the demon lord's old lands in person, because a discovery might be waiting there. The prince's mind immediately raced with why the letter even existed, and he braced for what might happen when the Dullahan and the old lick buried inside him finally stirred. Clown leaned in and asked Lloyd if it could be done. Lloyd shot back that it wouldn't be easy, because the research screamed there was a monster so strong it'd shake the world. And then the prince turned to the count and pushed, asking about that monster again. The count reckons the monster has been living there since the place was first built, solid, ancient, and unshakable, and he swears it's every bit as powerful as the sea dragon. People claim it battled the first king, somehow lived through it, and then vanished into the demon lord's old territory, still lurking there to this very day. The count kept insisting that the nearby monsters were already on edge from yesterday's earthquake, and that, according to the rumors, the adventurers even saw it for themselves. Suddenly, a thunderous noise ripped through the street, making the heroes recoil in shock. Lloyd bolted onto the balcony in pure alarm. The prince barked out a question to the man, "What's going on?" And Ein snapped his gaze toward the city, only to have Clown stand behind him stunned. The boys watched the fortress get slammed, and then a thick puff of smoke shot up into the sky. Chips erupted across the battlefield, and the count started talking in pure terror. A monster's head was peeking out from behind the wall, and it was way too close for comfort. From way out in the distance, the monster locked eyes with them. The guards clenched their weapons and braced for the fight. The prince dropped onto the bench and watched the world unfold, and the count's words came rushing back to him. The clown strode up to the prince and announced, "By your majesty's order, we've got 10 magic cannons." Then Ian gripped the map in the hall and declared, "This should be more than enough." The count grilled the prince, demanding whether he truly meant to take down the monster alone, and the prince turned and asked Lloyd if this was even normal. Lloyd snapped back that it absolutely wasn't, but the prince had already made his choice and locked them out from contacting the capital. The prince snapped that they had zero time to waste and needed to handle it fast. Then Ain told the count to call the adventurers. Together, they held the line and defended the place. Clown then called out to the prince, yanking him back to reality. The girl slid into the seat beside him and warned that the prince wouldn't be staying much longer. Then Clown shot back a question. She warned that Wapskamui was a monster who'd crawled out alive after fighting the king, then snapped to the prince. If the king could come out on top, the boy had no business gambling his life. The prince spun around and faced the clown. Ein couldn't help it. She blurted out to the prince, asking what the monster's magic stone tasted like, even though the question burned her face with embarrassment, and she immediately told him not to worry. He swore he'd win and return, so she didn't have a single thing to fear. The clown grinned and threw out a guess. This monster didn't just creep him out, it tasted like chicken. She told him her logic. The moment she first spotted the monster, she swore it looked like a giant chicken, so the guy laughed. Then her words hit him, and now all he could see in that monster was a chicken. Dill rushed up to the couple and told them the guns were ready, and the guy instantly lit up with pure relief. Clown leaned in and told Ein she believed in him, then promised she'd wait right here until he came back. The prince stormed into battle and roared, "Keep moving forward." The prince and his knights tramped through the snow as it swallowed their boots, and the cold made the danger painfully clear. Lloyd then said they should turn it into a training drill back home. Suddenly, the man leaned in and demanded Ein promise he'd keep his word. The prince snapped back that he'd hold him in check, and warned that if the monster refused to listen, it would be forced back to the city. Then Ein stared in disbelief, because she knew it wasn't a random attack. He was the monster's target, and every little coincidence kept piling up like a trap. The moment Ein showed up, he started spilling the truth, because an earthquake hit right away, and then that ancient monster came back, shrouded in mystery. The prince even tossed out the broken roads like no one was getting away, and Lloyd just prayed the prince was dead wrong. The prince spotted a massive rabbit and demanded, "Is it strong?" Then someone told him 2 court knights would crush it. Lloyd even bragged that rabbit meat tasted amazing, but the monster was too damn fast to catch it. And that's when the prince's curiosity latched onto the furry beast. Then Lloyd promised that once they got home, he'd tell Martha to stock up on meat, and the prince nodded right along. Suddenly, the rabbit tore into the forest. So fast the prince clocked it instantly, and the whole group felt the ground shaking like an earthquake. The boys spun around, and one knight blurted that it must be an earthquake. His partner nodded right away. Lloyd let out a shaky sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lloyd roared, screaming for everyone to run. The monster lunged and tore into them. He snarled at them with a roar, wrenching his mouth wide open. The boys clapped their hands over their ears. Ian caught it instantly. The monster's red eyes stared back like Seiji's wyvern. The prince snapped to Lloyd that the creature's eyes and wing had been smashed in. Lloyd's stomach dropped as he realized it had to be the wreckage left behind by the battle with the first king. The prince blared that the monster was wounded and promised he'd never lose. And right as he said it, Dill's leg got jammed in the snow while Ein snapped at his comrade. Dill barked at the prince to stop worrying about him and get out fast. While he fought to steal them a little time, the knight snapping into a stunned hush the moment he looked back. The monster lashed out and jabbed its giant claw right at Dill. The knight stayed locked in silence as everything played out, until the prince suddenly called his name. Lloyd surged at the monster like a bolt of lightning, throwing his own body between it and Dill. He drove his sword into the monster's advance and pinned it back, holding the line by sheer force. With every ounce of power he had, he shoved the giant back, straining like it might tear him apart. The prince grinned as he shrugged off the attack, then turned to Lloyd and praised him to the sky. The trapped knight shouted for his father, and right then Lloyd yanked Dill into motion. Run no matter what. Lloyd barked at his son to flee again, so the kid bolted, sprinted, and kept running. The man stared down the monster and demanded, "Tell me, was my target really Ein?" Lloyd leaned in and told Yupes and Kamui he wouldn't fold that easily. Then the monster locked onto him with a cold, hungry stare. The brute snarled at Lloyd, teeth bared and venom in its voice. The monster surged in to attack, and the man nimbly slipped every hit like it was nothing. With one brutal swing, the man launched straight into his attack. After the attack landed, the sword snapped with a thunderous crack. The blade shattered into 1,000 pieces, leaving nothing but ruin. Lloyd finally landed a hit. He actually sliced the monster, and the brute shrieked in agony. Then he stared at the rest of his sword like, "I only managed to hack a few cups, I don't even know what comes next." Out of nowhere, a massive boulder slams into the monster's face. The monster whipped its head toward the strike, right at the cliff edge, where Ein stood blasting his binding magic and yelling, "I'm here." Like a dare, and the creature's attention snapped straight to the prince. The monster bolted straight toward Ein. The monster kept surging closer, closer, until it finally hit the perfect distance and the prince snapped, "Shoot." The cannons roared to life, and a storm of cannonballs tore through the air in volley after volley. Cannonballs screamed past the target and slammed into the ground beneath it, tearing apart the monster's support and bringing its whole footing down. The monster started to topple, and the prince slammed his sword into the ground like he was sealing its fate. The prince thanked everyone for bringing him in, then unleashed Sea Current, snapping it around the monster and tearing it apart with pure destruction. The monster shrieked as Ein's magic swallowed it whole, then the prince snapped a fresh command, "Keep going." The knights scrambled to reload their cannons, and Lloyd shot his hand up like a command. Lloyd started confronting the monster, saying they might not be as strong as the first king, but telling it to move past that. While the man kept insisting this was exactly what all those brutal hundreds of years of training had forged. More sparks and roars erupted from the cannons, blasting out of the night side. The monster shrieked as the cannonballs slammed into him head-on. Lloyd kept screaming the order to push on because that monster somehow didn't die, even after it survived the first king's fight, and the cannons were still blasting like war had no brakes. The monster started to smoke, staying completely still. Dill told the knights that Yupa's Kamui had frozen in place, and the whole group erupted in cheers. The prince finally crumpled to the ground, relief hitting him so hard it felt like he could breathe again. Lloyd strode up to the prince and bragged that they nailed it, worked as one, and Ain nodded in full agreement. Then Lloyd burst with victory, gushing that it was all Ain's idea to rig the battle cannons and bait the monster straight onto the frozen lake. Dill still tried to insist on checking whether that monster was really dead. His dad nodded, but he cut in that it was underwater, and without boats they couldn't confirm a thing, so Lloyd pushed for retreat and going back. Lloyd blurted out, "What was that noise?" and the prince whipped around instantly. The lake started to freeze over and Dill clocked it right away. He figured it was just a temperature shift. But the prince refused to buy it so easily and shut his mouth tight. He realized the freezing hit way too hard. Ice chips started popping up in the water immediately. Ain yelled at the knights that it was already too late to turn back, because they were about to launch their attack. The prince ripped the truth into the room. Capo's Kamui was still alive. Chris strode through the kingdom's territories, pushing forward like he had a mission waiting at every turn. The girl hurried in circles, twitchy and restless, as if she couldn't settle for even a second. The second princess clocked every weird move the knight made, worry twisting in her chest as she watched him from the shadows. The maid spun to Chris and barked that Olivia was being too restless and needed to feed the twins, and Chris went utterly horrified at the command. Chris snapped whether she'd done something wrong, and Massa the maid shot back that the girl always kept ending up where Ian would be. The girl stormed off to carry out the order, furious, while Massa sat there fuming, because Chris's weird behavior was suddenly starting to look exactly like those rumors about her feelings for the prince. The maid couldn't believe her eyes. She never, ever thought things would turn out like this. The girl showed up at the sea dragon's doorstep. Chris hurled the food at them and couldn't shake the question, why on earth had the twins gotten so huge? The girl clutched her memories of the prince's adventures, and the joy drained out of her face. The monsters comforted Chris, and that girl stepped forward, thanking them like it meant everything. The knight stepped up to the dragons and demanded, "Do you believe in me?" And the monsters grinned like, "You bet." The girl grabbed a bucket of fish, hurled them at the monsters, and sent them off with a deadly little "enjoy your meal." The dragon thundersplashed through the water as they snatched the food up in one hungry rush. The girl paused, then quietly reached for the prince in her mind, telling him she missed him and praying he was okay. Meanwhile, Ain kept hammering away at the monsters in the Baltic and barked orders to the knights like every second mattered. The monster clawed and thrashed, desperate to escape the lake. Ice shards screamed through the air as the knights charged forward. Lloyd leaned in and asked the prince how he was holding up, and the prince shrugged, said everything was fine. Lloyd clocked it as a special attack and demanded to know the state of the ionic cannons, but the knight snapped back that the cold had them frozen and he couldn't load them. A monstrous thing erupted from the frozen lake, tearing the ice apart as it rose. Lloyd snapped into action, warning everyone to brace for the attack, then demanded they shield Ain at any cost. Uppa's Kamui charged in full force, and the knights surged ahead right after him. Lloyd and Dill surged in with their weapons, while the prince blasted the monster with magic support. Ain lashed black bonds behind his back like a strike waiting to explode. The monster's fetters snapped and whipped through the air, cracking like thunder around it. The prince clenched his teeth because controlling them felt nearly impossible. The knights got crushed and one of them snapped a final order, "Get ready." The prince started scrambling to read the situation in real time. He knew they couldn't win like this, but he refused to fold, forcing his mind to kick back into high gear and think. The prince kept dissecting the problem, no cannons, and they needed a blade that could punch through those scales. So Ain stared up at the mountain, hunting for an answer. The prince stared at the ogre's skull and immediately cooked up a ruthless plan. Dill confronted Ain, demanding to know what was eating him, and the prince lit up the moment by pitching a plan. Then he went straight to the knight, asking for help. Ain couldn't even lift his feet. He needed Dill to carry him, and the knight stepped in and asked, "Why can't you move?" The prince leaned in and said that with it, he'd finally unlock the power he'd been holding back. Dill flashed with relief at those words and swore he'd back the prince no matter what. The prince locked eyes with the monster, then commanded him to seize it. Lloyd yelled at the prince, demanding what he was planning, and the monster surged forward right after the iron. The frozen lake has finally thawed and that ice is gone. The prince bolted into the forest, snapping his magic tight to the branches as he raced through the trees. The prince bolted ahead, and then out of nowhere he got hit with a shocking surprise. Ain barreled into the ogre's skull, but the beast didn't fall behind for even a second. The prince unleashed his thick fog technique and blasted it straight at the monster. The monster shrieked, and the mist prince baited that brute straight into his trap. The monster clocked the silhouette and slammed into the attack. He timed the dodge, snatched out of the blast, then leapt back to safety. The boy yelled he'd won, swearing it all went exactly as planned. Then the prince smashed the skull structure with his magic. The monster's claw shoved right into the ogre skeleton's mouth, and that was the end of that. With a snap, the mouth shut tight, and those vicious skull fangs plunged into Upa's Kamui's paw. The monster shrieked in raw, unbearable pain. He let out a sharp whistle like he was calling trouble, and everyone had to look. I unscrewed it right on top of his skull. The monster spotted the first king's silhouette in the prince and snapped out a deep, menacing growl. Ein shattered the horn with magic, raised it straight at the monster, and screamed that this was the final end. Rage surged through the prince as he snapped and wished death on the monster. Ein drove the ogre's horn straight through Yupaskamui's head, and the impact was instant. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth in a brutal flood. The monster finally got defeated. The prince clocked it, whatever was still out there, it was moving. Ein spotted a glowing magic stone sitting inside the monster's lair. The guy lunged at the big guy, slamming right onto him like he was going for the magic stone. The prince used magic, snatched the stone, and tore into it like it was a feast. Ein gulped air through clenched breaths and swore he'd tell Clown exactly what he'd tasted. Exhaustion hit the prince hard. He crumpled to the ground and someone caught him before he could fall. Dill cradled Ein in his arms, gasping like he'd run for his life. The prince lay unconscious, completely wiped out. Dill leaned toward Ein and told her, "My turn to rest," while the others sprint in to reach us. Ein slowly started to crack his eyes open. The prince shot up and demanded where he was, convinced Dill had dragged him back home. Then a voice suddenly called to the boy. Clown sat right beside him, flipping through a book, and then the guy leaned in and demanded how long he'd been asleep. The girl didn't stop talking for almost the whole day. The prince demanded answers. Clown hopped onto the guy's bed and double-checked everything. Then the girl stepped in to help him wake up, reaching a hand toward him as Aim closed his eyes. Klein leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on the prince's cheek. Ein froze at what the girl did, then Clown blurted, shaking with worry, and wrapped the prince in a tight hug. He threw out an apology and swore he couldn't change a thing, but she nodded right away, relieved he was safe and okay. Clown remembered. While the prince was out cold, he got a letter from the king, and he shoved the envelope straight into the guy's hands. Ein didn't want to read it at all. Ein tore open the envelope and read that the king called his move heroic. No scolding, not even a hint. Clown practically burst with joy. The prince added that the king had actually greenlit the boy to scout the demon lord's territory, then demanded to know why this hit so suddenly. Clown claimed it was her and her report who did it, the culprits. The girl told him she wrote the professor's letter to the prince, then dropped that Yupa's Kamui threat had vanished, and the guy fired off praise for Clown. Next, the girl quizzed him again. Did you swallow the monster's magic stone and did you unlock powers? And he checked because she wanted the answer straight. They stared at the guy's stats like, wait, nothing changed. And then boom, an all-new power called ******* Ice Dragon ***** lit up like it just spawned out of nowhere. The guy reminded the girl she'd been right about the stone, and then Clown snapped, "Wait, what are you talking about?" The boy grinned and chewed on the stone, laughing, "It tastes just like chicken." Clown's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Then he burst into laughter and told the prince he loved talk like this. 2 days later, the whole crew finally broke camp and charged straight into the demon lord's lands. Lloyd begged the prince to slow down and not burn himself out on the trip, but Ein waved it off, said he was totally fine and ready to smash into battle. Dill remembered how Count Baltic's face lit up with shock, because the prince had just woken, and then the count immediately pushed off on a reconnaissance mission, while the boy's father said his reaction in that moment was pure gold, and Dill kept moving forward, eyes fixed ahead. Lloyd stared at Ein's aura, smirked that his own had gotten even more refined, and Dill chimed in that he'd caught the adventurers' reactions to Ein too. Dill told them that Ian might be the first king. Lloyd mulled it over for a moment, then admitted that yeah, no matter how disrespectful it felt, he couldn't deny they were right, only for the prince, squirming and snapping back, to insist it was impossible. The prince spun toward the rustle and boom, locked eyes with a monster rabbit. The prince's dinner just got yanked out of reach, like it was sprinting into the night. Dill snapped back that it wasn't food at all, just Yuzuga Yatsumi. And when the prince and Yuzuga Yatsumi heard that, their faces fell, because Dill reminded them he'd heard it was delicious and wanted to taste it, so Dill vowed to bring one back, and Ein's eyes lit up. Dill told everyone he'd have to shove this into his report for Clown. Then the prince practically burst with joy, ordering the soldiers to push forward, and Lloyd cracked up so hard at the jokers. The prince jolted back in fear, and every soldier snapped to attention like a single heartbeat. Lloyd swore someone was watching them, and the prince shot back that he'd barely even dare to attack. The prince suddenly felt something slip away behind them, snapped his head around, and told the boys to watch, sure it was a monster stalking their backs. Lloyd snapped their attention to the fact they were right on the edge of the demon lord's territory, then warned them to stay on guard. The man jabbed his finger at the horizon and swore that was where the territories they needed were hiding. Ian snapped his gaze forward. Before the boys stretched a shattered city, and just a little farther off, a castle loomed. The prince stared in shock as he realized their cities were packed with the same buildings, way too similar to ignore and nothing like he expected. Ein said something felt off here, and Lloyd shot back that there wasn't a single animal, not a scrap of snow, not even a whisper of wind, and this place had been frozen like that for hundreds of years. The prince claimed that time felt frozen in place, then Ein pressed him, so this is really the demon lord's castle, and he confirmed it with a nod. The prince demanded, so why does this castle look just like the king's? The prince pressed his hand to his heart. Ein couldn't figure out why his chest felt like this. First time there, yet happiness and sadness hit him at the very same moment. He suddenly felt his ancestors' legacy hit him and it all clicked, like he finally understood. The prince started mumbling about his feelings and Dill snapped, Ein. The prince dropped his hand with a heavy sigh, like the weight of the whole world just hit him. Ein stood before the city and declared that he'd made it back home. The wind slammed into everything, roaring louder by the second. Birds swooped in, seedlings burst into bloom, and the whole world ignited. Then the night came roaring for Lloyd. The city gates yawned open by themselves, like the place was daring them to come in. Lloyd started to say the gates hadn't opened for a whole century, and the prince, still smiling, stared off into the distance. The prince crumpled onto the pillow, like all the fight had finally slipped out of him. The prince froze in awe at how cozy his own home felt, then blurted that magical objects were pure, unbelievable magic. He stared at tomorrow's recon plans, already mapping out what they'd do the moment they stepped outside the gate. A sharp ring cut through the street, right as Ian jolted upright in bed, while the prince started wondering if those footsteps were just the patrol on its rounds. A deep rumble tore through the air. The guy bolted outside, demanding to know what was happening. Then Ein spotted two dead rabbit monsters lying there. The rabbits lay sprawled on the ground, completely still. Lloyd stared at the scene and realized a true master had ended those monsters, because the rabbit's neck was sliced clean as a blade. Dill shot back, so who could have done that if we even had guards? The prince figured someone had come to greet them, until Dill snapped that this was no moment for jokes. Ian nodded, checked it himself, and confirmed the carcass wasn't poisoned. The prince asked if Lloyd would cook dinner, and Lloyd hesitated before nodding. Then Ain jumped in, saying she'd share the meal with everyone else. The knights threw the rabbits on the fire and cooked them up right then. The boys plopped down and dug in, starting to chow down right away. The prince jolted awake in a blazing good mood, thanks to that amazing dinner. He spun around, sprang to his feet, and the truth hit him hard. He wasn't in the place he was supposed to be. Ian blinked in pure confusion and demanded, "Wait, where am I?" Lost in his thoughts, the prince started replaying the night before in his mind. Then the door to Ain's room swung open, and someone shouted that they were finally here. Right before the prince, a knight in shining armor marched into view, clutching a tray and a steaming mug of tea. The prince blinked in shock as the man set the tray on the pedestal, and the knight quickly blurted out an apology for barging in. The knight launched into his intro. He was the vice-captain of the Black Knight Squad, tied to the Demon Lord, and his name was Marco. He kept insisting over and over that he was undead, alive with armor on his back, or if you want the exact truth, forged steel. The prince leaned in and grilled the knight again, making sure he understood exactly how deadly this situation was. Ein didn't even clock the kidnapping until Marco burst into the room, and he figured his crew hadn't found out yet, while the prince gripped the edge of his blanket, panicking like it was the only thing keeping him alive. Ian's gut dropped. He realized the monster staring back at him was stronger than everyone he'd faced before. The boy caught sight of the castle at his back and knew there was no running now. Then the knight started closing in on the prince, and dread hit him hard. Marco hurried and set the table fast. The knight yanked the tablecloth straight, laid the full dinner service on the table, then dragged a chair out like he meant business. Marco leaned in beside him and urged the prince to sit, proudly saying he'd already brewed tea just for him. Ein blinked in disbelief, then thanked Marco with a rush of warmth. Right then, the boy slid into the seat beside him as the knight slowly cooled the tea. Marco told everyone he brewed tea from elder leaves that had soaked up 1,000 years on their own territory, and that these leaves were worth a fortune. Then Ein paused and marveled at how strangely gentle the knight felt. The prince grilled Marco about his status, but Marco cut him off and demanded to be called by name, and the questioning kept rolling. He wanted answers fast. Why Marco brought him here, and the knight only smiled and promised, "I'll explain once you try the tea." What? The prince sighed, took a sip of the tea, and swore that poison couldn't touch him. Then the boy chimed in that it tasted amazing, and Marco practically beamed because the prince actually liked it. Ein drained his tea, and as the night rolled in, it finally started answering the prince's question. Marco said he'd dragged himself here just to warn him. Marco warned the prince that his vessel was still shaky, and told him not to use phantom hands yet. The prince snapped, "Why do I have to stop?" The knight grimly said Ein's core could spiral out of control, just like the demon lords. Marco admitted the curse riding those beasts hadn't fully vanished yet. The prince started chewing on the knight's words, gripping the idea that the demon lord was Ash, but he still couldn't wrap his head around the beasts. So he sharpened the question, talking about the red foxes. Marco's hands shook as he blurted, "The prince is right. Then he swallowed hard and apologized for mangling their name. The curse wouldn't let him say it. Marco also revealed that the prince's tea crushed the curse's grip, and when Ian thought it through, he finally got it. Marco wasn't trying to hurt him, and he wasn't treating him like an enemy. The knight told everyone the prince's friends had to be panicking, then stepped up and promised he'd escort him off. The prince caught himself studying the twist. He wasn't locked inside the castle at all, he was out on its grounds. The chest-carrying knight snapped back that if the prince wanted to see him, he'd better wait until the man's vessel got stronger. Ain gazed at Marco with heartbreak in her eyes, then snapped her attention back ahead. Ain leaned into the knight's ear and asked if he ever felt lonely out here, and Marco snapped that the prince was incredibly kind. Then he quickly told him not to worry about a thing. The knight shot back that he had a mission so important it couldn't wait. Ain nodded, grinned, and told him he understood, while the knight leaned in and said, "If the prince wants the real answers about the beasts, head south." The prince jolted at the discovery, and Marco snapped back that after the Great War, they'd slipped sails toward the lonely southern ports, so Ain pressed, "Did the foxes cross the sea?" And Marco nodded. Then the night kept unfolding. Right in the heart of the Great War, they had secretly readied ships. Marco tried to push his words out, but his hands started to tremble and his voice cracked into a stutter. Then the phantom reached out and touched him. A heartbeat later, the knight got drowned in a swarm of phantom hands. The prince's nerves spiked, and as the night rolled in, it felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Ain snapped, calling Marco's name out loud. The knight stared him down and snapped, "Don't you get it? It's not the beast, it's her." Crouched low, he blurted that she was an incredible species, and the prince went wide-eyed in shock. The prince didn't get a word of what Marco was saying, and he snapped that they'd tricked the demon lord and dragged their house into the world. Marco snapped, "Don't you dare say that," and he kept repeating over and over that they truly love them. The knight yanked his sword free and somehow sliced his own leg. The curse started to unravel and the boy crumpled to the ground. Then the prince sprinted over and shouted to Marco. Ian demanded what it was, and the knight snapped back that it was a curse. One that hijacks their minds, smothers their reason, and turns them into raging berserkers. Marco leaned in and warned the prince to stay on guard. The knight swore the beasts hold a grudge against Ishtalik's royal family, and they're biding their time, ready to rip the throne from their hands. Ain didn't fully get what Marco meant. He told her it was inevitable, and the curse hit him again, pain flaring. Then the prince snapped and begged for no more words. The prince stared at the castle and couldn't stop wondering what went down between Ishtalika and the red foxes. The knight marched the boy to the gate, pointed him straight toward the camp, and commanded him to carry the chest. Marco told the prince that Ain could forge a sword straight from what was inside that chest, and the prince shot Marco a grateful thank you. The prince finally demanded answers. Why was that knight from the Ishtaliki family helping him? The prince rose to his feet and blasted out that it was only natural for knights to back the royal family, and Ian froze in thought. Because the demon lord's army was Ishtalika's enemy, so he figured this was just some knightly pledge, nothing more. Ain stared them down and demanded answers. Why didn't he go anywhere near the recon squad? Marco snapped back that he'd already sworn his life to shield the people of this territory. Marco couldn't forget the woman who told him to learn how to get along with everything. The prince froze in shock, wondering if the demon lord really had said it. Then the answer came back, a full yes, and the knight leaned in to add that it was basically her favorite line. The prince tore himself away and said goodbye to Marco. Then the knight leaned in and warned Ain to stay sharp and be careful. The prince lit up with a memory and a warm thank you, praising the rabbits as the most delicious he'd ever tasted. The night came down like a heavy curtain. Ain sprinted back to his camp, and his friends surged forward to greet him the moment he arrived. Lloyd walked up to Ain and demanded where he'd been. Ain only flashed a grin and said, "I got kidnapped," and the knights nearly fell over from shock. Every knight dropped to their knees, ready to take the punishment for the blunder. Yet Ain snapped their pleas aside because there was no undoing it. Lloyd snapped orders to the knights to sweep the area, and Ain grinned, remembering Marco and thinking, "This monster reeks of chivalry." The boy glanced back at the castle, and it felt like some invisible thread tied him straight to the demon lord. Chloe and Ain stared at the helmet-shaped head, and the girl blurted out, "So this is really a parting gift?" The prince shot back that for him it wasn't just some severed head, it was nothing like that. The prince said Marco was ready to forge a sword from it, and the girl snapped back that if they needed a blacksmith, the letter was already waiting. The prince lit up and praised the girl for how fast she worked, and Klon shot back a quick thanks to Aina. Then the girl replied, and boom, the whole room knew this. The blacksmith in the Baltic is the absolute best, and his name is Mafton. The clown leaned in and asked the prince if he wanted to come by right now, and the prince nodded yes without hesitation. The boys marched straight toward that forge. He refused to believe this was the right place, but Lloyd cut through his doubts. He'd go first, and he told Dill to stand watch at the entrance. Ain flat out refused, then told them they'd come to ask for a favor and demanded he go in first. Lloyd opened his mouth to protest, but the guy smoothed him down and shut him up. The prince yanked open the front door and blurted out an apology for barging in. Then a curse snapped out from inside the house. Inside, iron hammered hard, and the prince barked at the girl to grip the hammer with her hands, until she snapped back that he'd told her to use her feet. He froze, apologized again, and shifted the whole spotlight back to himself. The blacksmith stared at the boy, eyes sharp and curious as sparks in the forge. The boys were already waiting in the forge, and the blacksmith begged the prince for forgiveness over the mistake, only for the prince to wave it off and say everything was perfectly fine. Blacksmith Mutin snapped that his forge had sat empty for 3 years. Then his apprentice, shrugged and said the last soul who showed up only barged in to hide from the rain. Newton leaned in and asked Ein what he wanted forged for him. Ein shot back that he wanted a sword and begged to use his own material. But the blacksmith grinned and said he'd choose for himself whether to work it or not, and he was pleasantly surprised. He spotted the helmet of the living armor, and the danger suddenly felt way too real. The prince nailed it, Marco's helmet, and he demanded to the blacksmith, "Have you seen this before?" Mouton shook his head, saying it was the first time and that his guess was pure blacksmith instinct. The blacksmith already knew the living armor was a monster, one that only sheds its armor once in its whole life, watching it vanish while the helmet survives, and his apprentice swore the material was tough as iron. The blacksmith nodded, calling it a national treasure. The blacksmith nodded and took the job, but he warned it wouldn't be cheap because they'd have to fire up a magic furnace and feed it magic stones. Clowns started scribbling the price, 50 million for the processing, and the blacksmith slapped on another 20 million for his labor. And just like that, it all totaled 70 million, leaving Ain staring in horror at the number. The guy hauled the girl off for a private talk, and Ain leaned into Klon, hissing that the price was way too brutal, so even though he was the heir, he couldn't splash the money on any order. The clown snapped back that the prince had never once gotten rewarded for his work, and for that alone, the price they offered felt downright cheap. The prince looked totally lost, and Lloyd fired back a plan, used the mutinu they'd pulled from the sea dragons, so the blacksmith nodded and agreed. Then Lloyd revealed the real kicker. Their supplies were already in the capital, and he'd send only the finest pieces. The blacksmith shot back that he'd rather pick the materials himself, then warned that the road from the Baltic to the capital wasn't going to be easy. The clown pushed the blacksmith to forge that sword right in the capital. The girl leaned in and bragged that she was the daughter of the August Trading Company, and that she'd foot the bill, meaning she could prep every last material herself. Clown broke down all the perks of that trap, and Ein couldn't stop clocking how sharp that girl was, both as an assistant and as a rock-solid family negotiator. The prince swore his assistant was brilliant, the blacksmith loved the plan, and then the man tossed the document to the girl, leaving her to work the rest of the magic. Mouton leaned in and told the girl to handle his money, then demanded she line up a plan, a house, and a brand new furnace. The prince shot back asking if all of it was really needed, and the blacksmith grinned, saying he'd open a fresh shop the moment he got there, while the assistant practically burst with excitement. The man barked that it was time to get ready, then swore to the prince he'd forged the best sword ever. The boys burst out of the blacksmith, stunned, and the prince clocked just how confidently Mouton made every call. The girl said he had a bold, assertive edge, and Lloyd couldn't help but like the blacksmith. Ian demanded to know if everything would be okay, and Klon shot back that the plan was hers. And so was the work, leaving the guys stunned when they finally saw what was inside that document. The blacksmith's purse was stuffed to the brim. The prince stood tall at a grand reception, surrounded by nobles who stared like the night itself was watching. The king stepped up, boomed that today's banquet was all thanks to the knights and the prince, and showered them with praise. Word spread fast. People flooded Ein's side, chanting his monster-slaying victories, and when the prince answered that it was the knights and Lloyd who made it happen, the crowd erupted all over again for his humble reply. Everyone shot up their glasses in honor of Ishtalika. The prince decided a banquet wasn't worth the effort until his mother stepped right up to him. Olivia yanked on Ein's face and snapped that a disbanquet wasn't nearly enough of a reward for everything the prince had accomplished. The woman warned that his father would blow a fuse if they didn't hoodwink him, and the prince shot back, agreeing with every word. The prince leaned toward his mother and fired off a question that instantly set the whole moment on edge. Chris hid behind a column, staring at the prince with a heavy heart, while Ein asked what to do with the elf. Olivia admitted she was too shaky to go near her. Then the prince demanded they talk, and the mother immediately backed him. Olivia told them to head out to the terrace with Chris, kick back and relax, then pushed the idea that he should be the first to jump into it. The guy shouted for Chris, saying he was headed out onto the track, and demanded Chris come with him. The couple stormed out of the hall, leaving the whole place buzzing behind them. The wind snapped the girl's hair into the prince's view, and he clocked it instantly. So Chris, still fussing, shot back that it was all for the banquet's sake. The prince gushed that she looked stunning with her hair down, and then admitted with a pang that he hated how rarely he got to see it. But Chris's cheeks flared red as the prince's words hit him. Ain blurted that it was blazing hot today since it was smack in the middle of summer, and the girl just couldn't calm down and shot back, yeah. Then the guy asked what things were like in the kingdom while he was away, and she replied that nothing new had happened. Chris's smile vanished and a heavy sadness hit, then he just added. For her, everything changed because Ain was gone. The prince stared straight at the girl, as if his whole world just paused. Chris admitted she was terrified for him, and as she talked, she dug up the frightening memories from their past adventures. The girl said that once upon a time, God handpicked her to stand beside him for those wild adventures. But this time, when she heard he was battling somewhere far away, it tore her up inside because she couldn't help him. The girl couldn't forget the feeling of being completely alone. The girl swallowed hard and confessed it was absolutely heartbreaking. Then the prince snapped his gaze to Chris. Ain shouted to the girl, telling her she was the marshal and he wasn't allowed to lock her down for himself. But she shot back with a furious objection. Even with all that chaos, she still vowed to protect the prince. The girl jolted as she realized tears were streaming down her face. Chris wiped away her tears in a hurry, snapped into an apology, and told her not to spiral like that in her current spot. She insisted she just needed to let it all out, then she looked up and said she was fine now. Chris tried to brush it off as weird, but she couldn't stop bawling, tears flooding her face, and she begged forgiveness for wanting to run away. The prince snatched the girl's hand and yanked her forward. Ain locked eyes with her and Chris froze mid-step. The girl lined in and demanded, "So what are you doing?" The prince realized she couldn't, because she was a marshal, and the words his assistant and his mother had drilled into him about what he was owed came rushing back. The prince figured it out on the spot, then the girl demanded, "What do you mean?" and he spilled the answer. The prince snapped his gaze aside and started to talk. Ain stared at the moon and vowed that the reward waiting for him would make every ounce of his effort pay off. The king and queen lounged on the sofa while Ain faced them head-on from across the room. The prince bowed and thanked his grandfather for giving him the time at such a late hour. And the king snapped back that he'd already heard the prince wanted a reward for all the help he'd given. Chris hovered awkwardly behind the prince as Ain asked the prince's meeting could tolerate Chris's presence, and the king immediately nodded, permission granted. The king leaned in and demanded what the young man wanted. Then the prince opened his mouth to start his answer. Ain demanded Lloyd Galadius be rewarded first, no delays. The prince started shouting that everyone could make it back to the Baltic during the battle only because Lloyd pulled off the miracle. Ain remembered this. During the Sea Dragon's rampage, Lloyd let the prince slip out of the castle, so he got stripped of his marshal title. But the kid's value was so damn huge that they still found a way to cover it all up. The prince begged to be reinstated as marshal, and the king praised Lloyd's work, until the job went to Chris instead. They didn't sign off on it, because if Lloyd got brought back, Chris would get demoted. Ain didn't ask for much. She demanded Chris get put right back as bodyguard to Prince and Princess Olivia, with his mother backing the play, and that was the whole request. The king leaned in, started repeating the prince's request and snapped, "So you really think you can hand out a title that huge to whoever you please?" The king's face twisted with fury and he demanded, "Don't you dare talk nonsense." Warren cut into the king and prince's conversation, and the regret hit him the moment the words left his mouth. The prince slammed his aura down and declared, "I'm talking to the king now, hold on till I'm done." Then the prince finally steadied himself. Urin crumpled to his knees, begging for forgiveness with everything he had, while the king sat there thinking only royal blood could possibly summon that kind of pressure. Ain admitted his demand was unreasonable, but he insisted it would still help Ishtalika. Then the king shot up at once, while the prince pressed on, claiming Lloyd could only truly show who he was as a marshal, and that Chris instead was perfect for escort because only the right spots would let them serve the state. The king nodded in agreement, then tried to argue, only for someone to cut him off and shut him down. The queen snapped that the prince was rough around the edges, but his words made perfect sense. Then the king threw in the towel and resigned. The king snapped his command to Warren get the paperwork ready to shove Lloyd's rank back in place, then turned to Chris. The monarch snapped an order on the spot. He'd rip her out of the marshal role and install that girl as Ain and Olivia's bodyguard. The king snapped his speech shut and promised he'd be counting on Chris. The girl dropped to her knees and accepted the order on the spot, and just like that, everyone was smiling at the changes. The couple stepped out of the room and the prince turned to Chris with a warm thank you for keeping her company, only for the girl to shrug and say it wasn't worth a thing. Chris swallowed his pride and begged for forgiveness, because the prince had to burn every last reward on saving her. The prince burst into laughter and swore this was exactly what he'd been craving. The girl relived every single moment and blurted out, "Ain was only just a kid and now look at him, he's grown so much." Aina nodded, then strode right up to the girl. Ain shot his hand up and swore that one day he'd stand taller than the bodyguard. The girl backed away and the prince blurted out an apology for getting so close. Chris went bright red and insisted, "It's not scary, I just know you don't like it." Chris felt like her request was way too bold, but she asked it anyway. Chris flushed bright red and blurted that the prince should just call her by her first name. The prince couldn't get it. Chris suddenly broke down in tears. Then Ain stepped in, told her she understood, and begged her, "Don't cry." Ain snapped her gaze away and let her thoughts roar. He told her he couldn't wait to team up with her tomorrow. Chris grinned and happily shot the feeling right back. The couple erupted in laughter, then Chris stormed out, and the prince just watched her disappear. 3 months tore by like a blink, and by now it was smack in the middle of November. The boys stormed into the forge to catch Mutant in action. The blacksmith shot me an apology for making me wait, like time had teeth. The man said with zero doubt that this sword was his greatest creation. Ain snatched the sword and gripped it tight, and the prince declared it his new companion from this moment on. The prince's sword shook in his hands, Ain's eyes went wide, and Warren told her it was loyalty made visible. The man took one look and decided the helmet must have belonged to some proud armor, proving it was the prince's rightful claim. The prince snapped his sword through the air, grinning as if it listened to his every move and felt almost weightless. Clown and Chris gushed to the prince that the sword fit him perfectly, and the prince thanked them. Then the blacksmith grinned and insisted they test it by carving into the spine of a sea dragon. The boy stared at the dragon's massive spine, then turned to Chris and asked, "How strong is it?" Chris answered through the girl's voice that it was even tougher than the spine on the prince's personal ship. The prince had zero doubts about Luton, but he wouldn't snap him in half, so he kept pressing on his spine, one careful push at a time. The prince shattered his bones, and the guys watching nearby just stared in shocked disbelief. The prince demanded to know where all those fragments came from because he hadn't even tried to make them. The blacksmith was totally baffled by it, yet still acted proud, and so did his assistant. Lloyd pitched the idea of naming the sword, and the prince mulled it over. Then he decided the best move was to ask Marco. Marco huddled on his knees inside the castle, writhing under the curse. Night after night the same thought hammered in. She was incredible. While he grabbed the tea, then spilled it all over himself. Marco started to smoke, and his breathing turned heavy and frantic. For years the beast had tried to take him over, so he finally faced it head-on, while the knight gripped the scroll and swore his mission wasn't finished yet. Marco's eyes sharpened as he remembered the prince, and he told them, "You've got to hang on until Ain comes back." Then he gritted through it, "I can hold out another full day and night." The knight plopped down on the floor and loudly praised himself like, "Yeah, I'm an absolute legend, what a great guy." Marco swore it was all because of that incredible woman, and his soul started splitting apart from the shock. Ain sat at the table, scribbling away like he had a deadline. Then the guy snapped his head toward Chris. Ain told her she had nothing to fear from him, but the girl shook with terror and begged, "Are you really telling the truth, and will you actually eat my magic stone?" That night, Ain planted himself in his sleep and yanked Kadama mid-stride, almost gulping her magic stone as she passed by. The prince's mother beamed and declared, "When the dryads grow up, they grow up for real," and just like that, boom, the prince was finally an adult now. The prince leaned in and told Chris he still hadn't stroked her stone, then ordered her to calm down, because he wasn't interested in anyone else's stones either. Chris plopped down and admitted she had no clue, then a stranger swaggered up to the prince. Dill told them Ainu got a letter from the king, in order to show up on the anniversary of the last king's death. The prince pointed to the cemetery and said his grandfather came here every single year, and Dill shot back that this meant it was officially part of the prince's duties now. "I haven't even given it a thought." The king and his prince strode toward the massive memorial, clutching bouquets of fresh flowers, as if every step mattered. Ian shot back, "So all the kings of Italy are buried here." The king nodded and said the prince was right, then barked at him to look ahead. The king shot back that this tombstone marked the first ruler, Yalvin Ishtalika, and the prince seized the moment, speaking his name out loud. The king demanded the prince copy every word, so the prince repeated his orders, "Grab your sword out front and bow low." The footprints hit every instruction the boss laid down. The blade flared to life with a blinding glow, and the king immediately demanded, "What is it?" The prince shot back an apology and admitted the sword was reacting to human bones, just like the king had once heard about a blade forged from the undead. Then the king said his father's remains were buried safely there and laughed out loud. Ain leaned toward his grandfather and blurted out a question. The prince leaned in and asked what it really means to be a king. Then the king snapped with surprise, saying he'd only just hit the age where that question starts to crawl into his mind, and the confused prince nodded along. Ain admitted he'd just gotten wind of it and couldn't stop himself. He was hooked. Grandfather told him straight that being a king, at least in his eyes, meant holding his people's lives in your hands, deciding when they lived and when they died. The king didn't stop, he hammered the truth home. The king's word carries crushing weight, and anyone who only thinks of themselves has no right to wear the crown. His grandfather told his grandson to really think it over, because time still had plenty of runs left. The king urged them to turn back before the prince even caught a cold. The night dropped like a curtain. Ein stormed right up to the throne. He stared at the throne, and the thought hit him like a lightning strike. The boy clutched his grandfather's words in his heart and started talking. The prince swore he'd been trying to live up to the first king, and he refused to believe his choices could be wrong. Ein feared he'd acted like the whole world only mattered to him. Then a girl's voice cut in from right behind the guy. Chris told her that even after the demon lord's stone got moved, that place still felt cursed. Then the prince apologized, saying he wasn't sure he could ever become the kind of king everyone deserved. The girl's smile faded into worry, but she pushed forward toward the prince anyway. She slipped the prince's hand into hers, pressed it to her beating heart, and told him, "I'm handing you my magic stone." The guy's jaw dropped in total shock. Ein shouted Chris's name, and the girl asked if she could lay her hand on the prince's right chest. The prince nodded, though he had no clue why. Then Chris placed her fingers there and told him it was an ancient elven ritual with a meaning that was anything but simple. The girl said the elves carried a magic stone on the right side of their chest, and every time they touched it, they were proving their trust and love for each other. Chris praised the prince to the heavens, swearing that through sickness and pain, she'd always stay by his side. The girl seals it with a promise. Even after the prince becomes king, she'll still be standing right there. The prince stared at the girl and told her she always has his back. He bowed to the elf and admitted his heart finally felt lighter, while the king kept a sharp eye on him from the side. The king swore it was an accident, but Lloyd overheard them whispering that Chris was a reliable girl. And Lloyd fired back that the king had made the perfect call by putting her back where she belonged. The king kicked things off with tales of an ancient elven ritual, and Lloyd nodded along. Then he threw a twist on it, saying Chris had turned that tradition into something totally new. The king finally cooled off and declared that the crown prince was growing up faster than anyone could expect. That training camp was where the knights got forged, battle skills honed until they were ready to fight. Lloyd kept his eyes on the knights until someone finally called out to him. Ein sprinted straight up to the marshal. Lloyd clocked the prince's bright mood and shot back, grinning, that it was all thanks to him being surrounded by good subjects. Ein begged to join the training and insisted on teaming up with Lloyd as her spring partner. The marshal nodded in agreement. The prince and the marshal faced off head-to-head, and Lloyd snapped that with him by his side, there was no way he'd be able to hold back. Ein finally tapped into his full power, and then he crashed forward with a brutal attack. Ein lunged midair and swung at the marshal, and Lloyd's jaw dropped when he felt that terrifying aura. The boys' swords collided mid-swing. The marshal shoved the attack back, and the earth under his boots split with a thunderous crack. A massive explosion tore through the air. The knights around them snapped into defense, shielding themselves as fragments of earth rained down. The boys planted themselves in the dust, like they were bracing for impact. The prince shot Lloyd a grateful nod after that sparring, and the marshal practically beamed. He was thrilled he could help. The prince swallowed his pride, apologized for wrecking the training ground, and declared that it was finally time to run. The prince was rushing like his life depended on it. Dill stood right beside his father. Dill spotted the wound on Lloyd and shouted to his father for help. Lloyd trembled in sheer horror as the prince's raw power bore down on him. The marshal leaned in and said the future king would get even stronger, way stronger. Footsteps thunder through the hall and every courtier snaps to attention, staring in shock. The young prince strides forward with his chin up, looking dressed for ceremony, and all the courtiers bow before him. Ian strolled down a grand hall lined with carved columns, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Then he spotted his grandfather waiting by the room's exit, and right as Ian caught him, the king caught Ian too. The protagonist blurts out, shocked, "What are you doing here, your majesty?" And the man smirks, saying he already knew Ian would come back to the cemetery. Then he presses, "So, has your grandson actually thought about what it truly means to be a king?" What? The prince gives a loud yes, dead sure he's on the right road, then slips off to the cemetery to tell the first king, only for his grandfather to nod and smirk that the boy clearly has Yale's admiration in his blood. Silver keeps the story going, admitting he respected, and even secretly envied, the first king because nobody could ever match what he accomplished. The king declares he trusts his grandson, saying he can match the first king's greatness, and Ein jolts, staring at his grandfather in shock as the silvered leaves vanish. The prince is told one final time to act properly. The young man swallows hard, then steels himself and tells his grandfather yes, just like that, when a sharp gust of wind slams in and his cloak starts flapping wildly, and Ike keeps marching straight toward the cemetery. The protagonist drops to his knees before a towering, ornate tombstone, lays flowers at the grave, and begs forgiveness for showing up so suddenly. Then he raises his sword before his face, honoring the dead with every ounce of respect. The prince jerks up off his knees, slides his sword back into its sheath, and admits he's been admiring the first king so hard that it even pushed him into reckless choices. Ike keeps talking, saying tons of people back him, and as he says it, faces he cares about flood his mind. Then doubt hits hard. Was it really just admiration? The boy stumbles over his words, and right on cue the wind roars back through, tossing leaves in the air again. The young man lifts his chin and stares down the first king's tombstone like a promise, then says, voice razor-sharp, that he'll rise higher than Yale von Ishtalika. Ike shoots out another apology for barging in, bows hard and says goodbye, then the other guy starts to leave, only to stop dead, lost in thought. His face tightens with dread, something feels off. He's already been here before, already paid his respects at this very grave, and now the young man starts laying out every move and every thought. Ike's eyes blow wide when he remembers his sword was glowing back then, and he whips around toward the grave, frozen in shock and disbelief. The guy whips his whole body toward the tombstone and stares into it like it's telling a secret. Then the prince is at the grave in a blink, drops to his knees again, blurts a rushed apology to the first king, and yanks his sword out. Ike snaps the sword back up in front of him, sick with horror when it still doesn't glow. Because the king's remains aren't even under this tombstone, so panic crawls into his mind as he lifts his head and calls out his theory to the monument. The protagonist is hit with doubts all over again, and he grumbles that if his grandfather had known the first king wasn't buried here, he'd have told him for sure. Then the prince drags his fingers over the inscription, reads it out loud, and declares, Yale is buried on his own homeland. What? The prince's face crumples in terror, then everything snaps into place in his mind. He remembers that mysterious night in dark armor and the strange spark he felt with the demon lord. And just like that, the exact phrase he needs to get along with everyone bursts into his head. Ike's blade crashes down with a thunderous metallic clang, the wind howls and yanks the leaves away, and the protagonist murmurs to his guest, this isn't the first king's birthplace. Night swallowed the halls. Meanwhile, the prince slumped in the library, chin dipping as he started nodding off mid-page, clutching yet another heavy tome. The clown creeps up to Ian and his courage flickers, just a little, and she asks if he's tired. He snaps back that he's not, then fires off about the business trip, and she tells him it's an inspection of the former Viscount Sage's lands. She adds, until a new lord arrives, this land answers to a king. The young man turns to his friend and asks if she'll come with him. Clown says she'll stick with Olivia, and that's when he's hit with instant regret. The prince figures out exactly who'll ride with him, then points to the specific lands and lays out where they're located. Clown tells them the prince's visit is scheduled between Ishtalika and Baltica, which means he'll be stuck on the water train for the night. And Aina's jaw drops in shock as he mutters to himself that this could actually be useful, making the girl stare at him like, what are you thinking? What? Seeing the look on his girlfriend's face, the main guy snaps into damage control, blurts, don't look at me, and tries to distract her, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger, until she blushes and complains that the prince is going to wreck her hairstyle. Ain's mission just kicked off. Now he's charging toward the lands of the fallen Viscount Sigi. And as he whoops down the street with his guards right behind him, the locals grin from ear to ear at his arrival. The protagonist stalks through the estate, grills the townspeople and farmers for answers, and you can tell, this mission is crushing it, no doubt. When night dropped, the hero sprinted off toward the water train, and Dill rushed to the prince, telling him they'd spend the night there and hit the capital come morning. Ain nodded, agreed, and thanked him. Ian snaps back to the request he made for Dill, and suddenly every ounce of his focus locks onto the prince. Then he hands the soldier a letter and orders him to deliver it to the engineer. Dill stares at the envelope as the prince hammers home how critical the letter is, then orders it delivered right now. The soldier grins, nods like it's no big deal, and with a deep bow dashes off to deliver it. The door thumps shut behind Dill, and Ain just stares as he walks off. Then, after a heartbeat, the train erupts into motion with a deafening roar and grinding wheel cream, blasting thick clouds of smoke from the chimney. Quick footsteps thunder down the corridor, and moments later a breathless soldier bursts into the room, yelling why the train started moving and what that letter contained. Then Ain, dead calm, asks him to forgive her. With a stone-cold, serious face, the main character sits back in their chair and declares, I'm heading for the Baltic. Dill, still buzzing with excitement, blurts out why they have to split right now. Ain admits that, as a prince, he's dying to run his own private investigation, and his friend pushes to see if the king already knows. The prince just shakes his head, firm and final. The soldier lets out a heavy sigh, then murmurs, the train reaches the Baltic by morning, so for now we rest. And Ain is stunned by his friend's act, so he blurts, why don't you even try to stop him? Dill studies the prince with a look that says, I get it, and a little sting of sadness, then mutters that even so, he would have still done it his own way. The protagonist slips into a dazed haze, then breaks into giggles that snowball into full-blown laughter, while the prince's friend stares at him, totally baffled. With a huge grin, Anhin freezes for a beat, still thinking about how he's the one stuck walking beside him. Then the soldier smiles back and vows he'll do his best to live up to every expectation. The train barrels down the rails at full speed, while the prince sleeps like a stone, calm, clueless, and even in his dreams he hears someone clawing to wake him up. Ian heaves himself up on the bed, only to realize it's all grass and trees around him. Then the guy yawns and asks if they've finally arrived, but before he can even catch his breath, a sword, still in its sheath, jabs straight into his face again and again. The prince gapes in pure shock as the stranger barks orders, "Get up," and demands he start training right now. Once the shock eased up, Ian jolted upright and demanded, "Where am I and who are you?" Behind the towering blonde man, still glaring with a sword aimed at him, a stunning black-haired sorceress from Estimania stood poised in the shadows. The prince stares, instantly recognizing who's in front of him, then he erupts, shouting the heroes' names, Dullahan and the Elderlick. Ein stared at the heroes, stunned and confused, then his mind snapped, "Wait, did they kidnap me?" Before he swallowed hard and quietly blurted the tall blonde man's name, Ramza. The man and the girl introduced themselves, and when the prince correctly calls out the man's name, the girl standing behind him, grinning sweetly, steps up and tells everyone, "I'm Misty." The sorceress steadies him, brushing aside his panic about getting kidnapped, then leans in and softly tells him, this is exactly what he wanted. Ramza, with a smug little edge, says they're out of time and it's go time. Then he snaps his fingers and dark, beautiful metal armor erupts onto Aina like magic, making the prince gasp and scramble to inspect the new suit. Still stunned, the protagonist blurts out the name of the armor that just appeared on him, Dullahan armor, voice racing. The blonde promises she'll let him use it for training because out here, death isn't even a thing. Ian surges up with a sword in hand and demands why Rams shows up with no armor, but Ram snaps him shut and says he doesn't need it. Then even the prince won't swing at him with his kid's little knife, and Ian just mutters his frustration under his breath. The young man straightens to his full height, growling that he has no idea how strong the blonde really is. Then he tightens his grip on his sword's hilt and steels himself to strike. Ian yells that nobody can underestimate him, then he storms forward and whips his sword to land a hit, while Ramza stays cool, almost lazy, and slowly draws his blade from the sheath. Deep in the night above Ishtalika castle, the moon blazes over everything as Kadima strides up to a barred cage, and a bee-like monster buzzes inside. She shoves a glowing magic stone through the bars, talking her theory like it's a weapon. The monster snaps up the offered stone in an instant, chomps down, and crushes it in its jaws. Then the surprised first princess stares as the impossible transformation unfolds. A blazing glow swallowed the bee, and its tiny body swelled bigger, faster, until it looked unreal. The monster had ballooned to massive proportions, and the girl stared at her test subject in stunned shock. Kadima burst into joyful cries, pawing at her own chest like her heart was bursting. Because that creature had finally evolved into a full-on bee king, she's calling her experiment a total win. But for now, she's putting it to sleep so she can record everything in peace. In neat handwriting, the first princess scribbles in her notebook that a monster has to gulp down a higher-level magic stone to evolve. And when Ein follows that exact rule, she evolves the same way down to the last detail. Kadima keeps thinking the prince already grabbed more than enough stones to evolve, and if he really wants it, he'll be ready to evolve again down the road, while the girl daydreams about her nephew glowing, wrapped in pure shining energy. Only one thought keeps echoing in her mind. What kind of evolution will strike next, and nobody can see it coming? Right as the night castle's gates open, it gets shattered by a furious girl's scream because Ein has vanished on a business trip at the exact worst possible moment. Meanwhile, during the training between the protagonist and Rams calmly shrugs off the prince's strike, even shutting his eyes as it happens. Then the prince gets launched away like a ragdoll. Ein coughs hard as he scrambles to his feet, beating himself up for getting too cocky. Then Misty kneels beside him, fires off a healing spell, and tells him how insane Ramza's strength really is. He thanks her and then, just like that, he realizes something big. With a harsh snap, the blonde declares the prince is a terrible swordsman. Then he stammers, lost and guilty, because he never saw it coming. Ramza keeps talking, hammering home that the hero can pull it off because he trained for it. And yeah, that's something to be proud of, but this prince is downright terrifying with phantom arms, not a sword. With his chin tucked low, the blonde still clings to hope that one day Ein will learn to beat her troubles with a sword instead of brute force. Then the protagonist shoots the swordsman a sharp, confused look. Misty sat at a table just a short distance from the boys, swirling aromatic tea as the sorceress leaned in and snapped orders at Rams, ordering him to train the inexperienced prince. The swordsman totally buys his partner's words and scoops the main character up under his armpit like he weighs nothing, while the prince's temper flares. He starts arguing with the blonde, begging her not to treat him like a kid, and Ramza just keeps needling him. The blonde's glare melts as he looks down at In, insisting the prince is still just a kid, while the protagonist stares back at his teacher, bristling with annoyance and total confusion. Ramza steps behind the boy, grabs his stance in the right spot, and calls out every mistake as he quietly guides his hands to show him the exact way. Ian's stomach drops as he finally realizes the tiny, fatal mistakes he just made. Because you can't take down everyone with one lonely sword swing, especially not Ramza, and right now the prince is still way too weak to pull that off. The swordsman snaps the protagonist's legs into perfect position, then fires off an intense tale about combat stances. The young man suddenly feels something off, his focus jerks sideways, and he almost loses the blonde's voice entirely. Rams's guidance keeps rolling in, his words line up with the way people feel when they're finally hanging out with their father, while he trains the boy, hammering in the rules of combat. Misty's perched a bit farther out, still grinning like she's in on a secret, watching everything play out in front of the guys. The swordsman cheers as his student crawls on all fours, struggling to catch his breath. Then Ramza snaps into a harsher voice and declares the real training is starting, and it completely shocks Ian. The blonde grips the sword in both hands, snaps into a fighting stance, and orders the prince to study his technique first, then hunt for the right counter. The moment the words hit, the duel ignites. In the blink of an eye, Ramza is suddenly beside the main character, already whipping his sword toward him, so fast the young man barely even reacts. He's staring at that insane speed, clenching his teeth as he braces to parry the strike. Steel screams as blade bites blade and sparks burst like fireworks. Yet the prince deflects it clean, eyes locked on the swordsman, because his training lets him track every single move. The protagonist gets battered by the opponent's relentless charge, fighting just to keep standing. And between the clashing steel, he blurts out that Ramses's blows feel softer than they did before. The blonde lunges for another swing at the prince and snarls that this is only the start, so shut up and stop talking. Ain clocks every lightning-fast strike his opponent lands, and he can't help but respect how much cleaner he fights than the Ishtalika knights. Then Ramza whips his arm back and goes for a brutal downward slash. The sword's blade slices the air just a few centimeters from the prince's head, and he jerks aside, then keeps analyzing, furious at how every strike from his opponent hits as hard as all his friends combined, so he refuses to drop his guard. Ein slams into Rams and he blocks the hit. Then the young man's mind is screaming at him to keep the pressure on, seize the opening and go for the win, so the main character leaps onto his opponent, using all that momentum to smash even harder. Ein's gut tells him he has to seize control of this duel. Then the swordsmen surge forward again, blades howling as they crash together midair. Ram's hand gets pinned in the worst possible spot as the blow slams down, but the protagonist pounces on the opening, instantly shifts his footing, and rockets right back into the attack. In the blink of an eye, the prince is right in front of his opponent, swearing to end it now, his sword's blade poised to drive straight through Ramza. Right then, the training clock hit zero, boom, a blinding flash, and Aina's armor vanished like it never existed, while both boys snap their heads toward Misty. Sparks and swirling lights crackle around the heroes as the sorceress leans in and tells the prince she's handled his sleeping body. Then the young man turns and thanks her right away. He thanks both heroes, soaking up the priceless battle experience they just handed him. Ramza waves it off, no thanks, then leans in and asks for one favor from the hero, and the swordsman's smile dies as sadness hits his face and his head dips. Ein snaps into agreement and straight up says what the request is. The blonde shuts his eyes and tells the prince, if you suddenly cross paths with someone who fights just like Ramza, make sure you tell them this. The swordsman leans in and whispers something to the young man, its meaning stays locked tight as a secret, and our protagonist just stares, shocked, hanging on every word. Then boom, his new partners vanish like they were never even there. Ein drags his eyes open with zero enthusiasm, and right then someone tries to call his name. Dill shouts that the train finally rolled into its stop, right on time. The prince drops onto the bed, thanks the soldier, then stares at his palm with a deep, thoughtful look as old training memories come roaring back. With pure determination burning in his eyes, the protagonist clenches his fist, and once the moment finally hits, Ein and his friends step off the train fully geared up, ready to charge straight into something huge. The wind claws through the icy mountain peaks, flinging snowflakes sideways as its howl keeps climbing higher and higher with every gust. The boys trudged through a snow-choked wilderness forest, and Dill finally grabbed the prince and asked where they were headed, while his gut burned with the fear that monsters might be lurking out here, far from the safety of the city. Aim wrestles the panic out of him, promising everything's fine, then says their guide is right outside the city. The prince spins toward a forest thicket and starts talking to the guide, who's hiding behind a tree just waiting to reveal himself. Dark armor fills the shadows as a figure slips out from behind the tree trunks, and the protagonist immediately knows it's Marco. The knight spills out of the trees in full force, and there it is, right in front of the heroes, while nobody has a clue how the Ainu will be greeted in this country. Dill springs up instantly, shoving his own body in front of the prince, sword up and ready, while Marco lifts his hand and tries to cool the chaos, insisting they summoned him. Ain's companion snaps to attention, whips around in pure confusion as a hand lands on his shoulder, and Ain urges him down on his arms. The prince bows and apologizes to Marco, then pleads, "Come with us, be our guide." The knight freezes for a beat, weighing every word like it could change everything. With a hard, stern voice, he snaps that Ein has finally decided, so the moment is here. Then he locks eyes with the young man and sees nothing but confidence. Marco pressed his hand to his chest and saluted with respect, then promised he'd escort them straight to the castle, no trouble at all. He said it was an honor to ride beside the prince. Dill bursts into screams, yelling that their road truly leads straight to the demon's castle and demanding why they'd ever go there. Ian just grins with an innocent smile and shuts him down. He only needs to visit one grave. The prince whips around to Marco and demands to know if the first king's tomb is hidden deep inside the castle. Marco nods yes. Marco's got their backs as the main crew and their new buddy push through the forest thicket, and Ian leans in asking Dill if it's really safe since monsters won't attack while Marco's around. Dill says yes, and right then the prince spots something looming in the distance. A huge column of purple smoke climbs through the treetops just off from the boys, like a raging fire-'s been set loose, and the prince turns to the guide and demands to know what it is. Marco warns them, this spot is a poisonous swamp, so deadly even Mistress Misty wouldn't step foot inside. Ian can't help staring at the smoke while their guide keeps talking, says something sparkles in the swamp's very center and they'd better stay on guard. The protagonist dissects the knight's words while still staring at those purple clouds crawling up from the swamp. The heroes stride toward the massive monument, slipping past the castle's gorgeous towering high arches. Marco points them to the spot and tells the boys, "This is where you're meant to be," as they gawk at the demon lord's towering columns and jaw-dropping architecture. The Dark Knight steers them straight to a massive wooden door, and the second it comes into view, you know it's the way into a cemetery, while the heroes whip into wary silence, equal parts suspicious and shocked by what they just found. Marco cuts through the silence and says, "Behind this door, there's a tiny room built by amazing people." Then he slams the meaning down hard on those last two words. The knight dropped into a bow, blurted out a warning for the prince to stay sharp, even while he secretly believed the young man would take the win. Ian felt it instantly, something was off in his own words, and doubt slammed into him because the things he'd said before no longer fit what he was saying now. The prince thanks Marco, then orders him to wait for him in the Great Hall, while Dill is told to stay put, and everyone nods along without a fight. The Dark Knight vanishes and Dill snaps at the protagonist to stay sharp, then Ian swings those heavy oak doors open and promises, "I'll be back real soon." Right in front of the prince, a tiny, musty room snaps into view, and in the dark, wall shackles glint like they're waiting to bite. Then a chain clanks in the corner as the hero wrings his face behind his hand, hit hard by that nauseating stench. Spooked by the clanging chains, Aim whirls around. Then his eyes finally pierce the dark, and he spots a girl chained tight to the wall. The prince froze in shock at what lay right before him, then sprinted straight for the girl, who desperately reached out and murmured something, but the words vanished before anyone could hear. She crawled right up to Ian and he dropped to one knee in front of her, while the girl just kept whispering that one tiny word, "me." The young man grabbed the girl's hands, soothing her with steady words, promising everything would be okay and that he'd let go. The second the hero blinked, the girl vanished like she'd never existed, leaving nothing behind but a cold pile of lonely shackles on the floor. In the next heartbeat, the girl slipped into place behind the prince, brushed his face with bony fingers, and murmured in a corpse-cold voice that she only needed one thing, love. With pure horror ripping through him, Ian snapped around hard, only to find nothing behind him. Fear had yanked the air from his lungs and he staggered, gasping for breath as cold sweat soaked him. He couldn't make sense of it. The protagonist figured it had to be the Red Fox's curse, and the whole scene just sent chills down his spine. Clenching his resolve into a fist, the prince pushed forward. Then right after just a couple of steps, his balance buckled and sleepiness crashed over him. Ian strode up to the door, yanked the handle, and popped the wooden barrier open, while a blade of sunlight poured through the thin crack between the doors. Leaning out from behind the door, the prince felt a cool breeze hit his face, and the sun flashed so bright it nearly blinded him. Majestic tombs rose before him, carved with patterns just like the palace of Ishtalika, and when the main character stepped closer, a grin split his face at what he found. Ian figured he'd be stuck doing the exact same ritual again, because he already had a bouquet in his grip, so he dropped it straight onto the tombstone and started calling out to the first king right away. Like before, the prince dropped to one knee, thrust his sword forward, and apologized for intruding on the grave. Then the blade burst into light, revealing that the very first king was buried right here. The young man traced the epitaph with his eyes, then read it out loud right there on the grave. The second son of Ramza and Misty, King Yale von Ishtalika, laid to rest on his own native land. The hero finally clocked it. The first king wasn't a king at all, it was the demon lord herself. Yan stares at the memorial and finds a sweet little girl staring back, pigtails and all, dressed in a fluffy gown. The young man drifts his eyes down the row of gravestones, then stops cold, seeing Misty and Rams laid to rest there. The hero keeps talking, laying out his logic as he goes, then he spots the chilling link. Every one of the buried has the von Ishtalika name tied to them. So he can't stop the question, did King Yale really have to wipe out his own family? And yeah, this theory is the one he desperately wants to believe. Ian stares at the royal family of that time, sure there was never any feud. If there had been, Yale wouldn't be buried here. Then the prince's eyes snap to a grave. The prince steps closer, bends in, and studies the tombstone like it owes him answers. The queen's marker, etched with both her name and her maiden name, too. The engraving is nearly wiped away, but this young man still manages to catch the words before they vanish. Ian stares at the grave, frozen in shock and confusion, like the puzzle pieces in his head just snapped into place, because he knows that last name. The wind screams over the demon lord's castle walls, and Dill stands guard at the entrance like he was commanded. Then a nasty creak snaps behind him, and he whips around. The knight lets out a breath of relief. Thank goodness the prince is okay. Ein tells him the prince learned everything he'd been chasing, then urges them to head for the Great Hall. But before that, he insists on one thing. A promise from his friend first. Bill only stares back at the hero, tense as a drawn bow. With a stern voice, the prince orders him, "Don't you dare interfere, not under any circumstances." The heroes march into the hall toward Marco, and he just stands there with his back to them. Then the tension snaps tight, like a heavy cloud pressing down. The Dark Knight's shoulders shudder with a low, quiet chuckle, and he shoots the prince a question, "You done yet?" with just enough sarcasm to sting. Ein tells Marco they're turning back toward Baltica, and the knight drops his head, ready to escort them. Rage burns in the prince's veins, yet his face stays perfectly calm as he glides past Marco, until Marco finally speaks up. Totally out of the blue, he asks Ein if she liked it, and the prince jumps in asking if he means graves, but the knight snaps back fast, denying it. The Dark Knight shatters with a furious scream, "I don't care about the grave," because he's desperate to see what's inside the room ahead of the cemetery, and he's convinced it's absolutely magnificent. The prince's fury spikes higher, his fists clamp shut, and through a daze he mutters that he remembers a room just like this. Ein whips toward the knight, grief etched across her face, and snaps that she's disgusting, and so are the people who made her. Marco stares at the prince like his life depends on it, and that armor makes it almost impossible to read what emotion he's carrying right now. The Dark Knight's hands start to shake, and with a tense whisper he declares the answer is wrong, this young man isn't well. Then Ian snaps a gesture at Dill, telling him to stay out of it. Marco starts shaking harder and harder, blurting that the heroes have to come to his house. He's got a whole stash of medicines, and they hurt him so bad he wouldn't go out of his mind. Ein grits her teeth and glares into the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight gets wrapped in a wild surge of energy, then howls with rage that it's all for the good of the protagonist, his scream grinding through the air like a wrecking machine, dripping with pure despair. Ein and his crew face off with Marco, holding their breath, begging to see what he'll do next. Because this whole mess is finally at breaking point, and honestly, I'm sick to my stomach having to write this. It's a damn nightmare. The castle walls start rattling like thunder. Dill's stomach drops as he frets over the prince, convinced the Dark Knight has snapped. Still, the hero steps up, swearing he'll fix this alone, and he tells his friend to stay out of it. Yeah, so what? Ein yanks the collar of his cloak and rips it off, sword flashing free as he lunges into the light, while the boy screams that he'll go toe-to-toe with Marco, duty driving him forward. Aha, now hand over the 100 you owe me. The Dark Knight snatches the sword's hilt and charges forward, shouting that he's itching to show off his home, while the prince plants his feet in a fighting stance, ready to slam into battle. Opponents crashed into a duel, steel screamed, swords clanged, and every hero stayed locked on their rivals' moves. Then in the blink of an eye, a storm of strikes and hard-repulsed attacks erupted everywhere. The fight moved at a speed that boggled the mind. Dill couldn't even track their motions. The rivals tore across the battlefield in a blur, spinning up massive clouds of dust as they charged and dodged. Then the swords crashed together again, and sparks exploded in the air. Bared his teeth, Ein shoved Marco's attack aside, and it hit him. He'd seen this exact fighting move in his dream before. Even in his wildest madness, the prince realizes the Dark Knight grips his sword like a vow, and he doesn't back up a single step. The protagonist clamps down on his panic and forces himself to repeat the same rules Ramza laid on him in that dream. Then Marco's hits come crashing in, nearly driving the prince straight into the floor. Ein drove his strike with ruthless force, twisted the impact on a dime, and sliced clean through the Dark Knight's armor. But Marco didn't get bothered at all. This whole mess actually amused him, and he snapped into hysterical laughter. The knight's laughter snapped off, and confusion crawled in as he stared at his own weak strength, realizing the prince fought just like the captain. So Marco ran his fingers over the armor and silently admitted he'd been missing faith. He howled again like a wounded beast, ranting about faith he didn't even have, and the protagonist froze, frowning hard. Because what in the world was he talking about? Pure nonsense, total nonsense. The Dark Knight snaps and slices off his own hand with his own sword. Then the heroes freeze in pure shock. Marco shudders again, and for one wild second, the boys swear the knight finally came to his senses. The knight snaps his head up and spits, "How am I supposed to believe someone like her?" Then Ain whirls toward him and calls out. He doesn't let his faith crack until the very end when it finally hits that the obsession can be broken. But nah, it doesn't land. Marco erupts again, screaming about his home and barrels straight into the fight. Blows rain down in a furious storm, and the prince tries to snap the knight back to his senses, but the knight doesn't even hear him. Marco bursts into laughter again, and his words tumble out like pure gibberish. Ein grits his teeth, fighting defensively, trying not to strike. Then someone snaps at the main character and he freezes cold. "Hey, stop," they demand. Ramza strides up to the prince and begs him to end Marco's torment. Then, as a floating spirit, he slips in behind the hero and rests his hand on his shoulder. The young man can't swallow what he's hearing. He clenches his teeth and swings back to parry again. Ein scoots a step away from the laughing knight, drops his sword for a beat, and declares that his final opponent is going to be the prince himself. The castle vaults start trembling like something is about to break free. Dill panics and yells it to his friend, but Ian can't hear him because he's locked in his duel. He fires back that now Marco will finally witness the choice he made for himself. The prince's silhouette shifts right in front of everyone's eyes. Dill watches the hero morph, and his jaw drops like he can't possibly be seeing this. The prince snaps aside another strike, and the enemy's armor starts to fracture, right as the castle begins to fall apart too. Aim snaps into the exact lunge from the dream, Ramza's training, except this time the blade actually lands on target, and that's it, the final blow. The prince drives his sword straight through his opponent, and in the blink of an eye, he's gone from a boy to a full-grown man, hair grown long, body matured. Marco stares at the main character, heart thumping, and can't shake the question. Did the captain already beat him? Ian stares at the knight with raw sadness as the broken warrior meets his gaze. Then the warrior thrusts his hand out and plants it on the prince's shoulder, like he's fighting to get out one last word. Marco is trembling again, but he still blurts out praise for the prince. "You've gotten stronger." And the protagonist can't believe a word of it. He thinks the knight has finally woken up, but his mind won't stay clear for long. Ain's panic spikes. She blurts that she'll save her friend, yet he refuses. Marco talks in a low, trembling voice, stumbling over his words, then insists that landing the captain's technique is all it takes. Rage is boiling in the protagonist. He shouts at the knight to refuse death itself. Marco leans in and blurts, "I can't take this anymore." His armor starts to crack apart and the prince can't believe what he's hearing. Then the knight spits out the truth. The captain's gone, he's worn out, and all he wants is peace. Rom snaps to it. He still wants to deliver a message, so the Dark Knight lanes in and the prince grabs his friend's hand and says goodbye. He thanks the knight for holding onto his mission for centuries, and it feels like Ramza is standing right there with him, because he's saying goodbye to Marco in the exact same way. The armor keeps cracking and falling apart, but Marco's grinning anyway, because he finally grabs the prince's attention and asks his name, and Ian, her eyes heavy with sadness, tells him. The knight murmurs Marco's name, voice cracking as his armor keeps shedding to dust. Meanwhile, dawn crawls across the castle windows, and Marco lunges toward the prince, swearing the whole world has to hear that name. The knight's body crumbles into dust, and with his final breath he praises Ishtalika, while the hero stares in horror at where his friend just fell. Marco dashes off, leaving a magical stone behind. Ian snatches it up fast, hugs it to his chest, and drinks in its power like pure lightning. The hero feels pure power surging through his veins. Then he spots a bundle on the floor, snatches it up, and freezes, stunned. Ian stares at the letter Ramza once left for Marco, and suddenly the prince gets it. Every step, every danger, his friend has been carrying and guarding the royal order the whole time. The prince catches glimpses of the knight's past in his own mind, and it hits him hard. Marco, the faithful warrior, obeyed his orders without rest, right up to the very end. Dill's voice cracked as he stared in disbelief and blurted, "Ein, is that really you?" Ein straightened up and reassured him, confirming every one of Dill's wild suspicions. Still lost in the chaos, the knight keeps hammering the prince with questions about his wild physical changes, and the protagonist only manages to blurt out the awkward truth: he's taller than his friend now. Ein claims he's got a theory for his sudden growth spurt, but he'll spill it once the heroes roll back into the capital. Dill nods along, yet something else snaps the prince's focus in the middle of it all. From the castle window, purple smoke billowed out of the poisonous swamp, and the heroes rushed in, only to hit a deadly, impenetrable curtain of poison right on the swamp's edge. Dill's worry spikes. He grabs the prince and begs him to be careful since they've already been warned that this place is lethal. But Ein can't help his curiosity, and even as danger hangs in the air, the poison won't touch him, so he tells Dill to back off and keep his distance. The protagonist blurts out that Dill's body can't survive the poison, and before the prince even thinks, he thrusts his hand forward. Then that deadly fog splits right open in front of him. The knight gasps. He expected poison fumes, but instead this sweet, tempting smell hits him hard. Ein whips his head around and realizes the scent is coming straight from the middle of the swamp, so he wades in only to discover the murky danger is actually crystal clear, shallow water. The prince can't believe his eyes either. Dill yells at him to get help if danger strikes, but the boy's gaze is instantly snatched by something that looks just like a flower. Right there in the swamp's heart, a blazing pink and blue rose erupted in flames. And yeah, Ain had seen something just like it back in his childhood. The prince crouched beside the flower, staring as purple smoke curled up from it, and memories crashed into his head like shattered glass. Then a bold thought hit him. He could pull the same trick again. Ain plucks the flower, and in his palm it blossoms into a pink star crystal. The hero snatches it and heads straight back to Dil. Already in the Baltic, the guys rolled in on the train and the knight leaned in to tell the prince, "Get some real rest before we hit the capital." Dil slips out of the room, shuts the door with a firm click and drifts down the hallway, panic clawing at him because he feels helpless. His muscles tightening as the last battle flashes back in his mind. He berates himself for his weakness, tears spill from his eyes, he wipes them away with his coat sleeve and then, no matter what, he makes a promise to himself. He vows he'll get stronger, way stronger than his father. And after mustering every ounce of that power, Dil keeps moving down the hallway, bursting with confidence in what he just said. Right now in her room, Ain sinks into her chair and stares at the stat card like it's speaking in riddles, totally baffled. Chaos snaps into overdrive. When the prince sees his metamorphoses might stir up questions from everyone, he grabs his head and bolts for the nearest spare. The hero snaps back to the moment the first princess warned him about something just like this. His sudden growth isn't random, it's an evolution. Ian stares at the stat chart again, and when the numbers flash off, a new skill finally shows up. Demon Lord. Night draped Ishtalika castle in darkness. While the protagonist's mother paced in fear, terrified her son still hadn't come back, so she and Clown and Christina hurried straight to the king. Silvered steadies the girls fast, lifting both hands in a calm, peace sign gesture. The king remembers Ain's warning. He could swing by Bart on the way, but only if he kept it deadly secret. At that exact moment, a maid bursts into the hall yelling that the prince is back. Everyone snaps their heads around. Olivia grabs her by the shoulders and demands to know where he is and if he's okay. Then the main character races after him into the hall. Everyone in the room freezes. This guy's totally changed his look. He rubs the back of his head with an innocent grin and shrugs, saying he just grew a little along the way. On their faces, the whole storm of feelings explodes. The king and his confidants stare in shock, the protagonist's friends look mortified, and their mother beams with pure delight. A blood-curdling scream tore through the castle halls, loud enough to echo past the walls. Ian shot a grim, evil eye at his grandfather. And as the girls pressed up at the door too because they wanted in, a tense chat finally kicked off between the relatives. Then the protagonist asked if this was going to mess with the royal plans. Silvered snaps back that he's in the way, and guilt claws at the protagonist's heart. Then the king goes dead serious and fires off a question right away. What really happened in the Demon Lord's castle, and why has Ian changed so much? The prince lays it all out in excruciating detail, and it sends his grandfather into pure, soul-chilling horror. He quickly repeats a piece of his grandson's words to make it click, saying the first king wasn't a king at all, but a demon lord, and legend says that true monster was slain by the king. Silvered knew that grave couldn't hold the first king's remains, yet when he was asked, he just shrugged and said he didn't remember any of that. Then the king leans in and demands, "Have you told anyone about this?" And the protagonist admits no. Only one catch, Dil personally witnessed the prince go head-to-head with Marco. Silvered snaps back that he'll take action, and then his eyes lock onto the real mystery. What in the world happened to his grandson's body? Ain is left totally stunned, scrambling for words, not even sure what to say. He shoves a card into the grandfather's hands, claiming the culprit is right here. And when the king snatches it up, dread floods him as the horrifying details hit. Silvered slams back in his chair, clutching his skull, and Ain bursts up to him. Yet the king keeps staring, rereading the map like he can't bring himself to believe what he's seeing. With confusion swirling in his eyes, the protagonist's grandfather demands the truth behind what he saw, while the prince just freezes, totally stuck for words. That old man yanks himself out of his chair and hammers his grandson with non-stop questions, yet all he'll say is, "Nothing's different except one thing." Panic explodes as the king demands what that one thing is, and the answer hits like a brick. The main character is a complete idiot who only cares about changing his clothes. With a sweet, innocent look on his face, Ain tells everyone the only thing that's changed, his clothes just can't keep up with how fast his body is growing. After those words, Silvered gets hit with a storm of feelings. He's thrilled. Yet something else gnaws at him, pulling him in the opposite direction. On the other hand, rage erupts in him, so he whacks his grandson across the back of the head. The king is fuming. Ain has no clue why he smashed her on the head, so with clenched teeth, the monarch snaps that it's time to come back down to earth. Silvered finally calms down and tells us his grandson will pick out his own new clothes tomorrow. So yeah, can we get more dialogue from the god of dialogue? Because this whole thing feels like a nightmare. The protagonist meets his grandfather to plan what he'll tell everyone about his changes, and the king orders him to keep quiet about Ain being a demon lord, so they all blame it on the magic stone's absorption instead. Dryad blood now courses through the main character's veins, and the coming-of-age ceremony happened just recently. The prince hasn't even caught his breath before he realizes he needs new skills, so he rushes to ask Kadama about it. Then the king nods, agrees, and walks out of the room. After a bit, the maid returned with clothes for Ian, and even though it was only a robe, he couldn't help loving how it fit him perfectly. Marsa finally storms out, leaving the prince alone, and the moment the door shuts, he drops onto the sofa and lets out a long, relieved breath like he's been holding it forever. Then he lifts his head and shouts for Clown and Chris. Turns out they've been standing outside that door the whole time. The girls peek out from behind the half-open door, watching everything with nervous, wary eyes. Then they creep forward on tiptoe toward the prince, and Ayn can't believe it. Before long, they're tossing out weird, overly polite questions, even addressing him with extreme formality. The protagonist answers with an eager, yes, the moment he's granted permission to come closer, and the girlfriends slide down and sit right next to him. Their next move left the prince totally baffled. Clown and Chris waddled up, sniffed at him like investigators, and somehow still wouldn't explain what they were doing. Then the girls whip their heads toward each other, and joy lights up their faces like fireworks. The protagonist's friends erupt in shock, insisting, it's really him, our prince. And Ayn can't make sense of how they managed to prove it so fast. All three of them are sprawled on the couch, and the two girls can't stop staring at the guy's hair, gushing over how stunning it is, side by side with his mom's. The moment the main character tries to cut those words off, an argument explodes. And since beauty isn't a real reason, the friends start scrambling for a plan until Clown pitches the idea. The girls start digging into the main character's hair with painstaking care, and he just sits there, staring in quiet, slightly baffled disbelief. By the time the night turned pitch dark, Olivia hauled herself over to her son's place, knocked once, and then peered right into his room. She can't help but melt when she sees that picture of the boys dozing off in each other's arms, while the prince wears a goofy little setup of hairpins and elastic bands holding everything in place, and the mother clocks just how tightly these three are emotionally bound. A lonely kid sat alone in that cave, and when he finally snapped back to reality, he stared around in horror, totally clueless how he'd ended up there. The kid stared at his hands. His body was nothing but a skeleton, and he had zero clue who he was or where he'd ended up, while footsteps thundered through the cave. A woman strode up to the child, clutching a staff that lit up the world around them, then dropped down beside the slave's kid. She stared at his body and declared he was thick with miasma, which was why he transformed into a monster. She yanked her hood off, letting her face shine, then greeted the young skeleton. He tried to speak, but all that spilled out were helpless sounds because the child couldn't talk at all, and Misty leaned in, promising him everything was finally going to be okay. The sorceress yanked stones from her pocket and tossed them to the skeleton, and it snapped them up, stared, then devoured them like a prize. As the baby crunched the stones, Misty beamed at him. Then a weird sound snapped the moment in half. She shot her eyes up and watched cracks crawl across the ceiling, and the woman warned the cave could cave in any second. Misty shot her hand out and the little monster took it. Then she told him, "Come with me." She didn't know the exact spot yet, but with Misty there, he wouldn't be lonely for a second. The woman smiled and asked the kid his name, but the child just froze. He had no clue what to call himself, so Misty let out a weary sigh. She said, "Then the monster's name is Ramza." Sylvia grinned and said she was happy to meet him, because right then their journey kicked off and they started living together in this world. Years rolled by and that tiny skeleton grew into something new, no longer a monster but a healthy young man. The heroes halted by the river, and Ramzo was scrubbing his face clean when Misty called his name. When he finally got close to his partner, he spotted a filthy kid gorging on fruit like it owed her money, and the guy demanded Sylvia say what race the kid was, only for Sylvia to instantly assume the girl was a succubus. The kid cut them off straight away. She shut down the assumption and insisted she was an uncut gem, then claimed she'd grow up huge soon, and Misty immediately apologized. Sylvia demanded to know what the girl was doing in the forest, and the girl shrank back, voice cracking as she admitted she had no tail, no wings, and that her own mother had cast her out for being different. Sylvia shot a look at Ramza, and he just nodded like he got the signal. Then the boys waved the girl along and she blinked in shock. Sylvia asked his name and the gem answered flat out, "I don't have one." He said Misty could pull it off, just like he did, and Sylvia couldn't stop thinking about it. She suggested the name Ash, and the girl lit up instantly. She grabbed her new guardian's hands and declared with pure excitement that she loved her new name. The three of them tore across the world, hitting icy peaks, crushing monsters, and helping the locals, until year by year new faces kept joining the crew. The hero halted in a city and winter clenched the streets outside. While everyone else laughed through the day, Ash sprawled on her bed in her room, worn down and restless, then demanded, "Why am I stuck doing this?" Her sister was the only one who matched her face and her attitude, and the creepy woman stood just a few steps away, smiling as she warned that someone wouldn't be eating dinner today. Rasmus let out a heavy sigh and told her they were out of options, because Ash was the strongest of the three, so if anyone could lead as the village chief, it had to be her since she was a demon. Then he promised her that the monsters he'd rescued were sure of it too. Misty shot back that she and Ramza would handle every dirty task for Ash, she only had to climb the throne. Then the girl blinked in shock and demanded, "Wait, is that really true?" She doubted herself hard because she was a demon succubus, while her partners were the Great Lick and a Dullahan, just a normal skeleton once. So Ash couldn't shake the feeling she'd never measure up to them. She was terrified that one mistake as class leader would turn everyone against her friends, and that Ash wouldn't survive the guilt. Meanwhile, the unfaithful demon squeezed the pillow in his hands, gripping it like it could save him. Misty told me not to fret, we're family, she winked, then teased that maybe we should even invent a family name together. Rasmus realized the Lick already had one, and the woman shrugged that her last name meant nothing, it was just random luck. Then she turned to them, asking what symbol they should invent next. He told her he wasn't against the idea at all. Then the succubus shot her hand up and backed it with confidence. Misty leaned in and asked if they knew what this content was called, and Ramza said it was Ishtar. Ash confirmed it too, and she admitted she had no idea why she'd named it something so weird. The woman asked, will we fuse it with Rikua, the word for family in the god's tongue? And the girl hesitated, saying it would be hard to manage, so the young man shrugged and offered the easier swap. Just use Rika. The heroes locked eyes and grinned, because right there they knew it was official. From that day on they were a real family with a last name of their own. The prince slipped into his brand new clothes, and bam, they fit him like a glove and looked flawless. The young man was clearly thrilled, and Olivia clapped her hands in excitement. Ain strode up to her son and told him it suited him perfectly, and he thanked his mom right away, while Olivia burst into giggles, not realizing he had no clue why she was laughing at all. She stepped closer and then caught it herself. Her child had grown taller than her. The young man blushed, panicked, and begged for forgiveness. Then the woman shook her head, saying there was nothing to apologize for, and even grinned that she was thrilled to see him looking so handsome. Olivia told them they'd have to head to Magna on official business, then winked like a troublemaker and promised she'd snag the best escort around. The hero grinned, dipped his head to his mother, and swore he'd stick by her, shoulders squared, fully responsible. In the mansion's courtyard, Ain kept pushing his skills in front of Kadima, who was scribbling everything down as she recorded the data. The moment came and the youth let out a heavy sigh, saying there was zero reaction, and the beast men just thought it over and logged it. The girl figured the new skill model would feel like summoning, and Ain gave a sad little smile, thinking he might summon Misty and Ramza, until reality smashed that hope. The young man said, I can't lock in on one skill right now, so I'll switch tactics. And suddenly a brutal suit of armor slammed onto his arm, pouring out raw magic. The scientist shot upright in shock, blurting out whether it was the Dark Knight Dullahan's hand. Then the hero grinned and said he could probably forge a full suit of armor, because in his dreams Ramza dressed him in the gear, and the boy could still feel it on him. Kadima rapped the boy on the back, and that's when it clicked for her. The prince hadn't changed overnight. He'd grown up for real, and it all suddenly made sense. The girl asked me about the ice dragon's power, Upus Kamui, and if she hadn't pushed the question I never would have remembered. He hadn't even tried that power yet. He shut his eyes, shot his arms out, and focused hard. Then icy shards burst from the air, and a two-headed dragon ripped itself free from the freezing storm. Kadima never saw a two-headed sea dragon coming, and when she stared at it, disbelief hit hard because the prince actually shaped it into an ice sculpture. For ages, the boy struggled just to rein in his power, his brow creased as he fought to stay in control. Then the statue lurched, snapped, and crashed to the ground in a burst of shattered stone. Ain crumpled to the ground and groaned that keeping the dragon sculpture floating was brutally hard. Then Kadima shot over to the shattered pieces, desperate to grab a sample, but the very instrument she used to melt the ice just snapped in her hands. The beastman snapped that this brutal, frosty air wasn't even close to regular ice magic. Because of course, a calamity-type monster strong as a sea dragon would bring something on a whole different level. All of it made her researcher's guts twist with dread, and she immediately tore into her notes, scribbling everything in her notebook about the Dark Knight and the Ice Dragon. Then the young man shot an apology, saying he had to run because his grandfather had called him. When Ain finally reached his relative's office, the air around the door felt suffocating, like something was wrong. The youth demanded to know why that crushing presence was even leaking from the throne room, but the guards just stared and admitted they didn't have a clue. The young man burst into the room and spotted his grandfather on the throne, locked in deep thought like it was life or death. And when the old man turned and saw his grandson, his face lit up instantly. Silvered clocked it right away. The new outfit fit the boy like it was made for him, and he thanked the king, then demanded to know what really happened. The marshal and the prime minister, posted on either side of the king's throne, looked downright worried. Grandfather snapped into a frown and admitted he'd almost fired off a preemptive strike against Heim, igniting a war. The prince snapped back to the first king's warning about banning preemptive strikes, and the king of Ishtalika let out a heavy sigh, because that's exactly why he'd been scolding himself. Then the hero demanded, so tell me, how did it even come to this? The king yanked out an envelope and said this letter was the one linked to Euro's reply. Then he admitted they believed his men had been paid off and planted there. Before the grandfather handed the letter to his grandson to read, he leaned in and apologized, voice shaky with nerves. Then the moment the boy started reading, a deep, heavy sigh tore out of him. He summed it all up. The people from the other kingdom demanded official updates on the count and everyone else, and they even claimed Ishtalika kidnapped Ia and Olivia, then lodged complaints about them. Warren regretted delivering that letter straight to His Majesty, and he admitted he was just as stunned by what it said. Then Lloyd stepped up and told his king to trust it. He said their enemies were bold only because they thought Ishtalika wouldn't lift a finger. And if it ever got necessary, the marshal was ready to flex a little strength in a way the first king would never be able to ignore. Silvered beamed as he praised Lloyd's words, then told him he was counting on him. And the prime minister admitted he never thought the third prince would be this obsessed with Lady Klein. The moment he came to his senses, the name Grit slammed into his head, because that guy drove him nuts with all that clingy affection toward the girl. And Ein pushed the idea that they could end it without brute force. Warren said they could set up a conference and he seemed open to it. Then the guy blurted out that his patience had run dry and he was begging to stop the chaos Haim kept unleashing. With warm memories of Lady Klein and her sweet smile still in his chest, the prince declared, "This girl is mine." And the men froze at the audacity of it. Soon enough, the throne room erupted in loud laughter. Then the king cut through it and demanded, "Did you all hear what my grandson said?" Right away, he clocked what everyone was thinking and scrambled to clarify. "I meant my assistant, not the girl." Once Silvered finally calmed down, he promised he'd join the conference too, and that's when panic hit hard. The prime minister and the marshal straight up worried this choice would put His Majesty in danger, so they demanded answers from the king. He warned them not to act foolish, because the king was coming too on the White King. Then he pressed the point, if danger found him while they met, it would find him again when he stepped into the castle. Lloyd and Warren went completely quiet, like the words had vanished from their mouths. And then the grandfather wheeled on his grandson, telling them to sit down and sort everything out with Haim together. A few days later, inside JM's royal palace, Alina sat in her office, locked on a letter, stunned that Sir Tiguru would pull something like this, before a maid knocked and slid in the documents she needed. The girl thanked Lily, and the maid clocked Alina's heavy mood right away, then pressed her about what happened. The girl snapped that Mr. Tiguru had slipped that letter to Ishtalika without permission, and now she was sitting there, reading their reply like it was nothing. Lily gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth. Alina snapped, asking if it really had been 4 years since Lily became her personal servant, then leaned in and demanded to know whether the girl had any clue how wild the fish hatching trends in Roundheart's port had become in just the last 10 days. The maid paused for a beat, then Alina shoved the documents into her hands. Right then, Lily demanded what they were, and the girl leaned in to explain. They were the city's fishing trend breakdowns, the hard-earned results of everyone's best investigation. Alina's nerves spiked, and she started chewing her nails. Then the researchers even hauled up tax fraud they never noticed, and the auditor's icy tone just left her fuming. The girl jerked up from the table and snapped that every scrap of their info, public or hidden, was right there with them. And Alina could already see how the negotiation would end, given things were this way. Lily clocked the country's sharp, capable chancellor, and Alina, fed up, stormed to the window and nodded in full agreement. Suddenly, she spotted something. She snapped her head toward her maid and demanded how she could tell that the letter came from Ishtalika's chancellor, and the maid went completely still. Realizing she'd been caught, she flashed a smile and said she'd seen this coming. Then Alina still hadn't managed to call a guard when Lily slipped in behind her, knife pressed to her throat, whispering for her to stay silent. The maid pointed to the letter and said that, hidden between the lines, Varan Sama promised his return in the form of a code nobody could crack unless they knew the truth. And Lily decided to drop her mask and show her real self, because she felt like this was the moment. The maid finally let her go, then snapped, "Are you sure about this? I can call the guards any second." The spy grinned and swore, "I'm only trying to scare you, not kill you." Meanwhile, Lily sneered down at the Knights of Haim, convinced they couldn't touch her even a little. Then she winked at Alina, who was clearly furious about what was happening. She let out a heavy sigh, pushed herself to her feet, and accepted, no matter what, that she had to obey. Lily actually breathed easier knowing that was the answer. Alina seethed over her endless losing streak. Then it hit harder with that letter to Tiguru and Lily's betrayal. So the maid snickered and said the girl was acting just like Lady Klein, and Alina snapped back that it was probably Klein who taught her that since she was her daughter. Suddenly, the maid shot her hand out and beckoned Alina to follow her, because Lady Klein had their backs. The girl begged for forgiveness, then snapped that she had to turn him down, because she still loved Time, the country where she'd lived her whole life. The spy let out a weary breath, yanked off her cap, and tossed it aside. Then the girl cracked open the window and climbed onto the sill, ready to warn her mistress one last time. Lily told Alina, if you don't want to fight your own daughter, you'll have to take down the nobles. And then the maid crashed out the window, leaving the girl frozen in pure shock. Clara bolted to the window and peered outside, empty streets, not a soul in sight. And even after Lily's spy reveal, Alina couldn't help but still like her. The girl stormed out of her office, and the straightest trailed Alina, demanding where she was headed. Alina snapped back that she was going to meet Prince Tuguru. She didn't get a second to grieve, she had to move. Clara clenched her resolve and pushed every ounce of power she had, right up until the day negotiations with Ishtalika finally began. The heroes marched up to the port where the royal ships were built, and Ein's jaw dropped as awe and pure excitement flooded her. Clowny told him this spot was basically the same size as the Tower of Wisdom from the game, and the port itself carried a history that stretched back centuries. So the prince had no idea a place like this even existed near the kingdom's capital, until the girl suddenly started coughing. The young man rushed in and asked if she was okay, and Clowny said she sometimes has something catch in her throat, then apologized for worrying him. Dill told the girl to take care of herself because an epidemic was raging through the capital, and she thanked him for caring. They pushed deeper into the port, and after a while the boys finally spotted it, the prince's ship, the Leviathan, the Sea Dragon. Ein stared in shock at how huge it was, because the girl swore the ship wasn't even finished yet, and still it dwarfed Princess Olivia's ship by a mile, with power that would smash the White King's vessel. Dill said he'd only heard whispers, but nobody told him the ship would end up being the school itself. Clowny broke it down. With the Sea Dragon's materials, they could cram as many weapons onto that ship as they wanted. While Ein stared at the ship's construction, he spotted a few familiar faces. So Dill noticed the prince staring off too and demanded to know what he was looking at. The boy demanded if one of the engineers was Roland, and Dill shot back that he was the prince's old school buddy, while a top-notch teacher stood to his left. Then Professor Work Ian snapped, asking what on earth they were doing there. The girl bragged that the professor was the biggest name on the whole continent, and that Roland was building magic engine wonders, so in his world he was a genuine legend, and the hero couldn't believe it. Ein waved them on and Clowny blinked in shock. Wasn't the prince going to greet his people? The young man shook his head and said he'd wait until they were done with the ship because he didn't want to interrupt them. When spring hits, it's their 6th and last year at school and the pressure is on. Roland, Butts, and Leonard are already off chasing their futures after graduation, so the hero has to jump in too and do the same. The heroes rode a train slicing through the fields, and Clowny slipped warm tea to the prince so he could finally thaw after that brutal chilly walk. And the girl revealed the meeting with the Kingdom of Heim was set for summer. The young man leaned in and demanded where it would happen, and the assistant snapped back. It'll be on a desert island smack in the middle between Ishtalika and Heim, plus His Majesty and Mr. Warren will personally rebuild the connections so those meetings can go on. Clowny couldn't shake it. Those two old men had always been icy with each other. Yet now they were suddenly acting like best friends, and she had no clue why, because they were still flat-out ignoring Heim. He recalled the moment he declared Clowny as his own, and his face burned red with embarrassment, while the girl chimed in that His Majesty and King Kaima were coming too, which meant both countries would roll into that meeting with a massive army at their backs. The prince clocked it instantly. If things stayed exactly like this, Logan would show up at that meeting too. Clowny said the boy's little brother, third prince of the Kingdom of Hims, will show up too. Aim grinned and promised they'd have a killer lineup for the meeting. The girl stared at him, buzzing with excitement, and he shrugged it off, saying everything was fine. He squared his shoulders with pure determination. He promised he wouldn't bolt or hide, and he swore he'd cut his unwanted ties with Heim for good. Mr. Tiger and Alina met face to face, and the man shoved an envelope into their hands, then turned to Grint and demanded his take on the letter from Ishtalika, the kind of message only the Crown Prince's assistant would write. Tiger leaned in and asked if the young man didn't think those letters were downright provocative, and Grint nodded along with the gentleman. He said the prince's assistant might be completely out of control, and Alina listened hard, then snapped her gaze to Grin because she had to ask him something. The girl told me Crown Prince Ishtaliki's guards, the same ones Grint lost to in the Euros, swore that Ein wiped out the Sea Dragon all by himself, and then she leaned in and asked what I thought about that. The boy let out a nervous laugh and snapped that it was a rude question, then decided to answer it anyway, brushing the guard's words off as pure exaggeration. The Sea Dragon is a giant terror that rules the oceans, so there's no way a clueless crown prince could take it down by himself. The girl blurted out an apology, and the young man bowed like it was nothing. Yet his fist was clamped so tight it gave away that he cared more than he wanted to show. Mr. Tiger grilled Alina about what happened to Spy Lily after the fight, and when she sighed, she admitted she couldn't find him anywhere, so she figured he must have bolted off to Ishtalika. The man snapped that they couldn't let the enemy run wild anymore, and he urged them to send in his spies. Alina scoffed, calling it nothing but a dirty joke, while Tiger flat-out refused to buy it. She said even if they tried to toss spies toward Ishtalika, they didn't have the right people to do it. She'd planned to jump in as a civilian officer at first, but Lily already knew too much about it. Mr. Tiger paused, then said he'd have to hand Alina a list of civilian officers right when they were cut off. The guest snapped, "Why do you all look so sour?" It was Mr. Laffon. The man strode in, flashed a huge smile at his brother, and right away everyone sprang to their feet while Grint's face went dark. The young man and Alina dropped to their knees, and Mr. Tiger clocked how great his relatives were feeling, then grilled him, "Where'd you go?" The man just grinned and said, "I went back into the fortress city and picked up women again, and I've been having a blast all day."
What?
Noticing Tiger wasn't exactly thrilled about his brother spending every single day like this, Laffin leaned in and demanded to know if he had any objections, any real grievances. Tiger let out a heavy sigh and shot it all down, denying everything. He slid into the chair and demanded to know what they'd said to Alina. Then the Moldovans traded looks, nodded, and started telling. After hearing them out, Mr. Lifan burst into laughter, convinced Ishtalika could be played like a fool, while Tiger was totally stuck, staring at the puzzle, clueless how. Brother said just buy birdlands from the Merchant Guild and ship it out of Rokdom, since Ishtalika takes chips from there. But Tiger snapped back, "No way, that won't be enough to fool them." Lifan got it, his brother needed them to slip past Haim's spies without getting spotted. With a crooked grin he promised, "Don't worry, I've got people on it." In the infirmary, a nurse knelt beside a battered soldier, wrapping up his wounded hand with steady hands, then flashed a calm smile and said it was all ready. The young man thanked her, but just as he stumbled into the idea of a date, he froze, because he got cut off right in the middle. A sharp knock hit the door and Mrs. Barra swung it open, only for the soldier to look totally lost. The girl stepped out, blinked in shock because standing there was His Highness himself. He'd come to talk to her about the epidemic. A young man was told that Crone and Chris had both dropped with a mysterious illness. Then the nurse backed it up, saying the girls were tucked away and resting in the hospital's private rooms. Ayn just wanted a little peace, only for a few days, and she figured with things like this spiraling, they'd have to slam the brakes on any official business in Magna. He asked to see the sick girls, and Mrs. Barra snapped her hands into motion right away, saying she wouldn't let the crown prince be dragged down by illness. He insisted everything was fine, swearing his skill wouldn't let this happen, then prayed his power would save Chris and Crone and heal them, but even so, the girl still wouldn't offer the advice he needed. She was sure Ayn's treatment was just a stopgap, because during the epidemic the infection could sweep through anyone, but once a person built immunity, it stopped coming back to haunt them. Dill strode up to the prince and demanded he work for the girls while they stayed in Magna. Then the prince nodded and agreed. The hero pushed himself up and said, "All right, then I'll come back and see you all another day." The nurse nodded and promised she'd tell the patients everything he said. He yawned and stretched like his bones were made of lead, and the lady caught it right away. Then he snapped, "I can't rest, Haim's situation won't let me." Ayn couldn't stop himself. He was full of regret that his father hadn't held back his younger brother and the prince, and Barad just stared, clueless about who he meant. Ayn finally snapped it into place. He was talking about Logan. The girl realized she wasn't the only one struggling to talk to the commander. Then the guy blurted, shocked, "Did you have problems too?" The nurse just nodded and said, "Yep, May and her mother have the same trouble." Ms. Barra told them that when she was a kid, Logan vanished on them, leaving with the cold line that he'd lost interest. Ayn swallowed her regret and realized her problem was way more brutal than his, while at least he didn't have to lose sleep over food or shelter. With a warm smile, the nurse told them that even with everything that happened before, Kronrin's Ishtaliki had saved them, and now they were safe at last, filling him and May with pure, unstoppable happiness. That young man practically lit up when he heard her say it. He told her the gift of understanding she'd given him proved the work in Ishta wasn't for nothing. Meanwhile, in the port city of the Kingdom of Heim, Roundheart, Alina climbed over to inspect the ship from Bardland. Then she learned the city's been spiraling for a while, like it's been slowly rotting from the inside. The girl clocked it. Leifon actually knew his stuff, and the boy looked like he'd do anything if it lined his pockets. Alina then pressed, "Is the target really that stunning, or is Leifon just chasing her because he's got his eyes on her?"
What?
He said he couldn't tell what the man was aiming for, but one thing was clear. Nobles from every corner of the world were coming for her. The girl snapped, furious that they'd trade her daughter's future just to get help. She spotted a crowd marching across the bridge toward the ship, those same convenient people Leifon had warned her about, and her assistant broke down who they were one by one. The girl snatched the documents and tore into them, scanning every line, because these vagabonds had already lost their citizenship, and now the users were hunting them down. Everyone said the first prince hauled off their wives and daughters to cover old debts, and swore they'd be freed once the current job was done. But Alina didn't trust that His Highness would actually keep his word. A hooded girl slid up to the gentleman, leaned in close to Alina, and hissed that the target had finally been captured. The girl snapped the orders to her assistant in a hurry. She was heading back to the residence and counting on him. then commanded him to tell the ship's owner to come straight to her. The young man promised he'd do anything, then demanded, "Why do you need me?" And she smirked, "Because I've got a business offer just for you." Auguste's girl was led to the residence, and the moment she arrived, her crew rushed her straight into the basement, where they hauled her down, pointed at the prisoner, and made sure she saw exactly who they'd captured. He was cuffed and stuffed behind iron bars, and the moment he heard Helen called mistress, the soldier's gut told him, Lady Crone's mother had just stepped in front of him. Alina got word that multiple fighters were left badly hurt after they tried to seize the Ishtalika at night, and she could tell those attempts must have been brutal. She insisted on talking to the prisoner by herself, and her people panicked, because they knew it was risky to leave their lady alone with a soldier from the enemy country. Alina shot him a reassuring smile, saying everything was fine, then she stepped right up to the cage and tossed him a deal, something that totally caught the warrior off guard. He burst into laughter, then snapped, his face serious as he looked at her. With a grim, determined glare, the young man warned them to stop trying to bribe him. Then Alina's skin crawled as a terrifying aura rolled off the bound soldier. She couldn't shake the fear of learning just how many brave knights Ishtalika still had left. The girl yanked out the document and shoved it in front of the soldier, but he wouldn't even bother looking, so she snapped, asking if he still planned to refuse the deal. He muttered that she only wanted to catch his attention, but he didn't care, not one bit. Alina told him to look anyway if he truly wanted to prove he was loyal, and the soldier's eyes hit the page. Then his whole world flipped. He stared in disbelief and demanded to know what she was planning. Meanwhile, a royal carriage rumbled through Magna's bustling port streets, packed with dill, olivia, and a stack of iron, because today they weren't just passing through. Their mission was to plant trees in the city's central square. The locals lit up when the royal family arrived, calling Iana a hero for saving Magna and Olivia, the mother of God. For the prince, hero felt way too grand, like praise wrapped in silk. Then his mother watched the townspeople react, just shook her head and said, "He really tried," and you could see how proud and happy she was for him. When they reached the square, Dill shoved a sapling into their hands and demanded they plant it right there. So the royals nodded and accepted it. Side by side, they planted the young tree with loving care. Ein crouched beside it, patted the soil, and whispered a wish for it to grow tall. Then he stood up, straightened his shoulders, and declared their mission was over. Just as he tried to finish talking, a weird sound snapped everyone's attention. So the prince hauled Dill aside and demanded if he'd been drinking, and Dill swore he hadn't touched a drop. Olivia perked up too, heard the same strange noise, and blurted out what on earth it was. They snapped their gaze to the sapling, then it started to shake and the noise blasted louder and louder. Out of nowhere, the tree trunk started swelling upward, and the son lunged, shoved his mother aside, and threw himself in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a colossal tree with thick, powerful branches shot up right in front of them. Ein and Olivia stared in shock, begging to understand how that tiny sapling had blown up so fast. And then he froze, remembering his wishes, realizing this might have happened because of him. The townspeople were blown away, yelling that their hero could even rain down gifts from nature. And to them, Ein felt like the first emperor's reincarnation. That young man felt totally awkward, and he swore everyone was exaggerating. But Olivia didn't care. She even insisted the tree really did grow like that because of him. Then the woman hauled her son to his feet and told him to go tell the crowd something. As a nay was hoisted up in Magna Square, Helen stormed into the port city of Ishtalika aboard a ship. The moment Helen's ship docked, she gasped at Magna's breathtaking port city, an open gateway to Ishtalika. The city sprawled so wide it felt unreal. She couldn't even wrap her head around what the capital looked like when the port was already this massive, and she realized Roundheart didn't even come close. An assistant slid up to her and snapped, "We found multiple breaches in the portal, repairing it will take time." She demanded, "Time how much?" He answered, "Several days." Alina nodded and promised they'd wait. Then a soldier stepped onto the bridge, and with a warm smile she told him the only thing that mattered was that they all made it safe, and that he at least got the ship himself. The man stared at her coldly, no hint of a smile. Then he dug into his bag and handed over a recommendation letter for a top-notch craftsman, and the girl thanked him. The warrior muttered her goodbyes with no spark, then snapped that they had to move, right now. The girl shot an apology at the assistant, and he demanded to know who she was. Alina said it was her friend, the one who'd brought the all-important letter. Then she leaned in and asked if they were already in the city, and the answer came back loud and clear. "Yes." The young man went dead silent, clearly wrestling with doubt, then asked whether they should follow the plan His Highness Leifin had laid out. He couldn't stomach the idea of unleashing that awful miasma weapon on innocent civilians. Too cruel for him to accept. Alina nodded along, then swore she still believed in the soldier she'd let slip away, and the young man just couldn't wrap his head around it. Even though their surveillance job was done, they'd still have to hang around the enemy port. He said that's why he fought Alina's involvement. Her presence would stir up suspicion, and she just smiled and told him that Mr. Leifon was plotting his revenge, using her as the weapon. She ripped away his perfect excuse to steal his daughter from yet another merchant. And she didn't just talk about it, she stepped in herself and negotiated face to face. The attendant swore that his majesty was dead certain these talks mattered to Haim, and Alina snapped back that once the king gave his nod, the prince had no choice but to say yes. The girl swore she was hunting for a place to sleep for the night, but the young man tried to block her, warning that it was too dangerous. Then Oena grinned and showed she had a plan. She slipped a magical disguise device onto her ears, and it instantly shifted her hair and eye color. Seeing his jaw drop, the girl grinned and admitted the buy wasn't cheap at all. Then she told the assistant she'd be back once the repairs were done, and Alina hurried off to the city. Alina couldn't stop smiling at the wide, gorgeous streets of the port. Then a seller clocked her and started hounding her with shellfish tastings, and she laughed, sure, but told him she had to find somewhere to sleep first. He nodded and told her to move now, because special folks were rolling in from the capital today, and the city was already packed to the brim. Alina waved goodbye to the seller, who told her to come running the moment she fixed the problem. Yet she had no clue who he meant or who was even waiting at the port. They tried to check hotel after hotel, but every single one was booked solid. Exhausted, Alina dropped onto a bench, counting every time they'd kicked her out. Sure, regular hotels might be packed, but not the ones reserved for aristocrats. The girl let out a weary sigh, because sleeping under the open sky was not happening, and the man beside her snapped and finally spoke to her. She couldn't even see her own face, her hood swallowed it whole. The young man hurried out an apology for barging in and asked straight up if she was looking for a place to spend the night. Alina nodded yes, and she hated how shocked she felt seeing all those people, but the guy agreed with her. The girl asked, "Are you one of those wanderers?" And he shot back that he lived in the capital. Then he admitted the real truth. He was an aristocrat who usually got stuck doing the most exhausting, burdensome jobs. Alina snapped that she wouldn't pepper him with pointless questions, and the guy shot to his feet, then promised out of sheer gratitude to show her where she could finally spend the night. The young man grinned and said, "Relax, I know exactly where to grab a free room," even as his aunt told him about that place. The heroes finally crashed into a gorgeous hotel, strode up to the front desk, and the worker waved them in saying a free room was there. Then hesitated, unsure they could actually give it to them. Alina's new acquaintance figured they were being throttled in the name of special guests, and he didn't even pretend normal adventurers could ever foot the bill, yet he was still thrilled she hadn't thrown him out. The young man told the management the price didn't matter, like it was nothing, like he meant it, while Alina squirmed with awkwardness and urged him not to stress. Right then, a worker was clocking out right at that moment. He was hauling a stack of boxes when he slammed into a guest by accident, his hood yanked off in a flash, and the worker froze when he looked up to see the crown prince standing right in front of him. Ein ducked behind the boxes so Alina wouldn't spot him, then the administrator caught him too. The hero snapped his hood on and begged him to keep quiet about his presence. The administrator nodded on the spot and promised to get the girl a room. The man told his colleague, "Show the guest to the room," and Alina's face went blank, because she had no idea she'd be the one paying for it all until the receptionist flashed the bill and asked, "So, is everything okay?" Just as the prince reached for his wallet, the girl cut in, saying she'd pay up in 3 days. No worries at all. Then she thanked Ein for helping her and asked what she could do in return, but Ein told her she didn't need to do anything. As soon as he stormed out of the hotel, relief hit him hard, then Lily burst from the bushes like a jump scare. Ein demanded whether she'd finished everything and Lily nodded yes on the spot. He clocked it instantly, she looked thrilled. Lily grinned and admitted she never expected to catch her boss crouched there in a flimsy disguise. The prince leaned in and demanded who else had slipped in wearing a disguise, besides him. Then she nodded like yeah, more than one. Ein said they'd hit the food stalls like they planned, and the second Lily heard it, her mouth started watering. She swore she'd go with him no matter what. She shot a glance back at the hotel where Mrs. Alina was staying, smiling at the chance the girl had got to repeat her words with His Highness Ein, thanks to Lady Klein's lover. When Dill and Ain finally reached the first emperor's residence, the prince got hit with pure shock. The place was massive. The assistant leaned in and said, "You'll both stay here while we handle the business trip." The hero spotted something, then demanded what lay behind that door by the stairs. Dill snapped back that it opened straight to a basement. At the top of those stairs sits a huge door. He said everyone tries to force it open, but it never budges so it stays shut. Ain blinked in shock and fired back, "Did even my grandfather fail?" Dill nodded and said every one of his predecessors had tried, none of them ever pulled it off. Then the prince leaned in, thinking hard, and muttered that the door had likely been sealed on purpose. He demanded to know if the first emperor had ever cracked it, and Dill nodded like it made sense. The young man said, "Let's check it later," and the assistant chimed in that Warren had already signed off. They marched a long way to the prince's room, and Ein snapped that he wanted to rest. After stuffing himself with too much stall food, sleep was all he wanted, and then night swallowed the sky. The hero flopped on the bed with his eyes shut, but he wasn't actually asleep. He couldn't drop into sleep because that afternoon nap was messing him up, so he figured, no way I'm strolling the beach this late with insomnia, and he headed back down instead. Even though it was late, the prince figured he could still roam the residence, so he slipped out into the corridor, grabbed a lamp and started down the stairs. He finally pushed through to the end and spotted a huge door. Wait, this is what it asterisk really looked like. It hit him like a memory, the castle's treasury door exactly like that. As he crept closer, he realized the keyhole was gone, so he immediately knew the lock wasn't normal, it was magical. The prince shot his hand forward, recalling how Silvered had cracked the treasury. His fingers brushed the lock and the door's center flared bright. Then the whole door slid open on its own, and a blast of dust roared straight at the hero. Ein had no idea why the door decided to open now. Inside was a study packed with bookcases, and right in the middle the hero spotted a table holding an open book. The moment the young man stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him, and the prince drifted up to the table, flipping through the book until he realized it was left unfinished. The very first lines hit him like a punch. So many races had just bent their will again, refusing to listen to anything else, all to scramble and do whatever it took to satisfy his sister's every want. The author couldn't stop thinking, were his parents out there trying to stop their daughter? Then Ein realized what he was staring at, the diary of the first emperor, and he began flipping through it deeper and deeper. The king penned the tale of countless comrades who'd already died in battle, then demanded his sister, "Why are you doing this to them?" Because he couldn't stomach the truth that one day he'd be forced to end her. Ein flipped through the last pages, hunting for anything that looked blank, and then he finally saw it, the emperor's regret bleeding through the truth. He killed his own sister and forced himself to raise his hand against his own family. The emperor begged for forgiveness, and long ago a witch hexed his sister with crushing loneliness, then yanked the strings to make her flee. The king lunged to kill the witch, but monsters swarmed in every direction, tearing up his escape plan and giving her the opening to break free. But before she could run, she shoved one last truth into his hands. The witch, burning with hatred for the emperor, swore he'd never ever taste happiness. Her trail vanished somewhere nearby. The man figured she'd slipped overseas, but after that he had zero clue where the witch went. Still, the emperor was set on rebuilding Ishtalika. A year went by after the country was rebuilt, and then the king slammed the brakes on the investigation into the Red Fox. The author said once he stepped away from the throne, he'd come back to this room. But right now, he planned to lock it up with his diary, and that's why this final entry hit like a goodbye. Prince Ein traced the words with careful fingers, his curiosity sparking as he tried to crack what the Red Fox's power really meant, and why its curse of loneliness weighed so heavily on the heart. Morning hit and Alina snapped awake in her hotel room, body weighed down, but she couldn't waste a second, because she was going to see this massive country for herself. But first, the girl just had to get her tea. She swung open the kitchen door, and there was Lily already standing there, pouring steaming cups like she'd been waiting. The maid smiled and greeted her mistress. Alina yanked the door open for Lily, then slammed it shut right in front of her, because she couldn't wrap her head around two things: what that spy had left behind in her room, and how she even clocked Lily's identity when the girl never changed her look, not even once she fell asleep. Outside the door, Lily let out a heavy sigh, and snapped that the lady really thought she could fool anyone with a cheap stunt in Ishtalika. Sure, they had those magical things that let them see right through walls, and even though Alina's nerves were screaming, she knew she had to go, no way around it. The girl clutched at herself, transformed back into her real form, and then asked Lily straight out, "Did you come to take me?" The maid burst into laughter and said, "Then the gentleman is already rotting in the capital's prison, so tell me, what do you need?" The maid practically scoffed, saying the answer was staring us right in the face, and then she revealed she'd be Alina's personal guide for the day. When the girls finally slipped outside, Alina snapped, "Where are you taking Lily?" The maid admitted she couldn't set up a meeting with Krona, but she promised she had another plan, something just as important. As soon as they hopped off the train, Alina just trailed that girl like she knew exactly where to go straight up the stairs. And boom, they landed in a military port. The lady snapped, "Why did the spy drag me here?" Lily figured the girl would love to see him, but Alina shot back, "That's not a reason to hand the enemy a place like this." The maid leaned in and told her not to fret, His Excellency himself had cleared it. The mistress demanded, "Who exactly?" Lily answered, "Warren Lark, the Prime Minister of Ishtalika." Alina was bruised and buzzing with the feeling they weren't taking her seriously at all. Willie heard the lady say something, but the girl just waved it away and snapped that then she'd consider everything. Staring at the lady, Lily suddenly remembered her chat with Warren. He'd okayed Lily's chance to show Alina a few ships, but now she couldn't shake the worry that it might be a terrible idea. If the enemy would just figure out how much stronger Ishtalika's military really is, then it'd be game over for them. Alina had a role that forced her to pass along every message she got, so when she stared at the enemy guns, terror hit her like a punch. The Prime Minister prayed Alina would push for a peaceful solution, yet the third prince had zero intention of letting it end that way. Warren figured this would light a fuse in him against Alina, and yeah, that would play right into their hands, since the whole reason they even dragged Jamie into this was because Alina wouldn't let it go. After wandering around the military port, the mistress headed back to Lily, and Lily's face had gone pale. Alina just said the maid already got it, no explanation needed. Lily revealed they even crunched the numbers, calculating exactly how long it would take them to seize the port city of Roundheart. The girl told her that the 2 battleships Alina saw today would have crushed the job in no time, and Lily shot up 2 fingers like a countdown. The mistress swore she only meant 2 days, then burst out laughing, asking how it could be done. The maid grinned and said, "Lady, our ships would pull it off in 2 minutes." Alina shot to her feet, stunned by what she just heard, then snapped that Roundheart was the pride of their country and demanded everyone stop spitting out this nonsense. Lily cut in fast, reminding her this was just a cold analysis, no bragging and no wild exaggeration. The girl said the lady could either stay and live in Ishtalika, or take their ship straight back to Yulo instead of riding that cattle boat. Alina didn't get what Lily meant by a cattle ship, so she just shrugged and snapped that only someone completely out of their mind would dare to cross the sea on something like that. Then Lily finally calmed down and slid back into her seat. She smiled and said her homecoming would feel way more graceful. Then Lily slammed the table and snapped, asking how much longer the lady planned to stay so stubborn, only for the girl to fold her hands, apologize, and insist that Hame was still her homeland no matter what. Alina leaned in and asked the maid why she hadn't even considered going back herself, then smirked and said the new maids were nothing like her, sky and earth apart. Lily practically floated with joy hearing her mistress actually remembered her, so she blurted, "Does Alina miss me?" Alina smiled and admitted that sure, after all, the spy was the best, but now she was running into a rough patch. Lily giggled. When it was time to head back, the girls strode up to a gigantic ship, and Alina couldn't help but grin. This trip was going to feel way too comfortable, so Lily turned to the lady. She warned that once Alina stepped into Yulo, Ishtaliki would instantly brand her as an enemy, and if Lily got the order, she'd be forced to drop everything and come carry it out. The girl climbed up to the bridge and thanked him for every bit of care, and for the choice he'd handed her, while the former maid looked at him with deep, aching pity. She bowed deeply, thanked her for coming to their country, and speaking for Prime Minister Warren, sent her off with warm wishes for a safe, pleasant journey. The ship took off with Alina aboard, and Lily stood there with her heart pounding, watching it vanish, before snapping under her breath that the lady was just too stubborn for her own good. Alina sat in her cabin aboard the ship, watching everything play out just like she'd predicted. She knew the military power gap was massive, and it was exactly why she refused to believe she'd lose, because she didn't see herself as some helpless little woman.